Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Nithyanandam to all the viewers, to all the participants watching us live right now. Nithyanandam to all of you. And another new day of Nithyananda Yoga. We are in the day 16th of the Paramashivoham Level 3 program. Hope all of you are enjoying the various different darshans, sessions being conducted in the program. Let us now start with the Nithyananda Yoga by invoking the grace and blessings of Swamiji by chanting the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paravasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasarusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let us now chant the Shiva Mula mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 The next is the Tattvachmanam, the ritualistic cleansing, to purify your whole body and consciousness to receive the energy of Paramashiva. Now, I request all participants to take your right hand, bring it to a shape of a Kaustya Gokarna Mudra. Now pour on Uddanya water from the Panchapatram, chanting the following mantras internally. Bring the water that flows to the base of the palm. Om Atma-tattvam shodhayami svadha. Om Vidya-tattvam shodhayami svadha. Om Shiva-tattvam shodhayami svadha. Wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatra. Now we'll tips your right hand, index, middle and ring, with the base of right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips, chanting the following mantra internally. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatra. The tips of right hand, index, middle, ring finger touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatra. Now, with the tips of right hand, index finger and thumb join together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand, ring finger and thumb join together, gently touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatra. With the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. The right hand fingertips together touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So, and I request all participants to see any of your goals, any of the conscious resolutions, the conscious decisions which you have made into reality. You can go back and check in your list. And not very, as very beautifully Swamiji shares, every single day is a new day. We start fresh. Every day you're born, every day you die. You can restart and make your sankalpa again by doing a sankalpa. Now cover your right hand over your left palm. Now keep both the hands on the right side and keep this sankalpa mudra. Hold this position, hold this mudra till the end of the mantra. Sankalpa. Mamopada samasta durita kshayadvara Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्रीलक्ष्मी वेंकटेश ऋतौ कुंभमासे कृष्णपक्षे शुभदितौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती सन्निपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्तृ श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयाप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीवूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शबन शाक्यारि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण निर्हार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् वृषभध्वज स्थापक दैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर विष्णु गुरु महासन्निधान अर्णगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विष्टम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतम निक्षोक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि नवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिर चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य बोधाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाण पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ हलवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठस्य त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं येषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त हृदगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand, the water from the Panchapatra. Om Apopasprisha. Yes. With that beautiful Sankalpa which you did, we prepare ourselves to receive the cosmic energy, Paramashiva energy in all of us. The first asana of today's Nithyananda Yoga is Sukhasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head and spine in straight line. Bring the index and thumb, join together, place them on top of your respective knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha, where you suck the perimen, and the Udyana Bandha, where stomach goes in the nape, and the Chandra Bandha, where tuck the chin to the chest. And engage in Samanaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space and repeat Soham in your throat center. Sukhasana. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. The next asana is Svaratasana. Now bring the legs into Padmasana, bring palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them above the head. Now keep the elbows straight, engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Mount Kailash in your inner space. Parvatasana. Adavakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yakritva Serupi Sya Satchakradi Vilopanam. Next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Hold the left hand by the right and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Halipavasana. पूरं विरियाहु मे जानो भे पगतली संपदितानो पृष्टि बचेदो वो करियावो दक्षिण कर स्वभाव गहावो. The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now remain same position. Switch the hands out in front of the feet and cup the palms, making a hollow in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas, gaze at the nose, visualize yourself as a snake. Nagi Pavasana. पूरवरी परियागा नीचो हो ये कहोय पना से लगाई हाथ आगा ने धर की लगावे पसार दो हाथ की अंजुलि करे. Next asana is Kokilasa. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Stretch the legs out and upwards, then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a bird. Kokilasana. Ata yadasram vakshe yena siddho bhavenaraha akasmad vai sancharam kokilakyasanena cha. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas. Rotate the arms in circle manner in clockwise direction. Switch the gaze at the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Nityasana. Goda Bama Padikya Shimali Soya, the Charanako Varil Tabrikula Pasmoya, Baba Padiko Mahilo Bahurogul Padijana, Tapri Goda, the Chiki Amsabarili Thana. Next asana is Gajasana. Now press the hands onto the ground, lifting the hips up high in the air. Lower the head and in the chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Engage in Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Visualize Paramash. Repeat Soham in your throat center. Nujjampādagre bhūma kritva lambhi bhūya mastakagre nidhāya Vitambam modamam namaya labhi laksham bhūmanasika maniya hasravaryantam naye dittam punah punah kurya gajasanam bhavati. The next asana is Rikshasana. Now remain same position. Start alternating the heels of one foot into the ground. While lifting the other heel up, repeat this again and again. Visualize yourself as a bear. Vrikshasana. Ekekam parama kuncha gajasam kurya rikshasanam bhavati. Next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes with all of the toes raised up from the ground. Keep the head, neck, and spine straight line. Bring the index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Engage in Nithyananda. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vaishyasana. केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठति धूमकः अथवा ईशावक्षे यक्षत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. We will now entering to the first karana of the day, which is the Urdhva karana. Now, stand with heels touching, toes facing outwards 45 degrees angle, the Paramashivoham position. Keep the knees bent, and both the hands at the chest level, elbows parallel to the ground. Now twist one knee towards the chest and raise it up and back across the body to the original position. Simultaneously, as leg raises, follow the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and pressing across the body, and repeat this on the other side. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now, interlace the fingers from outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Hold onto your knee and pulling it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself carrying a baby. Balalingasana. Ekam janusya lingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. The next asana is Parpidasana. Now take one foot, pull it behind towards the buttocks, holding with both the hands in Shambhu Mudra. Keep the head, neck, and spine straight line. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. स्थित्वा कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यामेष्टयचनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य तेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next asana is Natarajasana. Now with the respective hand, hold on to the sole of the foot from inside. Extend the opposite hand forward with index and thumb joined together in Bindu Mudra. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back and up while leaning forward. Visualize Nataraja in your inner space. Natarajasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च वरीचिं वीरभद्रकं मध्यराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. Let's now repeat Balingasana on the other side. Visualizing yourself carrying a baby. Balingasana. Ekam janasya lingastatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Paripidnasana. स्थित्वा कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यामेष्टयचनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य तेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Natarajasana on the other side. Continue to visualize Lord Nataraja in you. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च वरीचिं वीरभद्रकं मध्यराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारिणे. We will now moving ahead to the next karana, which is the Ardharechita karana. Nam Aramandi, the half squatting position. Bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and heels raised up. Now keep the left hand at the chest level. Extend the opposite hand out wide and making like a pendulum motion, bring it back towards the chest. While the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards in Karihasta. Now, place the right hand over the nose in Anchita Karana, across the ankles, and repeat this on the other side. Yes. Now with this, all of us have given a nice warm-up to ourselves. Let us now do the skeleton dance, where visualize yourself as pure skeleton and shake the body intensely. Because all participants who relax yourself now, close your eyes, visualize you're just made up of bones. There's no flesh, no bones, no muscles, no anything. Just visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake the body as intensely as possible. Now, relax yourself. Walk front and back to your mat. Relax yourself completely. We'll be now moving ahead to the next karana, which is the Kati China karana. Now, from Maramandi, the Haskoni position, bring the hands above the head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Now, move the hip to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat this on the other side. Yes. Let's now move ahead to the next asana, which is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the toes. Raise the hands up above the head beside ears in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. For the next set of asanas, you'll be having a new chapa, which is Shivoham, where you repeat Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Mahamudra Kono Tadasana Vibhedaka Tamsda Korea Rentarvadni Badipriya. Next asana is Uttanasana. Now from standing position, lean forward and down, bringing the hands flat on the ground in Shambhu Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas. Bring the forehead towards the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uttanasana. Mahamudra Bhadda Gono Tadasre Bhedakan Vinottamsda Kurya Rantarvadni Badipriya. The next asana is Tarakshvasana. Now, keep the hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Set the feet back, keeping the toes on the ground. Now, tuck the chin to the chest in Chandrabandha. Rotate the head from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Tarakshvasana. Kuchasravastitva mastikam varam varam dakshakuksham savakuksham naye tarakshvasana bhavati. The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower the entire body down on your stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep the hands next to the chest. Raise the head up using the strength of the lower back muscles. Now, open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of the nose of the throat and exhale through the nose as you engage in Bhujangana Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Bhujangasana. Angushnavi paryantam do bhumo vinyasya karabhyan charan ditta ushisha fanivahi. The next asana is Shashasana. Now from tall plank position, alternate bringing one knee in towards the chest and back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage in Mula Bandha. Tarakshasana. Gajasanam Sito Janadvaima Kunchavaram Varakaitavyam Shasanam Bhavati. Triksasana is Rathasana. Now stopping this position, remain same position. Place one foot in between the two hands. Simultaneously jump one foot back, bringing the other in between the hands. Alternate again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot. Rathasana. गजासनं स्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground, toes pointing forward and knees bent at 90 degrees angle. Now extend the other leg back, keeping the knees straight, toes pointed out 45 degrees angle. Now slowly raise the hands up parallel beside the ears in Shami Mudra. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Engage with the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava. Visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra. Virabhadrasana. Vashishtavandikondinnyam Udaguktam Evacha Ashtavakravatottana Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. Let's repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side. Vashishtavandikondinnyam Udaguktam Evacha Ashtavakravatottana Mayuram Setu Bandhanam. The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. Slowly raise them up above the head, keeping their elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a tree. Vrikshasana. Vamor Mula Desya Yamam Padam Vidhayito Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhuma Vrikshasana Vidam Viduhu. Next asana is Garudasana. Now from stand tall, place one foot at the opposite hip. Bring the palms in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. Keep a standing leg straight like a rod. Visualize Garuda in your inner space. Garudasana. Garudasana Vakshe Dhyam Surabhavi Sarvadoshatmini Mukta Bhavati Hamahabali. Let's now repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Vamor Mula Desya Yamam Padam Vidhayito Tishtet Vrikshavad Bhuma Vrikshasana Dam Viduhu. Garudasana on the other side. Garudasana Vakshe Dhyam Surabhavi Sarvadoshatmini Mukta Bhavati Hamahabali. Let us now move ahead to the next asana, which is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg far back, keep the front toes pointing forward and the back toes facing sideways. Now keep the arms stretched out and bring front arm down towards the ground beside the foot, while the other arms are extended towards the sky in Shami Mudra. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Trikonasana. Uttar Padam Kron Samcha Maricha Veera Bhadrakam Nadrasam Trikonam Cha Suptangashta Pasarine. Let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Uttar Padam Kron Samcha Maricha Veera Bhadrakam Nadrasam Trikonam Cha Suptangashta Pasarine. We will now moving ahead to the next Karna, which is the Nikutaka Karna. Now, sit in Aramandi, the house body position. Raise one leg towards his heel and raise one leg towards your toes and switch between your legs, lifting the other leg up and relaxing the other leg. While this goes, bring the palms in front of your heart and palms facing parallelly. Switch the hands as the legs are getting switched. Next asana is Angushtasana. Before that, for the next set of asanas, we'll be entering the new pranayama, which is the Brahmari pranayama, where we'll be buzzing subtly like a bee, and we'll be entering the new japa, which is Sadashivoham. Now lower onto the tips of the toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Repeat Sadashivam in your throat center. Angushtasana. Kabandhatramityau Gorakshasam Angushtamushtikam Yeyam Brahmaprasayitam Tata. The next asana, Saurasana. Now from the tips of toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides, palms facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Saurasana. Prasare ekam padatam samstapyatveka padakam. Vijayanasana on the Vijayanasana. Now from sitting on the toes, extend one leg out straight with heel down and toes up. With respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toes with index and middle finger and keep the opposite hand rest on the back heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vijayanasana. Gulpasudha paramekam prasare tatpadagam sadpishatit karena gulpam chayam dharitit karena dhunam pitam chapase chobayatra. This is repeat Saurasana on the other side. Saurasana. Prasare ekam padatam samstapyatveka padakam. Vijayanasana. Gulpasudha paramekam prasare tatpadagam sadpishatit karena gulpam chayam dharitit karena dhunam pitam chapase chobayatra. The next asana is Brahma Kushasana. Now, keep the toes on the ground, place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep the gap between the legs, back of the hands resting on the side. Tilt the head down, gaze through the gap between the palms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Engage in Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Brahma Kushasana. No parapari hoi vesi, do gnani vese, Korpakatalyanki Mahila Ashama Hira Shemili. The next asana is Kapilasana. Now, place the knees on the ground with toes tucked behind and sitting perineum down on the heels. Rest the hands on top of the thighs in Shambhu Mudra. Now, pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze the nose. Visualize says Kapila Mahamani in your inner space. Kapilasana. उभे पगतली सब तेरावे तिनको माही कोई मिलावे पना पानी की थोड़ी वैसी एरी दो जोई वैसे. The next asana is Bhadra Korakasana. Now, remain same position, switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bhadra Korakasana. दो पगड़े समझ करे कोरवाली भूप्रदरे कोरवाली राके ऐसे तापरे मुर धारित के बेसे. The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum stays on top of the raised heels, knees off from the ground. Now bring the thumbs and little finger together, opening up the palms, resembling a lotus flower in Padma Mudra. Now raise the arms straight up above the head, gaze through the hole which is between the palms. Kapilasana. Ubhe Pakitari Suryasana. एरी दो गदा त्रियाने पना फाने बेरी बनताने गोला जंग अदर कर रही है आधे बाम सीवरिक है. The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with toes flat and perineum on the heels. Now keep the hands on top of respective knees. Now lift the tongue up and place against the root of the mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Visualize you're catching the nectar of immortality which is dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog-like tongue. Visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana. Padatlo Prishadesha Angushtetya Sambhashet Jana Egvam Praskritya Saryan Mandukasanam. Now remain same position. Keep the hands in the back, holding the head with the elbows and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize we are catching the nectar of immortality which is dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra with your frog tongue. Continue to visualize yourself as a frog. Uttana Mandukasana. Mandukasana Madhyastan Purpurabha Rimshiraha. Either Vekaduttana Mandukam. The next asana is Simhasana. Now, cross the ankles and sit on the feet, knees wide open, fingers spread on the top of the respective knees in Shami Mudra. Now, open the mouth wide, stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of the nose and repeat this several times as to visualize yourself as a lion. Simhasana. Dakshinam Saiva Gulpena, Dakshinas Detram, Hasto Jansan Stapya, Swangalicha Pizaricha. Next asana is Vadrasana. Now, sit on the heels, place under the perineum and knees wide open. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the big toes in Pranamudra. Now, apply Jandrabandha while tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulpo Jivya Chad, Kriveris Mahitaha, Panan Gushukara, Branch, Virtuata Chipisha Deshaha. The next asana is Kakushandhyasana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees wide open. Bring the arms in and around the back in Shami Mudra and in Parusha Mudra and interlace the fingers behind you and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a crow. Pratama basic Ugratan, do Havi Kamchane, Tiniko Mori Naliam Periave, Bishop Takasi Karave. The next asana is Kanipavasana. So place palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees on the back of the arms towards the armpits. Now lean chin forward and down and gaze at the hand, Vishnu Swamiji in your inner space. Kanipavasana. Asana Kogana Ashi Dushta Hohi to Achi Hohi. The next asana is Kapalyasana. Now, place the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring toes of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between hands and the head. Simultaneously, bring the knees up to the elbows, hips over the shoulders, and straighten the legs up and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kapalyasana. शीशा धरती तेगी परिवा मिलवा ऊंचा करे पकड़ लिया का संदम शिरा से दो हाथा की हटी दो पाशित्या धरती तेगो दृष्टि नासा अग्र. Yes. The next asana is Parshvamairasana. Now, squat and toes with legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with knees and the hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. And extend the legs to the side and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Parshvamairasana. Mayuram Dandavat Korean Mayuram Danavakam Korean Mayuram Parshvabhya Mayuram Parshvanamakam. Let's repeat Parshvamairasana on the other side. Mayuram Dandavat Korean Mayuram Danavakam Korean Mayuram Parshvabhya Mayuram Parshvanamakam. The next asana is Bharaganathasana. Now place both the hands on the ground, shoulders width apart. Stretch the legs back straight into Tarakshvasana plank position. Now step one foot outside the respective shoulder. Bring in the foot between the hands and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Lord Kalavirva in your inner space. Bharaganathasana. Asana Kagra Priti Jai. Bharaganathasana 1, 2, and 3 on the other side. Asana Kagra Priti Jai. The next asana is Unnukapita. Now, from Tarakshvasa to plank position, place the forearms on the ground, walk the feet forward, raising the hips, lift the chest, head up, and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Unnukapita. Bhunyas dojane haso Tirishpara Vamakam Utta Vitangiri Gulam Katistalva Bhiruka. The next asana is Vashishtasana. Now from Tarakshvasana, rotate the body onto one hand and make the opposite hand up. Now raise the opposite hand up. So keeping the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder, raise the hips and gaze towards the sky. Vashishtasana. Go to Gugurvashishta Marichihara Matsikam. Let's now repeat Vashishtasana on the other side. Vashishtasana on the other side. Udu Kukrivashita Marichihara Matsikam Parivitim Chodarasya Vidam Rasanam. The next asana is Anjani Asana. Now sit with legs stretched and toes pointing up. Bring the hands under the buttocks, palms facing up in Shami Mudra. Now keep the spine straight. Keep the spine straight, elbows to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Anjani Asana. दो करके उभे तेरे कोरवा लिबे लिबे सो आगामी उपरदाशी महाने अंगे मिराशे. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now sit with the legs stretched out. Bend from the waist and hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, engage in all three bandhas, which is Swamiji in your inner space. Paschimottanasana. जानो परिदा तुम तो पश्चिमतान वचने के प्रकारेण सुखमदार्यं च जायते. Next asana is Ugrasana. Ugrasana. Now sit with legs straight and apart. Clasp the hands behind the head in Parishamudra. Lean the chest forward and down. Bring the head to the knees. Engage in all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as Goddess Kali. The Subhaya Pranam Dikta Januprishu Aniset Asana Gavinam Proktam Bhavedalina Deepanam. The next asana is Marichiyasana. Now sit with legs extended, bring one heel to the groin and knee raised. Now reach the arms in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back Clasp the hands behind the back and bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichiyasana. Uttara Param Pyon Chamcha Marichi Veera Vadragam Tadra Adandrikolam Cha Suptangashtakta Sarine. Next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Mahamudrasana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. I'm sorry for the interruption. Now sit with legs stretched toes up. Bring one heel to the perineum. Let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudrasana. Davo Bhagmodi Yedi Mayasan Gulpuradva Nishe De Vese Jivani Pagate Dharti Te Godam Chaborashe. Now let's repeat Marichiyasana on the other side. Marichiyasana. Uttara Param Kram Chamcha Marichim Veera Vadrakam Nadirajandrikolam Cha Suptangashta Prasarine. Mahamudrasana on the other side. Davo Bhagmodi Yedi Mayasan Gulpuradva Nishe De Vese Jivani Pagate Dharti Te Godam Chaborashe. The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now, bring the soles of the feet together with heels close to perineum. Keep the knees wide, hold the feet firmly in Shami Mudra. Maintain a straight spine and gaze at the nose. Vishnu Swamiji in your inner space. Gulpot Vrishyasyaya Sivanya Pashokshipet Paripashripa Nityan Rimbadra Sisharam Badra Samavete Sarvavyadi Shapaham. The next asana is Galpavasana. Now, from Bhadrasana, extend feet away from the body. Keep the knees together, heels apart and knees wide open. Place the hands on the respective knees in Shambhi Mudra. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chandrabandha and gaze at its nose. Vishaya Swamiji in your inner space. Galipavasana. Purva Charvitoka Sosoi Vahi Vidyoki Jisoi Yabe Eri Bindu Jurashe Angula Tantarorashe. The next asana is Joni Asana. Now, sitting, keep the soles of the feet together and heels close to perineum. Hold the soles of the feet, lean forward and down, bring forehead to the feet and gaze at the nose. Vishnu Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगड़ी समझ करे एडमेन गेटिंग अदरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतरराशे रात पकटल्याम प्रदाशे. Next asana is Miriki Pavasana. Now sitting, keep the heels together, toes apart, knees wide open. Lean forward and down to extend the hands out, hands wide out, palms resting on the ground in Shami Mudra. Bring forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze at the nose. Miriki Pavasana. Pura Vipari Pagatri Sampurishore Edi Mirashe, Area Sumalikan, Abrudoanda, Dati Lagave, Harido Gola Pragava, Advara Chapra Basari. The next asana is Siddha Samari Asana. Now sitting, keep the toes together, heels apart. Bring arms below the shin, extend out and keep the palms up in Shambhu Mudra. Bring forehead to the ground above the feet. Bring toes near the throat and gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Siddha Samadhyasana. Dovu pagi samdhi kare sole veda game dare angula tandra rashi edit ko aise vida ke. The next asana is Chiraki Bhavasana. Now, sit and keep heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soul towards the sky. Lean back of the hands on the ground in Shambhu Mudra. Now, press the elbows onto the thigh towards the knee and gaze at the nose. Vishnu Swamiji in your inner space. Chiraki Bhavasana. दो पका की धरती भगवा में लगावे पगतली माहरी को रंगता के सूद जो दे बारली को बना सुलिया राशे. Next asana is Charpata Chokasana. Now remain same position. Place the hands and the knees and gently press them on the ground. Pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the third eye. Charpata Chokasana. दो पगे समझे दरे आगाम ने की जोर बसारे गदा भूसो लगता है राशे हाथ दो गोदा परिदाशे. Next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring soles of the feet facing together, knees wide open. Lift the heels up, bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees to the ground. Pull the stomach in and up on Dhyana Bandha. Place the hands on the respective knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Kalabhairava and repeat Mahasadaशिवोहम Chapa in your inner space. Gulpa Sampiricha Nyonya Rukmino Damshane Jarva Pashkito Hasto Dandavad Bhairavasanam. Samanasana. The next asana, Samanasana. Now, sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the feet in front. Pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Now gaze at the third eye. Hold the breath in Muladhara Chakra. Vishnu Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasana. समानासमा वखे सिद्धमंत्रादि सारनाथ एक पारमृता कुशोलिंग वत्र के. Next asana is Apanasana. Now sit and place one leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot upward and straight. Keep the hands on the ground by the sides and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Apanasana. केवल अंपार में कंचस कंधे चारों पेटहा एक पालिन गगने तिष्ठे दो प्रभो. तिष्ठे दंडवत प्रभो. ऐसा repeat Samanasana on the other side. Samanasana. समानाश्रमा वक्षे सिद्धमंत्रान साधनाथ एक पारमृत कुशोलिंग वत्र के. Apanasana. Repeat it on the other side. केवल अंपार में कंचस कंधे चारों पेटहा एक देने का ग्रेट तिष्ठे दंडवत प्रभो. Now relax yourself into Gomakasana. Now sitting cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body with feet by opposite hips. Place both the hands on top of the stacked knees in Shami Mudra and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a cow. We will now, for the next set of asanas, we'll be engaging into new pranayama, which is the Sitkari pranayama. When you inhale, you make the hissing sound and you exhale through the nose. And you'll be repeating a new japa, which is Om Nithyanandoham in the throat center. Gomakasana. Savya Dakshagul Panto Pishtabhashi Yochi Dakshnibrita Savam Gomakam Yata. Next task is Anushasana 1. Now remain same position. Hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Relax the shoulders, pull the stomach in and up on Jandrabandha and gaze at the nose. Anushasana 1. And visualize yourself as Goddess Anusuya. दक्षिण को दो नीचे ताने वामता के ऊपर आने गला संधि मिलावे वारी आधा परमी दे संधि बसारी. Next asana is Anushasana 3. Anushasana 2. Now, remain same position as Gomakasana. Interlace the fingers behind the back in Parishmudra. Lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose, and the nose touching at the ground. Gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Devi Anushya. Jemana Goda Kisandi Bradava Goda Kisam Dimila Rashe Goda Salia Pakitaliava otherwise Udarashe. Next asana is Garudasana 2. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Now keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out, and hands on respective knees in Shamyodra. Gaze at the nose. Garudasana 2. Nava Pagmori Yedi Maisan Gopulata Niche de Mesi Jibri Pagda Dati Ke Godam Chaborashe. So next asana is Naradasana. Now sit and place Peri on top of the one heel with top of the foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on ground in Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. And place the fingers behind the neck in Parishamudra. Twist outside of the raised knee and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself Sage Narada. Pishti jawab pakli keri bobrita laga viperi guraswa pane hajoi jishba krira kesoyi. Next asana Svatsapidikasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arms around the knees. Now holding onto the opposite shin. While extend the opposite hand straight and hold onto the respective toes in the index and middle fingers in Paramudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the Matsya Avatar, the fish avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Vame Navaman Gushtan to Grihita Matspidikam Yore Vame Sampidya Medra Vipari Dakshinam. Let's repeat Gomakasana sequence on the other side. Gomakasana. Sabve Dakshigal Planto Pushtipashi Yosenik Sabita Savyam Gomakam Yata. Anushasana 1 on the other side. Anushasana 1. दक्षिण गोला नीचो तानी मांगता के उपरांत गोला समला में बारी आधा पूर्वी से बसारी अनुशासना 2. जीवना गोला किसन्नी विला गोला किसन्नी विला हराशे गोदा शल्य भक्तल्याव अदवाय सो धाराशे अनुशासना 2. जीवना गोला किसन्नी प्रदा गोला किसन्नी विला हराशे गोदा शल्य भक्तल्याव अदवाय सो धाराशे. The next asana is Garudasana 3 on the other side. Continue to visualize yourself like Garuda. दावो भगवानी यदि माहिषं कुलपुरता नीचे दे बेसे जीवनी पकथई धरती ते गोलों चबोराशे. Naradasana, repeat it on the other side. Pishtižvam paglikir gobi talaga viperi gulaso pare joshi pakri rakhe soyi. Next asana is Vachapidikasana on the other side. Vave Ravavam Gustendu Grihitam Vachapidikam Yorivave Sampidya Medra Paridakshinam. The next asana is Matsyendrasana 1. Now, place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot ground and on far side of the opposite thigh. Now twist and bring the elbows outside of the raised knee. Keep the arms raised by the neck. Tuck the head back and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishti Yatanaha Namra Gavam Panam Hi Raktujanu Parinyaset. The next asana is Kubhasana. Now remain same position. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Extend the hand down to the foot while the opposite hand at the respective ear. Turn the head back and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel. Kubhasana. Asana Kaugana Jolo Chaye. Matsyendrasana. Matsyendrasana 2. Now twist and bring the elbows outside of the raised knee. Extend the hand down to the foot. Keeping the opposite hand on the ground behind. Turn the head back and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath in your inner space. Mastena Pitam Jadara Pradipam Pasan Lukmandala Kandanastram Abhyasta Kundalani Prabodham Dandasritam Hiraripum Sam. Let's now repeat Matsyendrasana 1 on the other side. Sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the disturbance. Udram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtri Yatanaha Namrang Vam Palam Hi Raktujanu Parinyaset. Kubhasana on the other side. Asana Kaugana Jolo Jaye. Matsyendrasana. Vave Ramaman Gustantu Grihitam Matsyendranatham Yorivave Sampidya Medra Paridakshinam. Next asana is Padmasana. Now, sit and place feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the arms with respect to knees in Shama Mudra. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize you have Paramashivoham in your inner space. Padmasana. Asanam Dvinam Proktam Padmam Vajra Smita Udva Brichedito Bhepa Leta Padmasana Teta Sarva Papa Pranashanam. Padmasana 2. Now remain same position. Cross the arms and hold on to the toes with the index and middle fingers in Pranamudra and gaze at the nose. Visualize Goddess Parvati in your inner space. उत्तानो चलो कृत्वा सुप्तो प्रियतः पूर्वमध्यदे उत्तानो पाणि कृत्वा तादृशो. Next asana is Kukutasana. Now, sit and place feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the hands on the ground between the thighs and the calves and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Kukutasana. Padmasam Stapya Nanovarintere Karo Nivesh Bhuma Va Tishti Vyomasta Kukutasana. The next asana is Badikeki Asana. Now remain the same Padmasana posture in your legs. Raise arm to the knees and place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep the elbows together, keep the elbows together, press against the navel, lean forward, find the balance and extend knees up off from the ground. Badikeki Asana. Ramayastapya करते हैं तत्कोपि स्थाविनामि पाशसः उच्चासदन्दुष्टिक क्षेमायर्मेद प्रवृत्तिपीठं मय्यं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बधिकेकीति गच्छति. The next asana is Mayurasana. Now remain same position. Just extend the leg forward. Just extend the leg in Mayurasana. Adavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Muttamam Bhuvo Nipadya Stodva Purpropari Dehakam. Now relax yourself into Makarasana. Now lay down in the stomach with feet pointing outward and forehead on the mat. Incline the fingers behind the neck in Parishamudra and hold it. Visualize. Now lay down the stomach with feet pointing outward and forehead on the mat. Incline the fingers behind the neck and hold. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. Adyashedaritam nidaya bhumosapadacha prasaramano Shirasritvakarandayukmeni hardikara makarasanam tate. Next asana, Shalabhasana. Now lay down on the stomach and place the hands on the ground beside the chest in Shambhu Mudra. Raise the legs up, bring the thighs off from the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana. Adyashete karakbhavak bhunastapake vasalabhyam padodchone chavachastu chodam varindipitam shalabham vidindraha. The next asana is Ushtrasana. Now lay down on the stomach, bring the hands to the feet, pull the feet down towards the ground opposite of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. Ushtrasana. Adyashete parikbhavashtam prishyanidayapikam karabhyam akunche savrajasika damussanchavitam yogira vadanti. The next asana is Dhanurasana. Now lay down on the stomach and bring the hands to the feet, kick the legs up and back and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest up from the ground, raise the head up and gaze towards the third eye. Visualize your Paramashiva's bow. Dhanurasana. Prasarpada Budandru Pakaruchu Prishir Parigam Ritvadanastri Vidangam Nigati Yogi Dhanurasanam Tate. Now relax yourself to Bhagasana. Sit on both the knees with the head against spine in straight line, palms facing down on the respective knees in Shambhu Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Bhagasana. Ulta Mori Pauro Vese Bharoji Kirek Vese Panamal Hagul Pachu Kulapashila Vasovu. The next asana is Gohi Asana. Now from knees, place forearms on the ground, fingers interlock, elbows, shoulders width apart. Now place top of the head on the ground, holding back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until the hips are aligned with the shoulders. Now slowly lift the feet off, keeping the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin and gaze at the nose. Auspicious Swamiji in your inner space. Gohi Asana. दो हाथा की कहूनी जोई पुनः काले जाए ध्वनि पुष्टिंग की परिचान ये सब बेबू परितानो. Next asana is Sirsasana. Remain same position. Extend leg out there in the air in Sirsasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. विपरीतं मण्डलं च विपरीतमः दन्तास्मिता प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने सर्वाङ्गि शिशभागास्तु षष्ठष्टिप्रेतासु ते. Next asana is Podhyasana. Now sit with the hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up. Bring forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your third eye. For the next set of asanas, you'll be doing a new pranayama, which is a Bhastrika pranayama. While we're rapidly breathing, inhaling and exhaling as we're doing a chaotic breathing, I'll be having a new japa, which is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham japa in your inner space. Podhyasana. दो हाथ बाहर आने गोदा दे काक सीधा ने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगदा धरे चलो भी आकर शी करे. Next asana is Parigasana. Now sit in, extend the legs out and up at 45 degrees angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders in Shami Mudra. Keep the chest upright. Straighten the legs, toes pointed, hold the breath and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a mace. Parigasana. उत्तानं शीलं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा वसार्यान्तं भुवस्पृशस्ताभ्यां कन्दराबद्ध्वा कुमुकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् त्रिघासनं भवति. Next asana is Naukasana. Now remain same position. Bring the elbows and the palms down on the ground. Visualize yourself as a boat. Naukasana. Adashete karubhavastam tishti. Bhuvanastapya karosilabhyam padochone. उत्तानं शयनं कूर्पुराभ्यामूनस्तभ्य हस्तनितम्बं निधाय शिरुहुरु जङ्घापादनवधार्य नौकासनं भवति. The next asana is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels, pull the feet towards the chest, keep the spine upright and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Pagatali samtrikare hadasya bhuchai paga kangto devu levu parlikani talve lagave. The next asana is Ulmakapitasana. Now lay down with the back with feet flat on the ground, palms facing down, and fingers just touching the back of the heels in Shambhu Mudra. Lift the hips up high in the air, pressing the feet into the ground, chin tucked to the chest and gaze at the nose. Ulmakapitasana. Udvedjani Kritva Shayadhvam Kampita Utta Vihastatishtitu Pito Ulmakanamake. Relax yourself into Shivasana. Lay down on your back with palms facing upwards, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Let the body remain dead. Visualize Swamiji liberating you in your third eye. Shivasana. Adashavasanam. Uttalam Shavavad Bhumo Shailam Vishavasanam. Shavasanam Shantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Relax yourself completely. Continue to repeat the japa. All Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your throat center. Now, start to wiggle your toes and your fingers. Slowly raise it up with a comfortable seated position. With that, we have finished the 108 asanas of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. Congratulations for all the participants. Now, I request all participants, all of you can take a small break. You have some water, freshen up yourself as we prepare ourselves to do the Nithya Krama Yoga. Yes. With that, let us now start with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The first asana of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is Yathasana. Now, sit a posture that brings ease to physical and mental space. Bring your thumbs and index finger join together. Place them on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Supreme Point of Hinduism in your inner space. Repeat Om Paramashivoham Japa in your throat center. Yathasana. Paryankam Tatsamakhyata Mitasam Stham Yathasiddhi. Next asana is Samasana. Now sit cross-legged, hands on knees with thumbs and index touching each other in the mudra. Take a long deep breath and hold, and take prolonged inhalations and exhalations. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samasana. Idaning garbhinam yogabhyaso yatha laghu shuga prasava labhaya prochite praktanepati. Next asana is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region. Place the right foot over top of the left. Hands facing downward on top of the knees and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a sage being liberated by Swamiji. Repeat Yasivanim Sukshmam Dakshinetara Gulpataha Vamam Yamena Gulpena Muktasana Vidham Bhavet. Next asana is Siddhasana. Now maintain same position as Muktasana. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Sthanam avichendriyo chaladrisha pashyam bhruvarantaram chetin mokshakapada bherijanakam siddhasanam prochate. The next asana is Siddhyasana. Now maintain same position as Siddhasana. Switch the gaze to the ground which is in front of you and engage in all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vamapad ki yedi jana sivani maritasa kothano Dashripad ki yedi joyi medumati lagha vesoyi. The next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now keep the legs in the same position as Siddhyasana. Rotate the hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Shiva. Vamacharana pari dachina ragi ekujukati asavidhi dhake Vamapagitile mahile kore dachaki ju bahar levora. Next asana is Santadunasana. Now maintain same position as Rudrasana to switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize embodying tranquility and unshakable nature. Santadunasana. Asana kaugana manaki chanchalata mita. Next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now remain the same position. I'm sorry for that. Maintain one heel on top of the other. Bring hands to the navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputta Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Vijukaya Samasinaha Siddhasana Mudiratam Pasar Bhudapadauto Dobhyam Mangushta Madarat. The next asana is Bandha Yoniasana. Now maintain one heel on top of the other. Little finger beneath the bottom lip. Ring finger upon the upper lip. Middle closing the nostrils. Index covering the eyes and thumbs closing the ears. In Shanmukhi Mudra, visualize your sankalpas manifested through the womb of creation. Bandha Yoniasana. Yatra Madhye Mahadeva Bandha Yoniasana Shru'au Yakritva Kechura Bhuta Shrinau Yakritva Kechura Bhuta Vicharet Ishro Yatha. Next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on the thigh and other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch the thumb and index finger together on the Bindu Mudra and place them on respective knees. Visualize embodying the space and state of bravery. Virasana. Ekam padamate kasmin vinyasyoya samsitaha itarasmin tada choram virasana mudiratam. The next asana is Valmikasana. Now left heel on the right side generative organ, toes under the thigh and right foot on the left leg, toes by the knee. Hands at respective knees in Bindu Mudra, hands, thumbs, and index touching together. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize the great sage, the author of Ramayana. Valmiki, sage Valmiki. Valmikasana. दावपग की पगटली पुनियेदि हे जोय पदादिशि मेद्र दक्षिणा आने लगा वे सोय. Next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep the legs in the same position. Switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. बावपाद की पगतली जाही मा हिली कोरी जोनी तहांदरी वैसी उल्टा पाव जो मोरी. The next asana, Yoni Asana. Now remain same position. Switch the gaze to the nose. Yoni Asana. Yoni-asanam pavirtena yogam yoga palenilam tatkala palalan tavad kecharo yavadevahi. Next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now sit and bring soles of the feet together, holding with both the hands. Bring the knees down towards the ground and gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Gulpo chuveses yada yuktik sivanya pashokshupet savya gulpam tata savya daksha gulpam tadakshine. The next asana is Aghorasana. Now bring the soles of feet together at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of the mouth in Khechara Mudra and gaze at the third eye. Now with your right hand, cover the mouth, closing your left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through your right nostril. Close both the nostrils. Hold your breath. Exhale through your right nostril in Antiku Pranayama. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori. पूर्व कहो बिष्टिका जोई वाही विधि जो की जैसोई समांग गुरी मुख बाहरी आनि मुख पुरी संपद करी ताने. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now bring the feet together in front of you, toes together and heels apart. Place the elbows on the heels, rest the chin on the palm. Gaze at the nose. Engage in Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. Kaneri Pavasana. गावा लीपवा आस रखो है जैसे जाहू में जाने विदिते से दोहु गुलपमा हिले जानो और अरु एक दिया विची कहू नीतानो. The next asana is Parasana. Now sit with knees raised, arms between the thighs and the calves in Parisha Mudra. Interlace the fingers, feet off from the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Yoga Pradeep Kaya Dovu Karaki Anguri Joyi Vatasham Anilaga Vesovu. The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace the fingers around the feet with soles together in Shama Mudra. Toes at groove in throat. Heels touching the chest. Chin on the hands and gaze at the nose. Visualize embodying the state and space of a king. Gopi Chandasana. पूरव दिपरि पगा कंगुता कदका रूप राशे एदी हृदय लगावे कांगसी एदी अंगुली परिराशे. The next asana is Udharasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together, insert the hands underneath the legs, holding the feet with interlocked fingers in Shama Mudra. Bring the feet up to the chest, bring the head down, touch the chin to the soles, and gaze at the nose. Visualize your body is free from any defects. Udharasana. दोवु पगड़ी संपदिताने उवे हस्त करे उर्द ही ठाने अंगुष्ठ दोव सब ठहरावे चिपका नीचे ताही लगावे. The next asana is Vishishtasana. Now sit with feet together, arms under the legs, raise up the feet to the face, fingers interlocked in Shambhi Mudra, palms over the forehead. Visualize you're excelling in everything. Vishishtasana. दोवु पगड़ी जोड़ी समझ करे हाथ दोवु पग बीच आने ताले करी बारी लियाए. Next asana is Bhujasana. Now from seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders. Bring the arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing fingers behind the back of the neck in Shambhi Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Bhujasana. Sirasam tu Vignyam Kakshasanam Atafparam Jivasanam cha Paramam Bhujasanam Vimochate. We are in the 130th asana, which is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise the legs up, bring elbows under the knees, wrap the arms around the back in Shami Mudra, palms clasped at each other and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess. Kalyanasana. दो हाथ पगाम विच आने तिनको गोदे नीचे ताने बहुरी पाकिता बहरी ल्यावे पुनः युगति ऐसे तहरावे. The next asana is Sankatasana. Now with the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat and place the perineum on the raised heel. Now raise the left leg over top of the left. Bring the right heel to the left hip. Place the hands on the opposite knees. Visualize yourself as a swan. Sankatasana. Vamapadamchitir moolam sannyasada nitale padadandena yamena veshted vamapadakam. The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now from Sankatasana, slide the left heel to your left hip. Keep the right knee on top of the left and place both the hands on the right knee. Visualize yourself a cow in your inner space. Adusagi nagara panchavishim nagalyam ni Daya Dyagali Vanka Pagalanida Yakudu. Next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and place the right foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand. Place the left foot on the right knee. Now place the left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Place the right hand on the left thigh. Twist the body and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Machandrasana. Vamajanga Ghapari Dachitane, Vamahasti Pishti Dishane, Bahuro Dachina Padahe Joyi Taki Nali Jupakare Soyi. The next asana is Machandrasana 2. Now from Machandrasana, untwist and hold on to the respective big toes. Lean your head so it touches the ground and chest should be touching the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Machandrasana 2. Pratama Jivano Charno Jujoyi Vamajanga Ghabarira Kesoyi Taki Edi Kariso Lave Bahuro Jukidi Yah or Karave. The next asana is Guru Asana. The maintain feet in same position. Interlace the fingers and place them on top of the knee in Vaishnava Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Guru Asana. Guru Molita Padasya Kanishka Pradeshi Gulpam Samstapatade Vajano Itarpad Pashi Samstapatishtit Sto Sammiliyet Guru Asana Bhavati. Let's now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a swan. Sankatasana. Vama padam chitir moolam sanyasadar nitale padadandeyam yena veshtiyad vama padakam. Dhenukasana on the other side. Adusagi nagara panchtam vishtim nagalyam ni Raya Dyagali Vanka Pagalanida Yakudu. Next asana is Machandrasana on the other side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Pratamajang Vamajang Ghaparita Chitane, Vamahasti Pishti Dishane, Bahuro Dachina Padahe Joyi Takinali Jupakare Soyi. The next asana is Machandrasana 2 on the other side. Pratama Jivano Charno Jujoyi Vamajang Ghaparira Kesoyi Taki Edi Kariso Lave Bahuro Jukti Yah or Karave. Guru Asana on the other side. Maintain same position. Interlace the fingers and place them on top of the knee. Guru Asana. Uru Molita Padasya Kanishka Pradeshe Gulpam Sanstapatadeva Janu Idarpada Pashti Sanstapatishtet Hasto Sammiliyet Guru Asana Bhavati. The next asana is Parshvasana. Now sit with feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, hands holding the opposite knees. Thighs together, spine straight. Now press the tongue against the roof of the mouth in Kechari Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye. पादत्ले भूमनिदाय जय उरसि निदाय विपरीत हस्ताभ्यां उरसहित जंगिने निबद्ध स्टेट पशासनं भवति. The next asana is Bodha Shokasana. Now from seated position, place feet flat on the mat. Wrap the arms around the legs and hold the opposite wrist. Place the chin onto the knees and gaze at the nose. Visualize being in the abode of bliss. Bodha Shokasana. दोवो पगतले भूप परिधेरे कोरमाहली ऐसे करे कोरमाहली उकदा भेसे झंगा घा चाटी नग्र निवेसे. Next asana is Kurakatasana. Now from a seated position, place the feet flat on the mat. Place the arms under the knees and hold opposite elbows and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kurakatasana. दोवो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोदा नीचे ले तहरावे आमा सामा में से करे आपस में कोहनी पकड़े. I'm sorry for the interruption. Then the next asana is Sumati Asana. Now maintain the same hold beneath the knees. Bring the right foot over the left so heel crosses and toes pointed up. Gaze at the knees. Visualize the great sage Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. Sumati Asana. Moladwar dharti baritane dava pag paridach pad aane dahi pagati kole ave hati ekantar tehrave. The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend the feet out straight, arms raised straight above the head. Interlace the fingers, wrist pointed outward. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Idanim garbhininam yogabhyaso yatha laghu shuka prachavala bhaya prochate praktanepati. Next asana is Arambhasana. Now relax yourself, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers, chest forward and down, head to the knees. Inhale through your left nostril, exhale through your right in Nadi Shodhana. दोहु पग मिलावे बसारी पगका अंगुता पकदी लीलात गोदर लगावे. Next asana is Bidokasana. Now sit with legs straight, extend the knees slightly up. One hand distance between the heels. Bring shoulders down. Wrap the arms around the legs in Shambhu Mudra. Hold the soles of the feet and gaze at the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bidokasana. प्रथम भेष दो पाव पसारी कोचिका ऊर्ध को गुर दो धेर धारे एद्य मदि अंत राके मुद्रा हत प्रमाण सुदाजय. Next asana Jalandhari Pavasana. Now this is similar to the Siddha Samadhi asana in the Pratma Vinyasa Krama. Now extend both the legs out with the heels together. Place the chin on and mouth, nose on the heels. Insert the hands below the elbows. Keep the elbows together on the ground, along with fingers, palms facing outwards in Shambhu Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dovu edi mailike dije hath basari puri chibuka mukanazikata digabu bhuparidhari. Next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both legs out in front of you. Now lift one foot behind the neck, lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Paschimottanasam siddham krita ekam padam grivan ditva dishtir Urdhva Paschimottanam bhavati. Next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on the back, lift the right leg behind the neck, left hand holds the foot from the top, straighten the body, concentrate on the prana, moving from the Muladhara to the Sahasrara Chakra, gaze at the nose. Uttan Shani Ekam Payam Grivan Vinyasya. The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbows and the hand holding the foot, concentrate on the prana which is moving from the Brahmaran, from the Muladhara Chakra to the Sahasrara Chakra, gaze at the nose. Ankushasana. उत्तानशयति एकैकं पादं ग्रीवान् कुर्वन्. Next asana, Drishasana. Now lie down on the back, bring your knees to the chest, encircle the thighs and the calves with the arms in Shambhi Mudra. Roll to the left and right. Drishasana. Uttanashayam jani hridayavastamba janga saitoruni karadde bhadda savya pasavyam lodayet Drishasanam bhavati. Let's now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Paschimottanasana hridaya ekam grivan dvadishte Urdhva Paschimottanam bhavati. Anantasana on the other side. Visualize your eternal, endless. Uttanashayani ekam payam grivan vinyasya. Next as is Ankushasana on the other side. Uttanashayati ekam padam grivan kurvan. Next as is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lay on the back, lift the legs one by one up behind the head. Hold the hands behind the back in Shambhi Mudra and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Yoga Nidrasana. Padabhyam vyashte kantam hastabhyam pristabandhanam tanmedhyashanam kuryada yoga nidra sukhaprada. The next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now, while lying on the back, raise the legs towards the head. Wrap the hands around the legs, insert the fingers behind the neck and gaze at the nose. Visualize Mahavishnu blessing you from within. प्रथम सूदो सोवे पगूचे आगने आने दो पगा बिची हाथ की करी कहोनी की माही संदीपन अथवा. The next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, soles facing up. Extend the arms sideways in Shambhi Mudra and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kochikasana. दो हाथ छिरसा करे तीन सौ से पाकरे पगुचाए आगने अगाने आने बहुरो जगती ऐसिका विधिवाने. Next asana is Jatara Pravritti 1, 2 and 3. Now lay on the back, knees to the chest, arms reach to the sides at the shoulder level. In Jatara Pravritti 1, one knee bent, twist and bring to the ground on the opposite side. Keep the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Pravritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. In Jatara Pravritti 3, both the legs straight to one side, head looks in the opposite direction of the legs. Jatara Pravritti Asana. Parivritti Kukshibhage Tridahi Parakirtitaha Bhattakonam Suptakonam Vodakonam Matapicha. Let's now repeat Jatara Pravritti Asana on the other side. First, bring the Jatara Pravritti 1. Keep one knee bent, twist the body to the ground on the opposite side. Keep the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Pravritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. In Jatara Pravritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Head looks in the opposite direction of the legs. Parivritti Kukshibhage Tridahi Parakirtitaha Bhattakonam Suptakonam Vodakonam Matapicha. The next asana is Dvipadapitam. Now lie on the back, bend the knees and place feet flat on the ground. Hold the ankles, lift the hips up, gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge. Pratikriyayitam Dvanda Pita Sarvapalapradam Garbhinena Durbalanam Iti Gargi Jagadanu. Next asana is Paryankasana. Now lay on the back, place your feet flat on the mat. Bring the arms over the head and place the hands flat on the mat with fingers pointing towards the feet in Shambhi Mudra. Now slowly lift the entire body up off from the ground. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a stone furniture. Paryankasana. Uttanashanam hasralabhyam ujdamya patalabhyam bhum nitya nabipresha uddam kuryat Paryankasanam bhavati. Now relax yourself into Shottanasana. Now lay on the back, heels to the chest, hands on the respective shoulders in Shambhi Mudra. Move the hips in a circular motion. Visualize you're laying your back like a dog. Shavavachayam Sanstapya Jani Sammilyanabu Annilya Hastabhyam Kandara Buddhas Bhamayet Shwatanam Bhavati. The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now lie supine and raise the legs and raise the hips and legs up. Elbows and hands extend the mat below, helping to balance the body as legs raises up straight. Move the legs around and around. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparita Karani. अतः विपरीतकरणी मुद्रा भूतले सुचुरऋतुके नयनचिन्नद्वम्. The next asana is Viparitakarani 2. Now remain same position. Stop the movement of the legs and be stable. Viparitakarani 2. Karne viparitake sarvadivyadinashi nityam abhyasayuktasya jhataragni vivardhani. The next asana is Langalasana. Now lay on the back, lift the hips, take feet over the head, toes on the floor, hands stretched on the ground, palms clasped in Parusha Mudra, rest on the neck and the shoulders. Visualize yourself as a flow. Langalasana. Griva kanti bhumam vastambha padadhyam udamaya darkasram bhavati. Next asana, Shayita Paschimottanasana. Now lay on the back, legs over the head, toes pointed on the ground, thighs to the chest and hold the toes, arms and legs straight. Visualize one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Paramashiva. Tanam Shayita Kurvita, Shayita Paschimottanakam. The next asana is Supta Konasana. Remain same position, spread the toes out wide and hold the big toes. Parivittikuksibhage Triradhipari Kirtitaha Baddhakonam Suptakon Modakonam Matapicha. The next asana is Chakrasana. Bring the legs over top of the head, toes on the ground. Hold the ankles, keep the knees straight. Roll backward onto the back, keep the legs straight. Visualize yourself as a wheel. Shavasana Siddha Pada Kuryalmasi Kafaro Yukra Minita Shigra Metat Sarvasa Sadhanam. The next asana is Supta Prasarita Panangushtasana. Relax yourself, lie on the back, keep the legs vertical. Hold the big toes in Pranamudra, open the legs wide. Uttaya Panam Kron Shamcha Marichim Vira Bhadrakam Itarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangashtapasarine. The next asana is Supta Panangushtasana. Now lay on the back with legs extended straight up. Hold the big toes in Pranamudra. Uttaya Panam Kron Shamcha Marichim Vira Bhadrakam Itarajam Trikonam Cha Suptangashtapasarine. Relax yourself into Matsyasana. From Suptam Panangushtasana, move the legs into Padmasana. Lay on the back, hold the opposite elbows over the head in Shambhavi Mudra, gaze at the nose. Visualize the Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Mukta Padmasam Kritva Uttanshay Nancharet Purpar Abhyam Shiro Vishje Matsyasanantu Rogaha. The next asana is Parasharamasana. Now, lying on the back in Padmasana, place backside of the hand. Place backside of the right hand on top of the left palm in Shambhavi Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Lord Rama in your inner space. Pratama kare Padmasana ache sode sove bhu paripache goda oru jhanga ye dovo bhuso lagatara she soyi. The next asana is Sarvanghasana. Now while lying on the back with legs in Padmasana, lift the hips and legs up. Hands support the hips, elbows on the floor. Tuck the chin to the chest in Janarabandha. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Adavaksheta samkshepa sarvangasar muttamam yakritva yogi nipuno vidyabhis pandito yata. The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on the back, one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee towards the head. Now extend both the arms straight and make a hook. Finger. Place your hands in a hook form, like in a looking like hook. Fingers forward and gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Pradama Shaila Sudo Sishakesaki Samdi Sudhake. Let's now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Pratama Shaila Sudo Sishakesaki Samdi Sudhake. Next asana, Vrishabhadik Shepasana. Now lay on the back, interlace the fingers around the neck. Lift both the feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and other knee to the chest. Alternate extending and raising other knee again and again. Visualize yourself as Swami. This is similar to the bicycle crunches which we do. Vrishabhayakshepasana. Uttan Sharan Kritva Nilumbihi Kandaramada Kurpuram Litam Bena Bhuman Srishin Ekam Param Prasare Ekena Paris Savyadakshanam Brahmitva Vishapalakshepa Bhavati. The next asana is Marottanasana. Now lie on the belly, lift the legs one by one, touching the ears with the knees. Marottanasana. Shvotan asansitam kritva janudvam paryena karnyasam sprishet marotanam bhavati. The next asana is Brikasana. Now, while lying on the back, place the soles of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up, then sit back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf. Brikasana. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भुवं दत्त्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् विकासनं भवति. Next asana is Luthasana. Now lay on the back, quickly throw the legs above the head, complete your roll over in a somersault position. So as if you're doing a somersault, finishing prone position, repeat this again and again. Luthasana. उत्तानं शयनं पादतलो श्रीरङ्गे भूमौ स्थापित्वा निर्जं वेति निर्जं शयनं पृष्ठं भूमिनिधाय पुनः पुनः पर्येण कर्तव्यं लुथासनं भवति. Nithyananda, to all the participants, I complete with you for the interruption which has been made.
Yes, Nithyananda, all those who are sitting with us and watching the Nithyananda Yoga, I'm seeing a very less participation from the participants logged in. As we start, I request all the participants to come on camera. Do turn on your camera. Join us together. Let's go through this whole process of Nithyananda Yoga. See, when we are doing Nithyananda Yoga, we are not just moving our body. It is not like any other workout routine, like any other yoga class you may have gone to. Because this yoga, you are doing in the presence of the avatar. Within each Zoom room, all those who are sitting there, each one of you, so all of you who are sitting inside each of these rooms, sitting in the Zoom rooms, each one of you are in the breathing space of Swamiji, in the breathing space of the living incarnation. And all those who are viewing us on YouTube and all the social media platforms, all of you too can join us for Nithyananda Yoga by registering at paramashivoham.org, logging in to be in the breathing space of Swamiji as we do Nithyananda Yoga. Because when you are doing the Nithyananda Yoga, you are building a Vedic mind and a yogic body to live an enlightened life. That is the context of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed by Swamiji. All of you who are sitting with us, you are moving each muscle to align your body and your mind to the cosmic geometry. Right now, our entire body, our physiology, our physical body, our mental layer, everything is going in all different directions. We are doing whatever we want. But when you do Nithyananda Yoga, when you start your day with Nithyananda Yoga, with the various sequences revealed by Swamiji, like the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which we are all doing, each part of you is becoming a plug to plug yourselves into that cosmic energy and allow that cosmic energy, that what is known as quantum vacuum fluctuations, the energy which pervades everything, to actually be a fuel source and not just either the food you're eating or the breath you are taking in. Through each asana, when we engage in the different components in the visualizations, we are awakening the subtler parts of our DNA to achieve that consciousness. So let us continue with the Nithyananda Yoga now. I request all the participants to actively participate, come on camera, and we will guide you through each asana to make your yoga experience the best one. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Yes, with that beautiful context set for doing Nithyananda Yoga, let us resume the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama and request all participants to join us, follow us along for doing the yoga. The next asana is Sarathasana. Now lie in the belly with toes extended and the ground by the shoulders. Now contract lips, making a sound like a flute while listening while inhaling. Visualize you're carrying warriors into battle for dharma or let carries back. Sarathasana. Nibda Shainam Pitta Nadham Bhumanidhaya. Next asana is Devulyanganasana. Now place the palms on the mat in the plank position. Come the legs forward and back between the arms. Feel yourself go beyond the body and the mind. Hastadvam Dadvatan Madhyasanatram Udaneva Bahirniya Atanaya Devulyanganam Bhavati. Next asana is Jatyasana. Now from standing position, bend forward and place the hands on the mat, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 6-year-old elephant. अतः जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन गतिस्वरो भवेत् तथा विभूमोऽत्र गमनागमनं ततः. We will now entering for the first time now of Nithyananda, which is slowly pick up. Now stand with knees bent and feet pointing outwards in the Aramandi position, the half squat. Bend the elbows and keep your hands at the chest level. Now shift your both arms across the body, then bring it back to the center. Tilt the head back and open the chest up towards the sky. Move the head in all directions and slowly take a karna. The next asana is Sarpasana. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now stand erect with the arms to the side, hands touching the thighs in Shambhu Mudra. Visualize your Kundalini Devi curling up around you and moving up on your body. Sarpasana. Adha Sarpasana Makshi Vayupanaya Kevalam Sharirandad Tishte Rajubhan Padayo. The next asana is Ushta Sadanasana. Now, while standing, place all fingers on the mat and stand on the feet. Feet on the fist, move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel. Mushti Kanishika Pradesh, Bhumanidaya, Ukritarya, Samstapya, Gajavat Sandha, Gajasadanam, Ushtavat, Ushtasadanam Bhavati. Next asana is Ashwasana. Now remain same position, begin to move and walk like a horse. Visualize yourself as a horse. मुष्टि कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशे भूमनिधाय उपरिपादते स्थापयित्वा अश्वशरीरं त्रिनीलं श्वासनं भवति. The next asana is Kapota Nipatasana. Now stand straight with feet together and place the fingers behind the back and pull them down towards the calves. In Parismudra and open your chest. Now visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving. पादतले भूमनिधाय पुष्पागेन हस्तचङ्गपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिपदं भवति. Next asana, we will now entering into a Karanam, which is the Talu Pushpatam Karanam. Now stand tall with palms again in front of your heart in Namaskar Mudra. Gently bend the knees and keep the toes pointing outward. Now simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder off the rest of the heel. Visualize you're holding and offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashivoham. Next asana is Khadgasana. Now stand tall, bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros at the nose. Khadgasana. Nujya Saratamaswan Kritapaditulubhyo Bhumi Nastabhyo Uttishtet Khadgasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Uttanottanam. Now start all the way as though stand up. Do this again and again. As you gaze his nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uttanottanam. Kulapunam Uttanabhyam Uttanottanam Iti Uttanottanam Bhavati. The next asana is Musalasana. The standing straight, raise the arms over the head and hands repeat it. Visualize yourself knees. Saranam Sitta Udam Bahu Nayet Varam Varmataram Sitta Nayet Musalasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Uttirana. Now from standing position, the sole of one foot towards the belly, with the other leg sit down and stand. Alternate both sitting and standing. Alternate the legs by standing and yourself as Swamiji and Yes. Hastadven Pradishte Uchirshikam Bhavati. We will now enter into next karma. So standing, keep one leg slightly bent in the first point to the side. Bend and lift opposite knee towards the chest, pointing across downward. Now keep the arm holding the knee with the hand pointing outward and close into your fist. Let the opposite hand hang down on top of the thigh and wrist twisted and fingers pointing towards the center of the body in Parshvajana Karana. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now, on one leg, lower the body to the mat, then stand up straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thigh. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Ekena padena satavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place the left foot on the inner thigh, on the right inner thigh, and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Hands by the sides in Shambhi Mudra. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Brahmanasana vakshi yakritva brahmano bhavet ekaparu datvat shtedanda kirbhuvi. The next asana is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall, wrap the left hip over the and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes on the right side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring in the palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Uttana Kurme Pitesya Senhe Gardameva Vata Ilam Ghomakam Cha Bharadvajam Trivikramam. The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now stand straight on the right leg, left foot on the opposite thigh, relaxed by the hands relaxed by the knees. Nakshagnam Vapadasya Dhango Paridhaya Cha. Next asana, Dhruvasana. Now stand on your right leg, hold the big toe of the left foot and straighten out the leg. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as a North Pole star. Ekena hastenandurupase ekasya padasin dhritva. Next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on right leg, lift the left foot behind the neck and stand tall. Alternate sitting and standing. Visualize Mahavishnu in your inner space. Grivayam pan sanstapyat satavyam tutatavyam Trivikramasanam bhavati. Let's now repeat Parshvajana Karana on the other side, where you bend one knee towards the chest and holding that knee with the hand, where it's holding the hand with the fist, and while you leave the rest of the other hand on the thigh, on the opposite thigh, which is balancing you on the ground. Next, let's do Tandavasana on the other side. Stretch one leg, sit down and stand in Tandavasana. Ekena padena satavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Brahmanasana on the other side. Place the left foot on the inner right thigh and stand erect on the mat. Brahmanasana vakshi kritva brahmano bhavet. Garudasana 3 on the other side. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Uttana kurma pitesya senhev gardameva cha vata ilam ghomakam cha bharadvajam trivikramam. Ekapadasana on the other side. Place the right foot. Place the left foot on the opposite thigh. Nakshagram vapadasya dhango parindhaya cha. Let's now repeat Dhruvasana on the side, where you hold the big toes of the left foot and straighten it out and rotate your body quickly on your left leg as you visualize yourself as North Pole star. Ekena hasteन dandaropa se ekasim padasim dattva. Next asana is Trivikramasana. Now place the right foot behind the neck and stand tall. Alternate sitting and standing. Visualize Mahavishnu in your inner space. Ekriparasadavyam Utadavyam Tandavasanam Bhavati. The next asana is we will now relax ourselves to the Karana, which is the Samanaka Karana. Now stand with feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both the hands to the sides and relax your body completely. The next asana is Gorak Janjali Asana. To stand erect and bend forward, bring both the hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock. Sit in squatting position, let the finger lock touch the navel. Visualize the great sage Goraknatha in your inner space. Pratham hi ube hoy bahuri, niche puni hove. The next asana is Kanchasana. Now insert hands between the thighs and the calves, then wrap around behind the butt in Parishamudra. Squat down, hold the hands behind and keep the chest upright. Guru Madhya Hasto Nivesh Nityam Amritva. The next asana is Bhairuvasana. Now bring the feet together. Sit in squatting posture. Hold the hands at the back and sit upright and gaze at the navel. Visualize Bhagavan Kala Virva in your inner space. Bhairuvasana. दो भूपक गीता लिखी माही को मिलावे पनापन के दो माधवे से. The next asana is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows close to your head and palms joint over back facing downward in Atmanjali Mudra and gaze at the nose. Visualize the Vala avatar of Mahavishnu, the boar avatar of Mahavishnu in your inner space. Pavitali ki mahli ko milave panapai do base edi mudwari niche rashe. The next asana is Pipratasana. Now heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the hand hang down, fingertips touching the toes in the mat in front of you. Atta Uttasana Nani Pashidvasam Milet Sista Nitam Dana Pradesh Anilya Dishti Priyasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Bakasana. Now place hands on the mat with fingers wide, place your knees on the back of the arms, eyes forward and down. Visualize yourself as a crow. Hastabhyam Vajastabhya Janadhyam Hanabo Sammile Jango Nisanstapit Dishtet Bakasanam Bhavati. Next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Kneel down, head on the ground, palms spread for the support. Raise the body on the head, legs into Padmasana and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana Kaugana Kapali Ache Hoyi. Now relax yourself in the Guptasana. Keep the toes flat, touching the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet, let the heels come outside of the hips. Hands in respective knees in Shami Mudra. Sit straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize you sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru. Janu Varantari Padav, Kritva Padav Te Gopet. The next asana is Vrikshasana. This is the handstand position. Now hands on the ground, fingers wide, lift the body up straight. Visualize you are a tree with deep-rooted roots into the ground. Sapta Chakrakshalanaya Vikshasa Vishesikan Jan Indriya Dadya Kona Bhedansam Abhiset. The next asana is Shibhuasana. Now remain the same position, switch the gaze to the third eye. दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल पर मिलावे उबे होल दो हाथ जोड़ी संपद करे. The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now from Bakasana, jump the legs back onto the hands and the feet. Palms by the chest, body pressed off from the mat. Push the body up, down and again, up and down, again and again. Visualize yourself as a fish. This is similar to the push-up which we do for strengthening our arms. Nijjam Shainam Kurpura Pashabhagam Uda Kritya Stalabhya Vunistambha Varmadan Kuryat Matsyasana Bhavati. Next asana is Sarpasana 2. The light roll in the belly, hands on the hips. Extend the legs jointly and press point the toes. Now lift the chest up to your left and your right as if you're moving like a snake. Visualize you are a snake. Nujjam Shayan Kritva Hastos Diktam Sanstapya Padangi Kritya Samhinian Urusakan Davyam Sarpasanam Bhavati. The next asana, Niralambanasana. Now lie prone on the belly, hands in a Padma Mudra, holding the chin, legs straight, toes pointed together. Feel self-supporting, completely independent by yourself. Karabhyam Pangajam Kritva Tishte Kurva Yasudi Mukamandamanan Niche Niralambanamasanam. Next asana, Chakrasana. Now lay on the stomach, place the hands flat on the mat in front of you. Straighten the arms and bend the knees. Now bring the feet towards the upper back, lift the head and the chest. See yourself as an umbrella protecting a guru from the sun's rays. Adhyasana Hastilabhyam Bhumastambhyam Nuya Chakrasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with toes of feet flat on the mat. Bring a butt on the heels. Stretch the arms in front of you, palms facing down in Shambhi Mudra. Place the forehead on the mat. Visualize with the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility. Idanim Garbhinam Yogabhyasam Yathalago Shukapashavalabhaya Prochate Praktanepati. The next asana is Meshasana. Now from Gajasana, on your hands and feet with hips raised, the mountain position, alternate striking the ground with the hands. Visualize yourself as powerful as a ram. Gajasana ekekam bahum bhumota diyet Meshasana bhavati. The next asana is Ajasana. Now from Gajasana, lift the legs to the air, slowly bring the forehead to the ground. Visualize you are unborn, existing for eternity. Ajasansto Padadam Mantrikaya Krita Masike Bhuvan Sprishet Ajasanam Bhavati. The next asana, Dhanantarasana. Now sit on the heels, legs together. Interlace the fingers around the toes. First, pull the feet towards the perineum, then place the hands on respective knees in Shambhi Mudra. Spine straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Purava Vidipahadiki Kapsi Panashara Modi Pagaki Agri Yagmedi Lagave Pratama Mahili Koradharati. The next asana is Angamotanam. So interlace your fingers in front and behind you in Shambhi Mudra. Stretch the arms forward to the sides and backwards, giving massage to various different joints and muscles. Hastyo Angli Vajra Hastyo Madhya Sarvankam Nishkitsayite Dishtet Angamotanam Bhavati. Next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit on heels in Vajrasana. Sit. Feet turn out to the side, thighs and knees rest on the ground, spine straight and gaze forward. Hands on respective knees in Shambhi Mudra. Visualize yourself as Garuda, flying Mahalakshmi and Mahavishnu on your back. Jango Rubhyandaram Pida Stirka Yogi Jananda Jano Parikara Dunda Garudasana Muchate. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with legs folded, knees wide open, front of the buttocks on the ground, gaze at the third eye. Visualize you reside in a blissful space of a temple. Adavakshe Viradata Ananda Mandirasanam Yakritvamarodhyo Bhavetiheva Sadakava. The next asana is Mandikasana 2. Now hands wide, sit on the ankles, hands under the knees, and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Krishnan Sampiye Gulpabhyam Janvangeswal Yakatihi Hasto Padate Shupto Mandukam Do Paridosharite. The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat, heels up together, place Pirim on the heels, place the palms on the ground, spread the fingers wide open, thumb should be touching and base of the hand touching the toes and gaze at the nose. Visualize Narasimha in your inner space. Inhale and exhale, sticking out your tongue and gaze at the nose. Lohu Panapani Hori Vese, 80 minute Godi Vese. The next asana is Vishwakasana. Now sit on the toes, place Pirim on the heels, separate the knees sideways and place on the ground. Make a hollow palm and place on the nose. Place it on the mouth, sorry for that. Keep the thumbs under the teeth and close the lips. Gaze at the nose, inhale through the finger anadi, exhale through mouth to capacity. See yourself as Devi Parashakti. Dohu Pagaki Edi Joye Godam Panam Vanam Puni Hoyi. Next asana is Makarasana. Now soles together, top of the feet on the ground, sit on the heels and bend the elbows, bringing the fingertips on the armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching, gaze at the third eye. Visualize yourself as playful as a monkey. Dobu Pagatari Sambatane, Tiniki Pishti Bhum Paritane. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Now stand toes, soles of the feet together, sit on the heels, knees wide and off from the floor. Fold the elbows behind the back in Chanmudra and gaze at the nose. Pratama Palapani Hori Vese, Edi Dovu Edi Gudari Vese. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, sit on the heels, place the palms on the mat to the side. Kanjanasana Vachi Ekritva Sustira Bhavet. The next asana is Kurmasana. Now with toes flat, cross the feet and place perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees wide on the floor and rest the hands on the knees in Shambhu Mudra. Visualize yourself as a turtle. Vulpo Civilization Chada Yukumis Mahito, Physical Show, Griva, Kurmasana Kirtama. The next asana is Yogasana. Now sit with toes flat, cross the feet and place the perineum on the back of the heels and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gudam Niyanya Gulpabhya Yukamil Maitha Yoga Sambhave Iti Yoga Vidoviduhu. Next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees, cross the ankles behind, feet near the opposite knees. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and thumbs outside and gaze at the third eye. Visualize a space of eternal oneness with your Guru. Godam Vamno Ube Hoyi, Goda Adhara Kedoyi, Michipadre Pani Rahave, Pano Vama Goda Digilave. The next asana is Ustrasana 2. Now inhaling position, bend backwards and hold the ankles with the hands in Sambe Mudra. Keep the arms straight, push the hips forward and tilt the head back. Visualize yourself as a camel. Male Gandagradi Dal Samipadi Shifuman, Kapurasana Bhavyasam, Purya Mihita Asanaha. Next asana is Jyatyasana 2. Now with heels together, hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back, bring the elbows down to the mat, place the back of the head on the mat, gaze at the nasal. Dog Egi Samdikare, Sole Mulat Dharita Dhere. Next asana is Viratasana. Now sit on the knees with thighs and calves together, lean back and touch your back to the ground and then rise up. Use support of your hands if needed and do this again and again. And gaze at the nose. Ganga Dibhumo Nidhaya Jango Dhara Urmi Sanstha Vipishti Vam Samvarman Spishit Viratasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Kapotasana. From Viratasana, raise the hips higher, bring forearms on the mat, hold the back of the heels, bring the head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove. Melu Dandakriti Dana Samipadi Fupan Kapurasana Abhyasa Purya Mihita Masanaha. Next asana is Varasana. Now stand upright on the knees with toes tucked in. Hold the arms with opposite hands in Shame Mudra and gaze at the nose. Visualize you receiving your boon from Paramashiva. Jani Bhu Sustha Prasala Bhya Bahusparam Dutta Salim Tishtet Varasanam Bhavati. The next asana, Varahasana 2. Now keep the knees together, toes tucked, knee forward, bring the elbows to the mat, hands holding the head, rest the head on the hands, heels on the butt. Suryan Chandram Birda Nami Asnani Katyante. The next asana is Mundasana. Now knee down, place the crown of the head on the mat, between the interlaced fingers, elbows on the mat, shoulders width apart, lift the knees up and hips straight. Raise the body upright position. Visualize yourself as a lopsy. Ado Bandasana Bhakti Sarvesham Prayanasukam Udam Age Bari Datpa Daren Bharatam Siddhihi. The next asana is Andasana. Kneel down, head between the knees, elbows adjacent to the knees, hands holding the head in Shami Mudra, exhale through the mouth. Tadima Pagadriya Samatehravi, Korama Huli Ube Milave. The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie on the belly, arms extended straight out. Lift the thighs, arms and chest off from the ground. Visualize yourself as locust. Chalabhasana Bedasya Nadaberan the Namake the Beran Santes, Silsadanda Namsada Tatha. Next asana is Kapalasana. Now lie on the belly, arms to the side, palms down. Keep forehead on the ground, keep your chest on the mat and lift the legs up together. Kapalam Bhumai Dhayo Puri Padu Nayet Kapalasana Bhavati. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now lie on the stomach, hands by the side. Lift the legs up over the head and slowly place the feet on the mat in front of the head. Keep the palms flat on the mat behind you. Ushtrasya Sitrasana Bhumar Tapya Vastuko Pranita Vishnupadeshra Bhuma Stapit Akashikabotam Bhavati. Next asana is Chatakasana. Now sit on the knees, bring the chest down so navel touches the knees. Keep the hands flat on the mat, forearms on the ground and be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow. Kut Paraparyanto Hasto Dharamastam Jani Navo Sankochitishketam Chatakasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Vrishtikasana 2. Now kneel down, hands and elbows on the mat, raise the legs, bend back to touch the feet on the head, lift the chin and hold. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Vristiva Puti Parimang Dipak Niditva Sachirit become Nidahiko. Now relax yourself into Vrishasana. Place Pirium down in the right heel. Keep the left foot outside of the hip, ankle to the side, place hands to the mat, resembling a bull. Visualize yourself a bull. Yame Gulpe Pada Mole Bhage Vadetaram. The next asana is Lolasana. Now from kneeling position, place the hands flat on the mat in front of you. Lift the knees up on the ground, cross the toes by the left over top of the right, balance above the mat. Lolasana Kuriya Vayu Lola Pagadanat. Now let's repeat Vrishasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a bull. Yame Gulpe Pada Mole Bhage Padetaram. The next asana is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heels of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the right knee raised towards the chest. Palms to respect the knees in Vaishnavi Mudra. Maintain an upright position. Asana Kaugalan Jalvika Rajayi. Next asana is Grahasana. Squat your feet flat on the mat. Bring the elbows under the thighs. Wrap the hands around the shins. Hold onto the ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as an entire planet. Partly Bhuman Sanstha Prajana Madhya Korpa Sansthabhyam Golpa Pradesha Dishwa Dishya Grahasan Bhavati. Let's now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Balagunasana. Asana Kaugalan Jalvika Rajayi. The next asana is Utkatasana. This is similar to Angushtasana in the Pratva Vinyasa Krama. Squat your toes with heels up and knees off on the mat. Place the Piriam on the heels, hands to respective knees. Keep the spine straight. Yujosti Yata Urvajano Yatrasane Padatlo Pari. The next asana is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Sit on toes with Piriam on the heels. Soles together, keep knees wide and off from the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind the back in Shambhavi Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Pratama Palapani Hoya Jese, Do Edi Guda Nivese. The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat with feet with hips width apart. Hands under the soles of the feet from inside, palms down. Arms straight, elbows together at the navel, gaze to the nose. दो हाथ भूमि परितानी कहूनी जाए ना बिलागे आने. Next asana is Madhukasana. Now place back of the hands in the mat with fingers facing towards the body. Step feet on top of the hands, hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe and walk around. Visualize you are wearing the padukas, walking across the length and breadth of India. Hasya paride kritva dishte gachet padukasana bhavati. The next asana is Kukudodana. Place hands on the mat, raise both the feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do like this again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Hasde Bhuma Krita Pali to Urdu Mudan Krita Bhuma Pade Itam Purapal Kurya Kukudodanam Bhavati. The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place the hands on the mat, raise the legs upwards into a handstand position. Move the hands on your two hands as if you are dancing. हसलाभ्यां भूयस्तंभ्य ऊर्ध्वं पादग्रीकं हसलाभ्यां नक्तं कर्तव्यं विपरीत नृत्यं भवति. The next asana is Kunjarasana. Now separate the feet, place one palm down on the mat with arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to the head and be stable. अदवक्षे महादेव कुंजरासनम् उत्तमं करनेकेन पादाभ्य भूमौ तिष्ठ्य शिरःकरः. Let's now repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. अदवक्षे महादेव कुंजरासनम् उत्तमं करनेकेन पादाभ्य भूमौ तिष्ठ्य शिरःकरः. The next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with feet flat and knees close to the body. Hold the respective ankles in Shami Mudra. Lift the feet off from the ground. Pashnibhyam bhunastambhya hasabhyam vulpaditva tishte kadambam bhavati. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit with heels at a perineum. Hold the ankles with hands and press them towards the chest. Visualize any excess vata releasing within your system. द्वयोः सपार्योः पाणि लात्वा स्वस्ति तम्बके जान्ये वक्षसि साधु बभ्राति करबन्धनैः. The next asana is Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both the hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up straight with the knees straight. Lift the entire body up from the ground and keep the chin up. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Purvatram Chadaspadapidam Vajrasana Dakround Chakora Crown Chalabha Bhujangam Vristikam. The next asana, Dhanurasana 2. The sitting on the ground, hold the left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the feet to the left ear. Now extend the right leg out, keeping it straight. Hold the big toe with the right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder. Bring the right foot across and hook on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending legs out to the left. Lift the head and chest and find balance. The next asana is Pranasana. You place the right foot on the left thigh. Bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now place the right foot at the root of the left thigh, the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body and remain sturdy. Visualize the Matsyendranath in your inner space and gaze at the third eye. Vamormular Pridakshapado Janva Baris Veshita Dakshadoshina. Let's now repeat Chakorasana on the side. Bring one leg behind the neck and extend the other leg straight and balance yourself on your hands. Chakorasana. Purvatram Chadaspadapidam Vajrasana Chakora Crown Chalabha Bhujangam Vristikam. Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Visualize yourself as Paramashivoham bow. Padam Gushtodapanibyam Grihitva Shivanavadi. Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. Vashishthamadakandenya modakuktam evacha ashtavakramatottana mayuram setu bandhanam. Pranasana, repeat it on the other side. Eta prabedam akshami karoti sa chavaraha ek parmo badva dishte skandam napadakshanam. Next asana is Matsyendrasana on the other side. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranath in your inner space. Vamormular Pridakshapado Janva Bariveshita Dakshadoshina. The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one leg straight and press the perineum with the other heel. Chest forward and down. Hold your toes and bring the head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ekam padam prasari, ekam padasya pashnina. The next asana is Kronchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the left leg towards the forehead. Keep the knee straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a crane. Uttaya padam crown samcha maricham veera bhadrakam nitaratam trikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. Let's now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ekam padam prasar, ekam padasya pashnina. The next, now let's repeat crown chasna on this side. Visualize yourself as a crane. Uttar param crown chamcha varichim veer bhadrakam nadiratam trikonam cha suktangashya prasarine. The next asana is swastikasana. Now sit with soles between the thighs and the calves. Spine straight, keep the palms resting on the knees in Shami Mudra. Visualize embodying peace, well-being, good fortune, prosperity for the whole world and for yourself. Jana Varantare Samyak Kritva Padateo Bhedijikar Samasinaha Swastikam Tappa Chakshate. The next asana is Gorakshasana. Now remain same position. Cover the heels with respective hands in Shami Mudra. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chandra Bandha. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize the great sage Goraknata in your inner space. Jana Varantari Pad Uktana Vyakta Santo Gulpa Chachari Hastabhya Mutanabhyam Priyatataha. The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close the eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs in Chandaki Mudra, gaze at the third eye, meditate on the Harihata, on the Lord. Vama Pashna Guda Samstha Dakshandrim Vama Jangane. The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place feet on top of the opposite knees. Place hands on the ground, palms facing up in Shami Mudra. Keep the spine straight and gaze his nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Utta Rachal Krutta Sanstopari Janano Asnobri Sanstapya Chotanam Kara Yukmakam. The next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana. From Padmasana, place the hands flat on the mat beside the body. Press the hands into the mat, lift the knees up from the ground, hands above the mat. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Vashishtavad Kondinim Bodhaguptam Evacha Ashta Vakabadotana Mayuram Seta Bandhanam. The next asana is Siddha Haritali. Now from Padmasana, insert both the hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Do not lift the body up. Stay seated on the mat and gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Pradamam Padmasana ko kare hastado hogoda samvidhere. The next asana is Hamsasana. Now from Padmasana, place the hands on the mat to the gaps of calves and the thighs. Lift the thighs up to the shoulder and leg off from the mat. Stay above the mat and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Kukadasana Sthitta Kanda Paryanta Urnitva Dishtet Hamsasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Karmakasana. Now from Padmasana, place the hands between the thighs and the calves while sitting. Reach the hands behind the body, increase the fingers, bring the forehead to the floor and gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Padma Padmasana ko kare, Goda Samdi Mahi kare dhere. The next asana is Kurmasana 2. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves, bend the elbows and hold the respective shoulders with the hand. Visualize yourself as a turtle. Bami Janga Paridashana Pava, Dahini Janga Paribami Yava. The next asana is Granthi Bedhasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves, bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with the hands in Shambhi Mudra, bend the head down, tuck the chin to the chest in Chandra Bandha, gaze at the nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in secret, not posture with Paramashiva. Ada Vakshini Lakanta Grandibeda Samshubam Nyatva Rudrabhavik Shipram Sukravayan Niveshanat. The next asana is Uttara Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both the hands to the thighs and the calves. Lay on the back, bend the elbows, hold the respective shoulders with the hands. Feel yourself as a turtle. Kukudasana Bandhasana Karabhyanta Kandaram Pitam Kurma Nuta Pitam Kurva Vadurtana Medaduttana Kurmakam. Next asana is Pangukutasana. From Padmasana, place both the hands through the gap of the thighs and the calves. Place one hand flat, hold its wrist, and with the other hand, lift the body up and hold. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Kukudasana Chitta Ekena Hastena Anyasya. Let's now repeat Pangukutasana on the side. Kukudasana Chitta Ekena Hastena Anyasya. The next asana is Gridhasana. Now from Padmasana, place elbows on the toes, place the fingers in Parishamudra. Rest the chin on the knuckles, press the thumb on the throat. Visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetousness in your life. Jangor Janu Varundri Pad Uttana Vyakti Samstha Gopi Gulpi Chachaja Hastabya Mutanabhyam Priyatataha. Next asana is Padmasana 3. Now remain same position in Padmasana. Hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards in Shambhu Mudra. Keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Uttana Chala Vidhaya Vidivat Shakti To Yogirat. Next asana is Padmasana 4. Now remain same position. Place the palms on top of the respective knees in Shambhu Mudra. Keep the spine straight and gaze at the nose. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुपसिद्धये शुभासंसदाध्याये पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः. Next asana is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, hook the right hand, index and middle finger are on the right toe. Lift the elbow as if pulling a bow back and move the big toe around. Place the left hand on the opposite knee. Keep the knee straight. Repeat this on the other side. अतः निदासनं वक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पदपाद अंगुष्ठाभ्यङ्गयोः स्थितम्. Next asana is Karmukasana 3. From Padmasana, cross the arms behind the back and roll the big toes. Inhale through the tongue, straighten like an arrow. Engage in all three bandhas and gaze at the nose. Visualize your Paramashiva's bow. कर्मकासना कृष्ण उदरे पूर्य सुखम तथा वायु वासो यदि करे सूक्ष्म वायुना. Next asana Dridasana. Now maintain same position Karmakasana 3. Lift the chest up, gaze at the third eye. उरुभ्यामोपरि स्थाप्य पादिग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सविदेशे च सविदक्षिण देशके. We are in 300th asana, which is Nagrasana. From Padmasana, arms behind the back, holding the opposite big toes. Lay down on the elbows, thighs and back, gaze at the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake. Parima Padmasana Komtane, do hath pachane aane, padangita pagde aane, sove kahunya kulipani. Next asana is Kandukasana. Now lay on the back, bend the knees, feet on the ground, embrace the knees to your chest, head touches the knees. Visualize yourself as a ball. Visualize your body as a ball. Petra se sitra hastapada niskun mudya nage vishwante bhum pute Kandukasana bhavati. The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lay on the back, knees raised together, big toes evenly, place the big toes evenly together, hands interlock under the head in Shambhu Mudra, gaze at the nose. Pratama Surya se karave, goda ubhay rash milave, gulpa mahila angushti dohu, kare ek sa mila rasoi. The next asana is Markita Pitasana. Now lie on the back, bend your knees and keep the feet flat on the mat. Place upturned palms under the heels in Shambhu Mudra. Lift the hips up. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Uttan Shanam Palti, Uttan Stapayet, Krishnaba Mutrayet, Harkita Pitam Bhavati. The next asana, Uttan Shiki Pitakasana. Now lie supine, raise the hips up. Support your hips with the hands and place at the base. Elbows bear the weight of the body. Chin presses at the throat in Jandhara Bandha. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Jango Urbani Nasti Uttanshiki Pedakam Apramatapur Vita Bhukte Pragijitendriyaha. Next asana is Narakasana. Now lie supine, raise hips and legs up. Bring hands to the lower back for support if needed. Otherwise, elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping the balanced body as legs raises up straight in the air. Visualize blissfully traveling through the hell unscathed. Griva Kante Boom Vistamba Paradum Udam Moyete Narkasam Bhavati. The next asana is Triyan Naukasana. The last supine, raise the hips and bring the hands to the lower back, keeping the elbows on the mat. Raise the legs up vertically, then slowly lower and angle them, keeping the core engaged. Visualize your boat crossing the ocean of samsara. Now Kusita Urdhva Padak Vin Nayet Triyan Naukasana Bhavati. Next asana is Dvajasana. Keep the upper back on the mat, raise the legs up vertically, elbows, shoulders and hands remain on the mat below. Keep the legs vertical and hold. Visualize your KAILASA flag spread across all the nations all around the world. Triyanakot Griva Pushtukot Pay Bhumistam Masikilek Shaya Paradvam Urdhva Nayet Dvajasana Bhavati. Now relax yourself in the Mritasana. Lie supine, completely relax yourself, avoid any movement. Visualize the body is dead and the Supreme Power of Hinduism is liberating you. Bring awareness to every single body part in your body in Shakti Charan Mudra. Mritasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumo Shailam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shamaharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam. Completely relax yourself. Inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. Continue to chant the Mahavakya within yourself. Vibrate your body with Mahavakya. Relax your body completely. Now, start to wiggle your toes. Start to wiggle your toes and your fingers. Rock yourself up to a comfortable seated position. Now, with this, we have successfully completed the Dvitiya Vinyaskrama, the 308 asanas. Congratulations for all the participants. Thank you so much for participating with us. With this, I would like to conclude this yoga session with the Puna mantra. So request all participants sit comfortably, sit in a cross-legged position, bring your hands in front of your heart in Namaskara Mudra. Close your eyes. Remember, Swamiji in your inner space will be concluding the session with the Puna mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you everyone. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start our sessions, Jnana sessions, with the Sadguru Vandanam. All of you, please sit straight with Atmanjali Mudra. And I request all of you to be on camera and intensely participate in all the sessions. And sit with the Atmanjali Mudra. And let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Yekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. So before we start our Jnana session, we are going to learn all about Hinduism, all whys of Hinduism. The basics of Hinduism we are going to learn today. And please go ahead and post your powerful cognition. We start with the Sadguru, we start with the power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Let's start with the power manifestation of third eye. Now, please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye. A state of being is yoga. Yes. Thank you, Ma. So, bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So, start chanting the Mahavakya. I'm going to project the picture. Scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
And manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now all of you, please open your eyes and go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. request all of you to post whatever you have your third day reveal in the chat. I see some of you posted, but rest all others also, please post it. All right. So now I'm projecting the picture, what I have projected. And this is what I projected. So let me see your responses. A door with glass panels. Okay, it is the reflection looks like glass. So you kind of guess, you kind of seen it, Ma. An open space, red, yellow color, water. Wonderful. It's an open space, water is there. So partial manifestation. Yes. That's wonderful. Now let's move on to our Jnana sessions for today. We're going to learn all about the basics of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all ways of Hinduism. So why do we need to study and so let's understand a few concepts, a few contributions of Hinduism, so you understand why we need to study about Hinduism. Hinduism is the most contributing civilization on planet Earth. Hindus are the happiest people on the planet Earth. Hinduism is the most peaceful and contributing civilization on the planet Earth. Indigenous Hindu nations have lived peacefully for more than 10,000 years without invading or colonizing any other nation. Hindus do not convert. Hindus do not terrorize. Hindus do not colonize. And Hinduism only teaches to contribute selflessly without any hidden agenda. It is no wonder that Hindus are amongst the happiest people on the planet Earth. Hindus, again the statement, Hindus are the happiest people on the planet Earth. A study by the Office for National Statistics, ONS, UK, has found that people belonging to the Hindu community are the happiest people in the country. The ONS study analyzed the happiness and personal well-being of more than 300,000 people over 3 years. The study was done between 2012 and 2015. Here are the highlights of the report. The average happiness rating was 7.38 out of 10. Hindu community scored 7.57 for happiness and well above the average and also highest among all communities. Hindus are the most non-violent, peaceful, and contributing people. It is not a mere coincidence. Hinduism, the science of living enlightenment, the Hindu practices, the Hindu lifestyle, the Hindu principles, and the Hindu value systems, and all the best principles of life that ancient Hindu rishis, enlightened masters, and incarnations devised for us are the deeply ingrained into the being and lifestyle of the Hindu people. It is not a mere coincidence that Hindus are the happiest people on the planet Earth. The Hindus are the most non-violent, peaceful and the most contributing people. It is Hinduism that has made this happen. It is Sanatana Hindu Dharma that has made this happen. Crime rate is the least in the Hindu community. Reports of various governments and research organizations have shown that throughout the world, the crime rate is the least in Hindu communities. For any given population, the number of people that resort to crimes at least is least amongst Hindus. This pattern is global and has been statistically validated in various communities. It is not just in one country, and the various countries such as US, UK, India, etc. Consistently, it is seen that the proportion of Hindu population in prison in all countries is much lesser than the proportion of the total Hindu population of those countries. Hindus are the most peaceful and crime-free community in the world, leading even Buddhism in this regard. Terrorism and extremism is also the least in Hindu communities. In the United States, the Hindu community has the lowest incarceration, and Hindus have the lowest crime rate of all the communities in the US. Also, the number of Hindu prisoners in the US is decreasing every year, and this rate is the fastest, above 7%, amongst all communities. You can see the charts. Hinduism has the least number of extremists and terrorists. Since the 9/11 terrorist attacks, religious extremism has been a topic of high public interest in the United States. Some experts specifically raised concern that prisons could be breeding ground for homegrown terrorists and suggested that prison chaplains and other prison administrators monitor religious activity more closely. On 22nd March 2012, the Pew Research Center carried a 50-state survey of US prisons. It found that Hindus had the least religious extremist ideas amongst all prisoners in the US. Hindus have the lowest crime rate and smallest prison population. 65% to 75% of the US population is Christian, and around 66% of the US prison population is also Christian. 2% of the US population are Hindus, but population of Hindus in prison is much less than 2%. Hindus are less than 0.2% of the prison population. It means the crime rate in Hindus is 1/10 compared to others. So what do the statistics alongside reveal? As of 2019 statistics, for every 10 million US population, 41,200 are in prison. For every 20,000 Christians living in the US, 82 are in jail. However, for every 20,000 Hindus living in US, only 8 Hindus are in jail. This shows Hindus have the least crime rate in the US, which is 1/10 the crime rate compared to the other communities in the US. As per the UK government reports, the Christian community constitute 61% of the UK population and 47% of the prison population. The Hindu population is 2% of the total population, but Hindus constitute only 0.35% of the prison population instead of 2% in proportion to their population. So this shows that Hindus have the least crime rate in the UK, and it is 1/4 of the crime rate seen in other communities of the UK. As per the Indian Government National Crime Records Bureau data, Hindus committed the least crimes and were least likely to be under trials and convicts. 80% of the population is Hindu, but only 12% of the prison population is Hindu in India. 15% of Indian population is Muslim, but 18% of prison population is Muslim. 2.3% of Indian population is Christian, but 23% of the prison population is Christian. So this shows that the crime rate of Hindus in India is 1/10 to 100 of what is seen in other communities. You can see the substance abusers. This is UK government statistics. You can see the statistics. And Hindu community had the highest education rate of all in the United States. 96% of the Hindu community in the US have a higher education. And this is 2.5 times the national average and the highest of all communities in the United States. These highly educated Hindus become the backbone of the country's economy and social welfare system. Although the Hindu community constitutes only 2% of the US population, it contributes to 7% of the doctors in the US and 16% of the CEOs of all US companies. In all countries, US, Australia, UK, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, etc., Hindus have the highest average years of formal schooling, which is above the national average. The average schooling years for non-Hindus is 10.8 years. For Hindus, it is 13.1 years, 21% higher. In Hinduism, Hindu doctors are an international brand. In Hinduism, the medical profession is considered a noble field, not meant for profit, but for service. For this reason, in traditional Hindu medical system, all medical services were offered free of charge. Even Hindu medical practitioners of contemporary medicine follow the Hindu principle of offering their services at least possible charge or even completely free for the needy and yet provide the best services. The attitude of service from Hinduism that is in Hindu doctors have made them an international brand. Hindu civilization offers the best and the most number of doctors to the world. More than 7% of the doctors in the United States are Hindus, whereas Hindus constitute merely 2% of the total US population. More than 9% of the doctors in the UK are Hindus, and whereas Hindus constitute merely 2% of the total UK population. This shows that Hindu civilization contributes 4 to 5 times the number of doctors as compared to the other communities. The Hindu civilization offers not just the most number of doctors to the world, it offers the most educated, most philanthropic, and the best doctors to the world. Most hardworking people providing leadership to top companies. The population of Hindus in US is again merely just 2% of the Hindu community, contributes the chief executive officer, CEOs, for 16% of the US companies. Some of the well-known companies such as IBM, Google, Microsoft, MasterCard, Nokia, etc. have Hindu CEOs. You can see the percentages of the highest taxpayers and income group in the United States. And the least divorce rate in the Hindu communities. We Hindus are good people who only contribute. Statistics and data clearly show that we Hindus have the least crime rate, have the least number of terrorists and extremists, and are the most educated, the highest taxpayers, contribute the highest number of CEOs to the world, contribute the most educated, highly trained, and most philanthropic doctors to the world, who charge the least amount of money, have the most stable families, and are the happiest people on the planet. Hindus do not terrorize. Hindus do not colonize. Hindus do not convert. Hindus only work hard, contribute, and live blissfully. Despite Hindus being a persecuted global minority, we Hindus are most contributing. Hindu Holocaust and destruction of Hindu nations have made Hindus orphans. Today, no nation other than Kailasa protects the stands for Hindu interests, Hindu political, religious, and human rights. Despite all hardships, persecution, unfavorable conditions, and despite being a global minority, both in terms of absolute population and in terms of being organized, wherever Hindus go, whichever country they settle in, Hindus continue to contribute for more than any other community. Hinduism is the cradle of world human civilization. When Hindus are present in several nations, in large numbers, and organized as Hindu nation and ecosystems which protected Hindu rights, it created a conducive environment that enabled Hindus to contribute phenomenally more. Such a situation existed thousands of years ago when 56 Hindu nations spanned over 61 million kilometers landmass of Asia and protected 10,000 Hindu sampradayas. That means 10,000 Hindu communities. These 56 nations and 10,000 sampradayas, traditions, were the cradle of Hindu civilizations, literally contributed every bit of advancement that human race benefits from even today. Contributions of ancient Hindu nations to human civilizations. Spirituality and science of living enlightenment. Hinduism, as revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, offers mankind a preferred science for attaining the state, space, and the powers of Paramashiva, the Adi Guru of humanity. The open architecture framework of Hinduism reveals the core truths of the self, universe, and divine. It empowers every individual to have the freedom to customize, their own personalized God, personalized lifestyle, and personalized spiritual practice as per their needs and disposition. Economics. In the field of economics, material abundance without exploitation. Hindu economic policy resulted in Bharat becoming the world's wealthiest country. Prior to British invasion, Bharat represented a whopping 25% of global GDP. If we include civilizations that emulated Hindu economic policy, the number jumps to 60%. Material abundance was a lifestyle of all Hindus, and fundamental needs such as food, education, and healthcare were offered to all citizens free of charge as a basic right. Invasions destroyed Hindu economy. GDP rose during the Hindu rule. Before the 18th century, India and China were the two largest economies by GDP, the gross domestic product output. During the past 2,000 years of Hindu Holocaust, the GDP share of Hindu nations constantly fell. It is only during the rule of Hindu emperors like Shivaji that the relative GDP of Bharat rose in the 1,000 years period. In terms of governance, what are the contributions? The roots of modern democracy. Hinduism established a decentralized republican system of governance that emphasized democratic principles and self-rule at the local village level. Those at the governance layer were held accountable to a constitution, a code of universal principles of human rights, and proper governance as aligned to Dharma Shastras. In terms of technology, ancient precursor to computer science, Hindu philosophers were the first to discover the binary number system, algorithms, and the Nyasa system of logic, which was a major influence on George Boole and Charles Babbage, the founders of modern computer science. In the terms of medicine, the most comprehensive indigenous system of medicine. Hinduism is responsible for the world's first historic plant-based system of medicine, Ayurveda. Ancient Hindu civilization also had a detailed knowledge of anatomy, embryology, digestion, metabolism, physiology, genetics, immunity, anesthesia, and cosmetic surgery. In terms of yoga, preparing the human body for enlightenment. Yoga is a comprehensive system of physical, mental, and spiritual practices designed to give human beings a super consciousness breakthrough. Practices like asanas, pranayama, japa, and dharana tune the body to the space of oneness or union with Paramashiva. In terms of mathematics, Hindu civilization innovated the modern numeral and decimal system. The concept of zero, arithmetic, trigonometry, algebra, combinatorics, the basic elements of calculus, and accurately calculated the value of pi. In terms of physics, Hindu rishis conceived of the atom, the laws of motion, and the quantum superposition thousands of years ago, in addition to accurately calculating the speed of light. In terms of astronomy, a deep understanding of the cosmos. Hindu civilization developed an elaborate understanding of astronomy, including heliocentric model for a solar system millennia before Galileo. It also developed a theory of gravity, accurately calculated the Earth orbit around the Sun, and created precise star planet charts thousands of years ago before European astronomers. In terms of architecture, monuments that stood the test of time. Hindu civilization built elaborate, highly durable structures that exhibit fractal geometry, well-planned cities with complex drainage systems, and huge rock-cut temples carved from a single stone. In terms of art, the perfect harmony of form and substance. Hindu culture recognized 64 traditional arts, including dance, painting, singing, instrumental music, sculpture, and many other forms of expression. Each art form expressed aesthetic beauty while conveying deep spiritual truths and motives. In terms of linguistics, the world's oldest yet most advanced language, Sanskrit, has a vast vocabulary and adaptable grammar so that words can express any nuance of an idea. Sanskrit possesses technical and philosophical terms unknown in any other language. Modern Indian scholars of Sanskrit note that many of the new concepts of nuclear physics or modern psychology are easy for them to grasp, since they correspond directly to familiar notions of Sanskrit terminology. The next is, in terms of literature, a storehouse of knowledge and culture. Hindu literature consists of innumerable rich and diverse textual sources that covers all facets of Hindu condition, including the world's longest and oldest works of epic poetry, the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Hinduism is the most valuable asset for entire humanity. So with this context, let's learn all the basics of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma or Hinduism today. Any questions, clarifications, please do let me know. Thomas, this is very interesting. Vishwanathan, I'm not listening without camera. Okay, Vishwanathan. Wonderful civilization. Yes. So we will be learning a little bit about Sanatana Hindu Dharma today, all day today, which helps us in this path. You, we'll be learning more contributions and many questions that you all may be having. Why so many temples? What is the sign? Why so many rituals? Why so many gods? All these things, right? A hardworking nation, Thomas says. Yes. And so many things as it is like ocean. We try to understand a little bit so that it helps us. There is nothing like conversion in Hinduism. There are millions and millions of mantras. You'll be learning the next session of the scriptures that we have, the number of scriptures, the amount of mantras, millions and millions, but no single mantra for conversion, no single mantra for divorce. There's nothing like a concept of conversion. You practice whatever God you want to believe, you believe. How to pray, how you intensify your path, Hinduism teaches. You have your own personal God, but how you grow in that, Hinduism teaches. So there's so many interesting, which really helps to all of us. So we are going to learn some of the Hinduism basics today. So let's move on to our next session. The next Acharya is here. The Nityalingodbhavan is all gods come from one source. Yes. Yes. And Thomas questioning, it seems that even the notion of nationhood predates Western awareness of the same. So see you all. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Nithyanandam. Can I requesting all the participants to kindly turn on your cameras and please be visible in the camera. We are embarking on a very interesting journey today. We're going to learn about Hinduism, all about Hinduism. Oh, okay. So Ma Christina has no access to camera today. Okay, Ma. Okay, what about the others? Kindly turn on your cameras. Let us begin the session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Okay, Vishwanathanaya, got it. Let's chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana-sadrusham Tattvamasya-adhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Okay, Ma, we have not blocked you, Ma Christina. I don't think we have blocked you, Ma. You need to turn on your camera. Okay, it's not working. You can you can try logging off and again logging in, Ma. Sometimes when your internet strength is also poor, your camera may not work. You can log off and then try logging in again. Hopefully, it should work. Oh, there, it's working. Wow. We're able to see you. Wonderful. You manifested it. Great, Ma. Okay. So, what is Sanatana Hindu Dharma? Today we are going to learn all about Hinduism. What is Sanatana Hindu Dharma? How to live as a Hindu, and what are the benefits of being born a Hindu and living in a nation which supports Hinduism? So, it is a very vast topic. So, we have tried to conduce it to, we have limited because it is so vast that it is beyond our understanding. So we are bringing you the basics of Hinduism. Please understand, if you understand the basics of Hinduism, it will become much more easier for you to grasp the knowledge about Hinduism. So what is Sanatana Hindu Dharma or Hinduism? Understand, it is the most powerful, most sophisticated, most intelligent, most cutting edge presentation of the truth, left with the possibility to evolve more, open for the possibility of updation. So the Vedic civilization is the eternally living and eternally enlightened civilization called Sanatana Hindu Dharma. that traces its historical continuity from 1900 million years, the time period that marks the beginning of human civilization. This civilization flourished in the sacred land of Bharatavarsha, on the banks of Ganga Saraswati civilization, in the forests of Naimisharanya, inhabited by millions of awakened beings and those on the path of awakening, exists the all knowing spiritual seat of infinite knowledge or Sarvagnya Pitha, the divine throne graced by the all knowing, all powerful, all pervading source of consciousness, embodied as the Adi Guru, the original master. Under the canopy of the celestial wish fulfilling banyan tree or Kalpataru, the Sarvagnya Pitha vibrates the sacred knowledge grasped by the divine view of the Vedic rishis, the eternal sages. The Vedas, the sacred scriptures, are called the Vedas, such as the Rig Veda and Puranas. Puranas are the cosmic history. So the Rig Veda is also the sacred scripture, and the Puranas, such as the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Srimad Bhagavatam, give detailed records about the congregations of sages and saints in Naimisharanya, presided over by incarnations and enlightened ones such as Sri Veda Vyasa and Sanaka Rishi. Here were composed the world's greatest scriptures and performed the grand sacrifices for world peace and conscious human evolution. Thus, the epicenter of highest learning, teaching, and transmitting the sacred sciences was the Naimisharanya, expanding into prestigious global residential universities like Nalanda and Takshashila with extraordinary education and research. Here, knowledge transmission or diksha, initiation and expression of siddhis, mystical powers, happened by the Guru Parampara, the lineage of living enlightened masters through continuous disciplic succession. The ancient seers or rishis and enlightened masters of the Vedic times, as a collective consciousness, instituted cosmic research and development centers, dedicating millions of years of spiritual practices for discovering, nurturing, and protecting the sacred truths for humanity. Their original revelations and mystical discoveries were systematically recorded and coded as the Vedic scriptures and transmitted in its pristine purity through the oral tradition of the Guru disciple lineage. They had access to reservoirs of knowledge and powers that decoded every field, science, technology, meditation, healing, yoga, medicine, education, and lifestyle. The Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not just a religion, it is dharma, a philosophy, a principle. In the Shaivagamas, Lord Sadashiva reveals four padas, facets or dimensions that constitute the lifestyle of Sadashivatva, radiating the state, space, and Shaktis of Sadashiva. For the earnest seeker, they also act as four doors to enter into the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham. Okay. Nithyanandam Guru Prasadima. Welcome to the session. Okay, now the four doors to enter into the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham are the Jnanapada, which is the knowledge segment, which is shared through the programs that is conducted continuously, consistently, and which is also free of cost. Bhagwan is investing huge amounts to transmit this knowledge to the whole of humanity. He's investing his time, he's investing the treasure, talent, and everything, consisting of everything, through the programs to transmit this sacred knowledge to the whole of humanity. The next is he is also teaching us the Kriya Pada, that is, the actions that come from deeper knowledge by offering pujas, following the Kriyas and the Yogasanas. Yoga Pada, experiences and powers that comes from oneness, manifesting Shaktis, Kalpataru, Kundalini awakening, the Charya Pada, which is the celebrations of oneness. When we celebrate the festivals and celebrations, all this put together has been designed in this program as Paramashivoham. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is gifting millions with a grand revival of these four dimensions, and the world is once again awakening to the glory of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The uniqueness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is that it can be continuously updated and evolved, but carries no danger of alteration or dilution in the process, because the avatars and enlightened beings who are the keepers of this tradition themselves operate at the highest frequency of integrity to the cosmic laws. Moreover, the Shrutis or original scriptures, which are called Apaurusha or authorless, being direct revelations from the divine, are always left untouched, and every avatar adds his own commentary or philosophy, the Smriti, based on his own enlightened experience, the Atma Pramana, which are authenticated by the Hindu source scriptures, the Shastra Pramana, as well as the enlightened expressions of the seers and rishis of Sanatana Hindu Dharma down the ages, which is their Apta Pramana. Awakening the world to Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the grand yes to life, saying yes to life. Over the last 500 years, much of the sacred knowledge, education system, lifestyle, and the original body language of Sanatana Hindu Dharma got diluted. It got lost and destroyed by the systematic attempts of the foreign invaders to rule over Vedic India through cultural genocide. Now, Paramapuja Paramahamsa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is recreating the original space of Naimisharanya from the spiritual seat of Sarvajna Pitha. The voice of the truth that vibrated in the Ganges Saraswati civilization in the Vedic times can be heard through his divine vision and expressions. The Vedic Renaissance is happening in all its originality, depth, and expanse to enrich human beings to reclaim the Vedic heritage and reconnect with their higher self. So the Hindu scriptures, again, it's a vast ocean. Okay. So here the diagram is self-descriptive. The Shrutis, under the Shrutis come the Vedas, Agamas, Upavedas, and Vedangas. And again, we have the subsects like the Samhita, Shaiva, Ayurveda, Siksha. Under Vedas comes Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, and Upanishads. Under the Agamas come the Shaivagama, Shaktagama, and Vaishnavagama. Upavedas consists of Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Gandharva Veda, Artha Shastra. And the Vedangas consists of Siksha, Vyakarana, Chandas, Nirkta, Jyotisha, Kalpa. Then we have Smriti, we have Itihasa, Puranas, and Darshanas. The Smriti consists of Manusmriti, Yajnavalkya, Parashara, and others. Itihasa is history, again, the Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, and Ramayana. The Puranas consist of the Mahapuranas, Upapuranas, and additional Upapuranas. The darshanas consist of Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Sankhya, Yoga, Purva Mimamsa, and Uttara Mimamsa. So all these, if a human being has to master the Hindu scriptures, he has to take many lifetimes to master these scriptures. So what Swamiji has done is, for all of us, for the benefit of humanity, he has filtered the whole thing and offering it to us in this program, the Paramashivoham program. Whatever can be digested by us, that can be grasped by us. He's made it a very, very simple for the humanity to grasp these Shastras and Vedas, Upanishads, everything he's put together and giving it to us on a platter. So we are all really fortunate to be receiving these truths in such a simple method. So the Hindu knowledge system is extremely life positive. It is non-violent and it never makes money out of knowledge. Knowledge was always, given free. In the Varna system, the Brahmanas were the Brahmanas imparted knowledge free of cost. They could never accept money for the knowledge they were imparting, and it was a very beautiful concept in the ancient civilization when these varnas were followed, the varna system, the Gurukul system were followed. People coexisted, each one coexisted and lived for the benefit of the whole of the humanity. Hindu knowledge system is absolutely contributing. Vedas are the pure science of enlightenment. Agamas are the applied science, the practical technology for Vedanta thought currents. Vedas and Agamas are not separate. Combined, they are the source books of Hinduism, given the status of Shrutis, carrying the ultimate scriptural authority, the Shastra Pramana. From Shiva Samhita of the Vedas starts the whole Agamas. So let us look at the verse from the Agama, which is delivered to Devi from Paramashiva. Agatam Shivavaktrebhyo gatam cha girija mukhe matam hi vasudevasya tasmadagam uchyate. That which has come from Shiva's mouth and directly heard and received by Devi Girija, who is Parvati, which has been ordained by Sri Vasudeva Vishnu to govern the world. Therefore, that is called Agama. Veditakhila Shastrartha Sadharmartha Nirupanat Darshananam Pramanattvadveda Ityamidhiyate. Because it determines the purport of all the communicated Vedita scriptures and of the sacred Dharma, and because it is the standard direct evidence of all philosophies, darshanas, it is called Veda. There are 108 agamas revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva over 60,000 years ago. 28 main agamas and thousands of upagamas, 64 tantras, 16 nigamas, over 20 million verses available put together. There are 4 parts of Agama. The first, the Jnanapada or Vidyapada, the sacred knowledge section. The Kriyapada, the sacred rituals, the actions that connect you to Paramashiva. The Yoga Pada, which is the original science of yoga, which reveals the Sashtanga Yoga, the 6-limbed yoga from Sadashiva. The Charya Pada, the enlightened lifestyle, detailed techniques about how to wake up, how to dress, how to keep your inner space and outer space clean and pure. The scriptural reference, the Shastra Pramana, Kriyacharya Samopetam Yoga Jnananvitam Param. This is a supreme scripture associated with all the 4 sections Kriya, Charya, Yoga, and Jnana. The Jnana Pada is truths of Paramashiva entering into individual through transformative, powerful cognitions and power manifestation. The Jnana or Vidyapada of Agama is pure knowledge. The Vidyapada is divided into 3 portions. Jiva is the self. On 5 states of consciousness, the signs to achieve oneness with Paramashiva. Ishvara, the Lord, is the Lord. The divinity and powers of Paramashiva, the different dimensions of Shiva, the way he empowers his energies and incarnations and runs the cosmos. Jagat is the universe, the Hindu cosmology, the various planes of existence, the Maya. Next is the satsangs. The satsang has the incomparable blessing of having the opportunity to receive an incarnation's energy which simply awakens the deepest inner potential energy inside every human being, the Kundalini Shakti. Sound physical health, mental health, joy and peace happen spontaneously. So the Shastra Pramanas are also shared. This Shastra Pramana is Vedagama Purananam Dharma Jnanaika Bodhinam Patanam Pratyaham Yattat Trutiyam Sheela Miritam. Regular or daily recitations, study and internalization of the Veda Agama Purana certainly causes the awakening of the pure knowledge and consciousness of Dharma, the eternal cosmic law, and Jnana, the pure science and knowledge of Shiva. This is known as the third Shila. So when you understand the science of Kriya as per Agamas, every moment of your life will become more and more powerful, more and more intelligent, more and more energetic. When you practice Agama, Kriya Pada, you will develop tremendous respect for yourself. The Kriya Pada of Agama, the science of Kriya. Actually, once you understand the science of Kriya, you don't even need to create the fire and pour the ghee. Just by changing your breath, you can manifest the same Agni from your body, and that Agni will manifest what you want as reality. You don't have to put rice and pour ghee into the fire. If you just pour the rice and ghee into your stomach, the fire in your stomach, that Agni, you will manifest what you want, whatever you want. So puja is our personal time with Guru and Paramashiva. Puja is the ultimate stress buster. Guru Puja and Shiva Puja is a nectarine space to connect and experience Paramashivatva, oneness, Advaita with the Guru, the embodiment of cosmic consciousness. Then offering of puja, the Shastra Pramana. Vande Guru Padadvandvam Van Manaschitta Gocharam Shweta Rakta Prabhabhinnam Shiva Shaktyatmakam Param. I worship the Guru's 2 feet, which are within the reach of speech, thought, and contemplation, and which have different lustres, white and red, representing Shiva and Shakti. So, as shared earlier, Hinduism is a vast ocean. So, we are receiving nectarine drops from Hinduism in this program. Bhagavan has picked the most important aspect of Hinduism and he is offering it to all of us in this program, Paramashivoham. So share the science with your loved ones, the science of living life, the sciences and powers that they can use at work, at school, personal life, and knowledge that knows no boundaries. In the whole cosmos, Bhagavan Paramashivam is the only being on planet Earth who will tell you that you are Paramashiva. No other school or university will acknowledge that you are Paramashiva. In Hinduism, every person has the right to live as Paramashiva, to treat others as Paramashiva, and be treated like Paramashiva. This is the only religion that looks upon every being as a divine manifestation of the divine. So here, when you come to when you attend these programs, you will of course have the transformation and knowledge. And the feel good factor about the whole thing is you're not looked down upon as a mere human being. You're looked upon as the very manifestation of Paramashiva. He gives you the equal status, and no other religion in the whole world will give you the equal status. In other religions, we are called, the humanity is called as sinners, isn't it? But here in this religion, you will be looked upon as the divine. You will be treated as the divine. You will be transformed into divine being. So when that transformation happens, you will be able to bless the whole world. You will be able to make the world a better place, which is what Bhagavan Paramashivam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is striving for. He wants the whole world to be united. He wants the whole world to be third eye empowered. And he wants the whole world to live peacefully, blissfully, and coexist. More important, not competing with each other, but coexisting and making lives of all, the whole of humanity more blissful. So we will be learning more about Hinduism in the upcoming segments. So if you want to invite any of your friends or family who are waiting out there to receive these truths, you can go ahead and invite them and share the links with them so that they can also become a part of this program and learn all the powerful truths in this program, which will go on to make each and every being transform as Paramashivas. So let us enter into the next segment. So now let's move on to understand that Hinduism is a greater spiritual science. So if you have any questions with the previous segment that we just did, you can type here in the chat box and we can come back to you on that. If you have any doubts, any questions, please go ahead and type. You can ask questions. It is an interactive program. You can ask questions. You need any more clarification on the topic? See, these truths, whatever we are sharing, the more you hear about it, the more clear, you will have more clarity. The more you hear about these truths, you will be receiving more clarity. So in the very first session, you may not be able to grasp all that is being shared here. If you just have the basic knowledge, it is fine. You will be able to grasp the truths provided you are in that space of listening. Okay, when you are in the space of listening, you will be able to grasp the truths much better. Yes, the knowledge base is vast. Okay. And many, many more areas need to be explored, still needs exploration. Our Vedic rishis, the sages in the ancient times, had access to these records directly. They could access it from the Akashic records. And they were all third eye empowered. They were all basically incarnations who came in the form of human. The divine has to take a form, isn't it? The divine comes down in a human form, and shares the knowledge with the humanity. And we have the incarnation, Bhagavan Paramashiva, manifesting as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is here to share this knowledge about Hinduism, to revive the Hindu civilization, to revive the Hindu culture, and to revive the knowledge base, and to also give enlightenment to all the beings who have strived, for many births, many lifetimes. They have strived to achieve enlightenment. So he is here to liberate each and every being by giving them enlightenment. So we will be learning more on Hinduism in this segment. So basically, let us look at now how Hinduism is a greater spiritual science, workable, as well as it is a living model. Now, if you see, Hindus across the world will be the most successful. Hindus are the most successful people around the globe, all across the globe. So, what is it that makes Hindus successful? Although Hindus account for merely 2% of the US population, 16% of the US companies have a Hindu CEO, 8 times more than their population. 8% of doctors in US are Hindus, 4 times their population. And only 0.2% prisoners in US are Hindus, which shows Hindus have a crime rate which is 1/10 of others. 96% Hindus have higher education, which is 2.5 times the national average. 48% of Hindus have done postgraduate, which is 3.7 times higher than the national average, the second highest taxpayers per capita and income group. So why were ancient Hindu nations so successful? Let us have an overview of the whole thing. The economy, Indian economy. 56 Hindu nations of Asia spanned merely 2% of the world land mass, but contributed 33% of the world GDP for thousands of years until 1100 CE. The health. In the area of health, Hindu nations provided free healthcare and other basic requirements of life completely free for the entire population. Today, even in world's richest countries such as US, every 1 out of 3 adults has a healthcare related debt. The productivity, if you see, Hindus in Hindu nations produced 200% to 300% more grains than their European counterparts for the same area of land. Food security was also provided. There was no famine in Hindu nations. Even when there was no rainfall, Hindu temples stored grains which were shared freely in such times of crisis. As I said, they coexisted. The humanity, the population, Hindu population coexisted in the ancient times. They were not greedy or selfish. They imparted knowledge free of cost. There were 4 Varna system, and each one in the Varna system, each Varna, they contributed to the whole of humanity. So it also took care of the public welfare. Hindu temple ecosystems, known as chatrams, in more than 1 lakh villages, provided a minimum of 3 months free stay to the homeless and travelers with free food. For infants, they even provided free milk. And the daily wages or earnings of Hindu farmers or laborers was 5 times more compared to their European counterparts. So taxes. Farmers in Hindu nations were tax exempt during famine. Colonial era taxes were 300% higher and there was no exemption during famine. Prosperity. Hindu nations were the biggest exporters in the world and the topmost importers of gold. Even today, Hindus are the second highest gold buyers in the whole world. So here we have Paddy Brockman sharing about the Hindu nations being successful. So he is sharing India has never exported war, conflict, or terror. She is best known for her gurus, the Vedas, meditation, yoga, and wisdom. And when a Westerner is looking to answer the big questions of life, they travel to India. Yet the whole history of India is the West trying to civilize her. So they also had international relationships. The Hindu kingdoms such as the Pandyan Empire took Hinduism to all South Asian countries by pure enriching. There was no war, no conversion, no terrorism. A Hindu kingdom in India built Angkor Wat, the world's largest stone structure in Cambodia, by exporting stone pillar carved in Bharat to Cambodia over ships. So India was always known for its peaceful homeland. In these 56 Hindu nations, 10,000 sampradayas, equivalent to 10,000 religions, coexisted peacefully without war. They also maintained international peace. These nations had trade relations with more than 100 countries as far as Greece in west and Japan in east, but war with none. So what again made Hindu nations so successful? There was a case study done on the economy of Hindus. The case study results were the Hindu civilization functions on spiritual principles which makes them extremely productive. These principles are greater sciences which give breakthrough, not just an increase in the GDP, that is the gross domestic product. The second verse of the Ishavasya Upanishads sets the context and vision for the entire Hindu civilization to be active from deep spiritual context. The economic prosperity was a side effect of living enlightenment. Please understand, the science of living enlightenment resulted in economic prosperity. The second verse of the Ishavasya Upanishads gives the vision for entire Hindu civilization to live hundreds of years working dispassionately with the context of getting liberated. This principle inspired the Hindu civilization to be highly active and productive with spiritual context without being driven by fear or greed, rather with context of achieving liberation. Now let us look at a short satsang where Swamiji is sharing about the second verse of the Ishavasya Upanishad, where he talks about the Ishavasya Upanishad.
कुर्वन्नेवेह कर्माणि जिजीविषेच्छदग्गुं समाः एवं त्वयि नान्यदेतोऽस्ति न कर्म लिप्यते नरे. One should desire to live in this world for hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures, and treating them as his offerings to Ishvara or the quintessential Supreme Lord is the Lord of all creation. In this way, the deeds done by you shall not cling to you. The deeds will not cause their good or bad effects upon the doer of those deeds, simply because they are being done with the doer mentally convinced that he has not done them. He is not intellectually and mentally committed to these deeds, or they are done without his claiming any rights over fruits of those deeds. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds.
Yes. So if you have any questions, please share here in the chat. So what is the Ishavasya Upanishad conveying to us? What does it convey to the humanity? Please share your understanding, whatever you are able to grasp. Okay, let's make it very simple for all of us. So Thomas Ayya sharing, enlightenment is the intent, working hard intensely is the method. So Swamiji says, more rather than working hard, work smart. Okay, in Hinduism, we work smart rather than we don't do hard work, because we are all third eye empowered. And once you're third eye empowered, your third eye will guide you beautifully what needs to be done. If one is really integrated to what one is doing, then the results are quick, and it also uh, it doesn't make you really work hard, it doesn't push you, but you need to have that intensity, like what we shared yesterday. You need to be intense in whatever you're doing, and your will persistence and really needs to be really, really strong, and then you achieve the results. So the Ishavasya Upanishad, the second verse was applied in grain production. So the verse from Ishavasya Upanishad, the second verse was applied in the production of grain. The verse says, Annam bahu kurvita tad vratam. You shall produce and safely store the food grains in huge quantities. That is your vratam. Vratam means spiritual vow for liberation. And this verse has been taken from the Taittiriya Upanishad, verse 3.9.1. Okay, this verse sets the context of all activities, and further, the Hindu scriptures have guided into the precise application of this verse in various fields. Now, let us look at the case study which was done on the Indian economy. the results of Hindu economic principles applied versus the colonial era. The Hindu nations that existed before 1730, before the year 1730, and once the Britishers, after the invasion of India, the colonial era, which is post 1730s, what happened to Indian economy during the invasion and after invasion and before invasion, how Hindu nations existed. Let us have a look at it. Now, we looked at the verse from the Taittiriya Upanishad, Annam Bahu Kurvita Tat Vratam, which means you shall produce and safely store food grains in huge quantities. That is your vratam. That is your spiritual vow and liberation. That resulted in no famine. Despite less rainfall, they did not experience famine. No one went hungry. There was no hunger despite crop failures because they would store sufficient grains that could support the entire village. So in those days, villages were in existence. Unlike cities and towns in today's world, Hindu civilization consisted of villages. Okay, and the productivity was very high. So let us look at the colonial era post 1730s, where the Churchill, who was the colonial PM during the 1950s, his statement about Indians was, I hate Indians. They are a beastly people with a beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits. So during the colonial era, the famines were all there was 31 famines even during good rainfall. There was death of 33% population and 29 million Hindus starved to death. Again, now after independence, post the 1950s, after 1947, when India finally achieved freedom, Bharat, it was known as Bharat, now it is called India, they started implementing different Western economic principles and strongly shunned Hindu principles, which resulted in India facing a number of threats of severe famines in the year 1967, 1973, 1979, and 1987, etc. But the pre-colonial era, there were no famines despite less rainfall. Free food in temples was served to pilgrims. Free stay to pilgrims or travelers in temples, known as chatrams, were given for almost 3 months. Whereas in the colonial era, the temple Annadan was stopped. The Annadans that were happening in the temples were stopped. Temple granaries were destroyed. Village level food security were destroyed irreversibly. So Swamiji is reviving this Annadan. We can see that in the holy places like Tiruvannamalai and Madurai, we are able to provide free food. Swamiji is providing free food to millions of people who visit the sacred places. So the pre-colonial era faced no hunger despite crop failures. In the year 2016, between the year 2016 and 2018, 194 million of 810 million undernourished people globally lived in India, making the country a key focus for tackling hunger on a global scale. in the pre-colonial era, there was 30% of world GDP, that is the economic activity, only from Hindu nations. But post-colonial era, we are now seeing that the contribution of Bharat, which is now part of India, to the world GDP has reduced to 5%. Even by the year 2019, Bharat's share of global GDP is merely 7%. So if you see in the pre-colonial era, the Hindu nations, the farm wages and earnings per day was rupees 180 per day adjusted to the year 2022. This was much, much higher than the wages of European farmers as per British journal, the Edinburgh Review, AD 1803-1804. But the present Bharat, the farm wages and earnings per day is limited to just rupees 60 per day, and it has been adjusted to the year 2022. Earlier, Hindus produced 200% to 300% more grains than their European counterparts for the same area of land. In the present era, in the present age, the total cultivated farming area has increased, but yield per acre has dropped, and 31 famines killed 33% of population. Even by year. Okay. Now there is a old Hindu proverb, Uttam kheti madhyam ban, neat chakari kukkara nidan, which means farming is the best, business is mediocre, being in service is the worst option. Okay. So farming was the only activity, and which was considered as the best occupation or profession or whatever you can call it. You can use the present day modern term. Today, it is really sad to see the present. It is very pathetic to see the state of farmers in this Hindu country, in India. Between the year 1995 to 2002, farmer suicide rate has increased by 64% because of the failure in crops, because of the climatic changes, because of the rains not happening the seasonal according to the seasons, and also because of natural calamities like floods and severe storms, cyclones, etc. So between the year 2013 to 2019, the farmers' debt has surged by 58%. Today, there is a high farmer suicide rate, and it is one of the most worrisome crises in Bharat. In ancient 56 Hindu nations, farmers were extremely rich and prosperous. Now let us look at Paramashiva's economic principle. Wherever things do not reduce by sharing, like knowledge and education, it has to be given free. The services that need to be done every day, the survival things like food, medicine, etc., Bhagavan Paramashiva allows bartering. And only for the things that are long term, such as construction, building, infrastructure, Bhagavan Paramashiva allows currency transactions. Now let us look at the case study on public health. Ancient Hindu nations provided free healthcare and other basic requirements completely free for the entire population. Today, even in world's richest countries such as US, every 1 out of 3 adult has a healthcare related debt. Even today, of all non-profit charitable hospitals run in the world, the maximum are run by Hindu enlightenment ecosystems, the temples and temple trust boards. Now, let us compare the top 10 US hospitals, okay, how they function and compared to a charitable Hindu hospital. The top 10 US hospitals put together perform 16,919 paid orthopedics operations per year, whereas in a charitable Hindu hospital, the Puttur Kattu, it is near a place called Tirupati, a holy place called Tirupati in South India, single-handedly performs 60,000 free, non-invasive orthopedic operation per year. A single charitable Hindu hospital offers 3.54 times more services than top 10 US hospitals combined. Additionally, while US hospitals charge for their services, the Hindu hospital offers their services for free as a religious practice. So you can look at the figures here of what we just saw. And this is what makes Hindu nations stand out amongst all the nations. So in a US hospital, the average cost for a non-surgical treatment of a broken arm or leg is about $2,500. With insurance cover, it comes down to $150 USD per person. Puttur Kattu treats broken bones at no cost, completely free of cost. A maximum of rupees 100, that is $1 per X-ray, may be required sometimes. Even considering this cost, treatment of a broken bone in Hindu charitable hospital is 1 by 1/50th. The Puttur Kattur, however, does not provide tertiary, that is, the most advanced orthopedic treatments. This, for example, is offered completely free of cost by Sri Satya Sai Institute of Medical Sciences. The Sri Satya Sai Institute of Medical Sciences performs 700 orthopedic operations per year, all free of cost, compared to Cleveland Clinic Hospital, which does 542 operations per year. During the year 1835, between 1835 and 1838, W. Adams was commissioned by the colonial government to make a report. W. Adams surveyed 485 villages for Thana of Nator, Rajshahi, where he recorded that the total population of surveyed villages was 1,20,928. These villages were served by 123 general doctors and 205 specialized doctors. There were 21 smallpox inoculators or vaccinators, 297 women midwives, that is, one midwife per 408 people. During the year 1973, to compare this with modern times, in 1973, the Kartar Singh Committee of the Government of India had recommended merely one midwife. Midwife is the auxiliary nurse midwife, to be made available for 10,000 to 12,000 people population village. This shows Hindu nations had 27 times higher number of doctors, medical experts per capita as compared to today. Hindus have pursued medicine as a noble profession, and Hindu civilization produced many philanthropic doctors and medical service ecosystems who served people as a path to their own enlightenment and liberation. We know that though Hindus account for merely 2% of the US population and contribute 8% of the total doctors in the US, this is 4 times higher than percent of population. This is the statistics for the 21st century. Hindu doctors are already serving so much. If we Hindus as a civilization again started living the Hindu principles that our ancestors lived with, then the total number of Hindu doctors can increase as much as 27 times. The reason for success of Hindu charitable hospitals is that healthcare services such as surgery is done as an offering of the doctor to the divine. It is a Hindu principle that serving devotees of the Lord is equivalent to offering service to the Lord Himself, because Hindu civilization teach Hindus to work for enlightenment. They are able to work extremely hard for long durations consistently and effectively. This is why the Hindu civilization made huge stone temples with intricate carving. It was not done by slaves like how pyramids were made. These temples were a devotional offering of extremely hardworking Hindu civilization. Now, let us look at an interesting aspect of midwives. What a midwife could do, a single midwife could achieve. Now, Sulagitti Narasamma, known as Janani Amma, is what W. Adams in 1830s and Kattar Singh Committee in 1973 described as a auxiliary nurse midwife. So in a period of 70 years, she performed more than 15,000 traditional deliveries completely free of charge. Born in Krishnapura, Tumkur, she was a power manifester. She was able to detect the pulse of the fetus while in the womb without the use of any instruments. Each delivery by her was her offering as a service to her family deity, Lord Krishna. Sulagiti Narasamma, known as Janani Amma, was honored with the National Citizens Award of India in the year 2012 and the country's fourth highest civilian award, the Padma Shri, in the year 2018. Yet, in a sharp contrast, this professional community called Dais or Daima with reverence is extremely marginalized and demonized with worst possible hate speech by the modern public health system, who address them as dangerous Dais. So Purnima Shah, there is a reference here. She stopped practicing after a nursing staff, while she was assisting a mother in the labor room of a hospital, said that dais are dangerous to pregnant mothers. Her sons do not want her to work as dai as it is not looked at as a respected job in society. Now, the midwife, the Janani Amma, the Sulagitti Narasamma, Janani Amma, there were thousands and thousands of such midwives who existed in the ancient times. People never went to a hospital for delivery. Women never visited hospitals for delivery. In fact, these midwives visited them. They were able to tell the exact time of birth. They could tell by just checking they had the knowledge of to know the heartbeat of the fetus. If the fetus was twined, like they get entangled, the fetus would get entangled inside the womb, the umbilical cord would get entangled. They were able to, just by touching the stomach, they could make out how healthy the fetus was and in which position. They did not require x-rays, scans, nothing, no traditional instruments. They possessed such high knowledge, and there were thousands of such midwives in existence in the ancient times. Now, in the present world, because of this hate speech and marginalization of traditional Hindu medical practitioners, the daimas, the newborn infants pay the price with loss of their life. India has maximum infant deaths in the world. The Lancet study says 5.5 million infant deaths in the world go unrecorded. Every year, more than 7,50,000 children in India die before completing the first year of their lives. The number is more than that of any other country in the world. A research led by London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine states India recorded 7,79,000 deaths in 2012. It was followed by Nigeria with 2,76,000 deaths, Pakistan with 2,02,400 deaths, China with 1,57,000 deaths, and the Democratic Republic of Congo with 1,18,000 deaths. Together, the five countries contribute to half of the total infant deaths in the world. Now, we know after 1871, the Criminal Tribes Acts, great yogis, the Naga sadhus, were presumed to be born criminals as per law. However, in the year 2014, 177 nations recognized yoga as a world heritage. The same is possible for Hindu daimas, who today are demonized by dangerous dais might become a medium to reduce childbirth trauma and deaths for the whole world. We Hindus need to first recognize our Hindu heritage, which has millions of such great gifts. We Hindus need to educate world leaders about it and support Kailasa's revival of all these lost sciences, particularly the power manifestation sciences in the medical field. Now we're looking at a monk, a senior female monk of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, giving free obstetrics counseling service under Kailasa's pregnancy care program called End Pregnancy. The children born under the supervision of Kailasa's End Pregnancy program are found to be healthier, sharper, calmer, and be able to manifest powers of consciousness more easily. The Hindu dharmic principles never allowed earning from others' sufferings. An internal government record of the colonial era dating 1783 by an officer of that era named Alexander Dalrymple, titled as A Short Account of the Gentoo Mode of Collecting the Revenues on the Coast of Coromandel, London, 1783 reads, Considerable villages have their doctor, astrologer, and all the public officers have shares of the general produce. The reference has been taken from archival compilations of Dharampal, volume 3, page 3 to 54. This confirms that Hindu doctors got a share of wealth of the community when the community was healthy and did not make profit out of them when they were sick. The interests of the Hindu doctor was only to keep the people healthy and not making profit from their suffering. And today it is just the opposite, isn't it? Okay, let's continue the case study on public health. Now, Paramashiva's economic policies are where the society is most healthy. There are some places we cannot afford to have money as the decision maker. If money is allowed to become a decision maker in some places, humanity enters into the worst crisis, like modern public healthcare system. The whole ancient Hindu civilization is built on the principle of for life. It is clear that Hindu charitable health care services offers most basic to most advanced healthcare completely free of cost to one of the biggest population in the world. This is despite the fact that the entire Hindu healthcare system has been completely wiped off and destroyed during the colonization period. Now, let us look at Kailasa's ferocious response towards contribution. So the public food in the area of public food security between the year 1943 and 1944 in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, more than 3 million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. In the year 2016, in Ujjain, Kumbh Mela, Kailasa served organic food to over 3 million under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Kailasa has served more than 1 billion free meals in the past 26 years and is continuing to serve and is determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. The 1943-44 famine by Hindu-Mesic colonizers killed more than 3 million by hunger. In 2016, Ujjain Kumbh Mela, Kailasa served free food to over 3 million people. So Kailasa, with just merely 200 volunteers or citizens, fed 3 million people in 2019. So in the year 1943, the famine put even the biggest country of the era, the colonial empire, could not save people dying from hunger. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. Please understand, it is an enlightenment-based nation driven by dispassionate, selfless service done as an offering to God in pursuit of liberation, that is, moksha. So the Taittiriya Upanishad verse 3.9.1 says, "You shall produce and safely store food grains in huge quantities. That is your vratam, spiritual vow for liberation." The context is to use selfless, dispassionate actions to get enlightened. Massive economic expansion and breakthrough in public welfare is the outcome of an entire Hindu civilization pursuing enlightenment. So on the 9th of September 2011, the Nithyananda Annalaya in Tiruvannamalai, India, set the trend and revived the culture of temple Annadan. In the year 2005, the head of the State Department of HR and CE openly acknowledged in a public speech that the state government started Annadan taking inspiration from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Tiruvannamalai alone, in Tiruvannamalai, the Annalaya serves 3 million Hindu pilgrims each month. In the year 2013, you can see in the pictures, in the photograph here, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, engaged in selfless work day and night, leading the nation of Kailasa by example and inspiring the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in dispassionate, selfless service. In the year 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with a bone protruding out of the skin. In the year 2013, 2 steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. So this picture is right after the surgery. So he did not rest even with the fracture. He was at work, at his job, even with his fractured hand. He was continuously working for the welfare of humanity. So here you can see the pictures which has been taken in the year 2002 on 22nd of November. The pictures show the early days of Kailasa's spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal on the occasion of Kartikai Deepam, the festival of lights in Tiruvannamalai, India. So you can also see during the year 2012, on 3rd of Jan, when Pondicherry, a small state in India, faced flood, he rushed with his disciples to provide relief to the thousands of people who were left homeless due to the floods. So free food, clothing and basic survival items were provided free of cost, and 24/7 food was served free. On 25th of November 2005, the Arogya Yoga Health Workshop was organized, and again you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving food to the thousands of people who had gathered to attend the program. Here you can see him again serving food to again thousands of people who attended the Nithyananda Spurana meditation workshop at Salem in India. So the selfless efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues. In the year 2012, on 20th of September again, the Nithyananda Spurana meditation workshop was conducted in Tiruvannamalai, and again thousands of people attended the program and food was served by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. You can see the Kartika Deepam celebrations that is happening at Tiruvannamalai, India. Again, food is served on all occasions. Food was served on almost all the occasions. People never went hungry. There was never scarcity of food as long as Bhagwan was physically available in India at Adi Kailash or various other Adhinams. Wherever he went, he is the embodiment of goddess Annapurneshwari. So wherever he was there was never scarcity of food. Even the last being had food, and apart from humans, even the animals were fed with the food that was available. And even to this day, large varieties of food is served. More than 11 varieties of food is served in some of the Adhinams even to this day. And it is all served free of cost. Food was never charged. Here we can see the free Kalpataru meditation workshop that happened in Tiruvannamalai. Again, thousands of people standing in long queues and receiving food. In the year 2016, on 5th of May, Bhandara, which means religious feast. During that time, rich food was served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks. There would be, huge amount of food prepared and varieties of tasty food prepared and served. Again, food is being served here. In the year 2016, on 28th of April, we can see the free Kalpataru meditation during the free Kalpataru meditation workshop. So the participants were not charged even a single penny, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to serve free food to all those who come to him, even to this day. It continues. The Annadan continues. It happens in some of the Adhinams in South India. Again, we are seeing pictures of free food being distributed at the Arunachala Sarvagnya Peetham, Tiruvannamalai, India. Annadanam in Tiruchengood Sarvagnya Peetham, run by a single sannyasi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, inspiring volunteers to pursue enlightenment through dispassionate, selfless service. In the year 2019, on 6th of July, Annadan, that is free food being distributed during the Guru Purnima celebrations at KAILASA in Houston. Now we're looking at the pictures of the Kumbh Mela that happened in the year 2016. The free medical camps were run by Yellow Om, the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, and Kailasa's Department of Health at Ujjain Kumbh Mela 2016. The camp was visited by 10 million citizens of Kailasa and Hindus. So we have a very impressive record of the free food that has been offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, taking over the responsibility of eradicating hunger. Now, the free medical camps were also run by Kailasa's Department of Health, Kailasa's Yellow Om, and the Sovereign Order of Kailasa at different places from the year 2006 to 2018. Free multi-speciality medical camps organized by Kailasa's Department of Health and Kailasa's Yellow Om worldwide in urban and rural areas, giving a free diagnosis, medicines, and other medical support. In the year 2006, in Bangalore, in Adi Kailash, when Swamiji was physically available, a child who was unable to walk receives a healing touch of His Divine Holiness. Many experienced miraculous healing effects of the so-called incurable diseases with the compassion and blessings of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now we are looking at the picture of an 80-year-old lady who was not able to walk and was wheelchair bound for more than a decade. And she was able to walk with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. They also had access to free medical camps all over the state of Tamil Nadu, and it was held in over 50 places, benefiting millions of people, run directly by the Sovereign Order of Kailasa and Yellow Om. Free social services for children, education, meditation, education materials, free dental camp was organized at Rasipuram in Tamil Nadu. In the year 2007, ENT, that is the eye, nose, and throat specialists, visited and organized a medical camp by the doctors of Kailasa's Yellow Om and the Department of Health of Kailasa. Over 85% of the people availing facilities of the medical camps in India are from economically weaker sections of the society. The number of people benefited in each medical camp across the various towns around Bangalore ranges from 300 to 800. The allopathy medicines are state of the art and approved by FDA and manufactured by reputed companies. Weekly and monthly medical camps conducted in Bangalore, Hyderabad, and various monasteries and centers in Tamil Nadu in India, in Los Angeles, Ohio, and a few other centers in USA, in Vancouver, in Canada. So you can also see offering free food to patients in public hospitals and organizing blood donation camps. Now let us look at the Hindu patrons of Kailasa. Now, who are the Hindu patrons? They are the honorary members of Sri Kailasa who are blessed directly by gods and goddesses of Kailasa and chosen to be a part of this cosmic revival. Patrons will be part of the elite team who will be part of the Kailasa nation building. Kailasa is a seed bank for all 10,000 sampradayas. Kailasa is not a competition to any nation. Kailasa complements all nations. Kailasa will establish political, social, economic, religious, legal, and spiritual legitimacy for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Paramashivoham Level 3. Paramashivoham program gives Hindu patrons a superconscious breakthrough and an opportunity to get trained into being an active medium for sharing the superconscious breakthrough to the entire humanity through the revival of Kailasa. Hinduism is extremely precious for mankind and it needs to be protected. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa is protecting it, and this is very important. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making it happen for entire humanity, and we must do our bit and support it, because the most precious asset for mankind, Hinduism, is at stake. So you are all able to follow what is being shared here? You're able to catch it? So if you feel that you need understanding in wherever you need further understanding, please let us know and we will come back to you. You can type your clarifications if you need any further clarifications. If you have any doubts, if you have any questions, you can type in the chat box. Are you all able to grasp the truths that are being shared here? Okay, yes, very intensely. Thank you. Thank you for your responses, Thomasaya and Ma Christina. So Hinduism is extremely precious for mankind and it needs to be protected. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through KAILASA is protecting it, and this is very important. Thank you, Master Stephanie. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making it happen for the entire humanity, and we must do our bit and support it, because the most precious asset for mankind, Hinduism, is at stake. Hindus are good people. Wherever we go, we do only good to society. When we are good people and have not done anything but good, there is no reason for us to be shy in reaching out to the world leaders, our senators, our councillors, our chief ministers, our mayors, our premiers, and different political leaders with the gifts of Hinduism. We Hindus are good people with the best gifts on the planet, which we Hindus want to share with everybody. Let us enrich, let us contribute. This is the Hindu lifestyle. We Hindus do not convert, we Hindus do not terrorize, we Hindus do not colonize, we Hindus only enrich, we Hindus only contribute. So let us go all out in contributing. This is the grand Hindu narrative, contribution. With this grand narrative and introduction to Hinduism, let us, Hindu patrons, reach this out to the entire world and world leaders. So, requesting all your support for Kailasa in this endeavor. The clarion call of Hindu patrons. All Hindu patrons will be invited to the diplomatic conventions to get trained in the following dimensions of Hinduism to become authentic representatives of Kailasa, the first nation for all Hindus. Hindu banks, Hindu leadership, Vedic scriptures, Hindu education, Hindu leadership, Hindu values, Hindu chanting, Vedas, Agamas, Vedic sculpting, and many more. You will all be trained in all these dimensions. So the Hindu patrons will receive 3 months training and followed by 3 months project training and with a schedule of 4 to 6 hours per week. So you will receive all the whys of Hinduism, answers to all the whys of Hinduism for 2 hours per month. And also you will learn Sanskrit and mantras for 2 hours in a month. And the Hindu think tank, which is 1 hour per month. So you can collaborate with Hinduismpedia team on Vakyartha Sadas and organize debates on NTV platform, the Hinduismpedia project team. Now, introduction to Agamas, 1 hour per month in a month. So you will be given an overview on what is Agama and different Agamas that form the core of Vedic Shruti, We will also dive deeper into some of the most significant texts like Kamika Agama to give the reader a taste of how the revival of Kailasa is taking place according to the truths and directions given in Agamas. Okay. Now, you will also be taught the Hindu Bhaga Shastra, okay, which is you will receive training for 4 hours in a month. You will be learning the importance of vegetarian food and Paramashiva's kitchen, the various aspects of Hindu cooking, how to start cooking classes, and spread awareness on vegetarian food and lifestyle. And you will also be able to contribute to international journals. Once you get trained, you will be able to contribute to international journals. And you will also be learning about the Hindu temples worldwide. The training you will receive is 3 hours per month. You in this 3 hours, you will be learning about the Hindu temples worldwide, history of these temples, how they were, enlightenment ecosystems, and how they engage with worldwide Hindu temples and the uniqueness of Hindu temples. You will also receive knowledge on Hindu jurisprudence for 3 hours in a month. The Hindu jurisprudence is the most ancient system of jurisprudence in the world, with the principles of justice being sourced directly from Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Hindu Vedagamas form the core constitution of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and Dharma Shastras are the basis of the Hindu code of conduct in a Hindu state. You will be learning about these principles and their application in today's world, primarily in the context of the revival of Hindu jurisprudence in Kailasa. So, become a Hindu patron. To become a Hindu patron, please register at kailasa.org Paramashivoham/Hindu patron. So you can go ahead right away and start registering to become a Hindu patron. All this is received free of cost. We will not be charging you any money. It is only to spread awareness. We will even be conducting the training. So please understand, Bhagavan is only doing this out of his immense compassion for the whole of humanity. He wants the whole humanity to be raised to the next level. So by becoming Hindu patrons, you will only be in the receiving end. More than your contribution, you will only be receiving more knowledge. Knowledge which helps you to uplift yourself as well as all the others in your breathing space. So go ahead and register at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham/Hindu-patron. Life becomes very interesting when you are getting trained by Bhagavan. Please understand. Yes, Ma, I will share the link in the chat box. Give me a few moments. The link will be shared in the chat box. If you have any questions, you can type your questions in the chat box. So waiting for all. Okay, it will be shared in the chat box. All of you can register. So all those who want to become patrons of Hindu patrons, let me read out your names. Okay, please advise how to register. Are there any prerequisites? Can anyone register? Anyone can register. Just a minute, ma. I'm sharing the link. Give me a few moments. Sharing the link. Are you all able to see the link? Yes. So go ahead and register. It will guide you accordingly. You will be guided, and you will all receive mails. You will be contacted by the concerned person, and yes, anyone can register. Anybody can register. Anybody interested in becoming a Hindu patron can register. Okay, Thomas Aya sharing. Awesome. This is the most positive offering to the world in its current state, I have heard. We have many more such offerings, Thomas Aya. Once you become a part of our family, see, we consider all the participants, all the graduates of the Paramashivoham program as the extended family. Okay. Once you become a family, um, you will be loaded, you'll be showered with, you know, the abundance, I can say, because Bhagavan is continuously working to raise each and every individual. So there are various ways of raising the individuals. So this comes across as a great blessing for all the people attending the Paramashivoham program. All we need to do is be physically available and say a big yes to Paramashiva, and he takes care of the rest of everything. He takes care for us. I love peace. I love Kailasa. Yes. Shri Nityalingodbhavan. All of you, please go ahead and sign up for becoming a Hindu patron, because you'll be receiving training from the confines of you can be sitting in the confines of your home, the vicinity of your home, and be receiving these trainings. And if you wish to volunteer physically, the locations wherever you are, we have several Kailasas, and the location that of the Kailasa which is nearest to your home will be shared, and you can go and physically, offer your services, receive training, and much more can happen. Okay, so Ma Elizabeth Crow has registered. Most welcome, Ma. So let's take a few minutes to go ahead and register. By registering to become a Hindu patron, you are saying yes to life. Understand? You're all saying yes to life by registering. You're not able to register. What is the difficulty you're facing, Aya? So open the link. And when you open the link and go down, you will see register here. Okay, almost towards the end of the page, you will see register here. Go and click that button, register here. So it will take you to the next page. You just have to click on sign up for Hindu patron. if you're not able to click on sign up for Hindu patron, you can click on send message, which is onto the right of the page, at the bottom right of the page. Thomas Aya has registered. Okay, great. So Suresh Aya, you can just go to the. Can you please turn on your camera so that you are visible? Can we all have our cameras turned on? Can you please turn on your camera? So how many of you have registered? You can acknowledge by showing a thumbs up on the screen or physically. See, please don't miss such opportunities. When such opportunities come your way, don't miss it. Don't think too hard. Because again, you're all walking the path towards enlightenment. And now you have a master to handhold you. So he will make your journey easy when you take on responsibility. See, we have seen how taking responsibility directly helps in our own expansion. Okay, most of you seem to be stuck in this page. We will come back to you with the link working. We will just reach out to the technical team and help you all. So stay tuned, be in the room, and we will come back to you with the technical team to help us with registering. Okay, Suresha is able to turn on the camera now. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Yes, so there must be some error in the website. So just continue to attend the sessions. In the meantime, we will fix the errors and we'll come back to you. So let there always be a yes from your end for Paramashiva to work on you, on your being. So these kind of opportunities are nothing but you saying yes to life, which will result in your own expansion. Understand? So if you're not if you're not able to, if you feel it is too late, which part of the globe are you attending from, Aya? Which country are you attending from? Are you from India? Okay, Aya. Fine. Even if we are not able to help you right away, you can come back and you have the link, so you can try after some time. You copy paste the link and keep it with you. You're from Kerala. Okay, welcome to the session, Aya. Is this your first time? Are you attending the program for the first time? Have you been here earlier? Okay, wonderful. So please save the link. All of you save the link, and you can try after some time. So for all those who are not able to register, I sincerely apologize for the error. We may be facing a small error. We will attend to it and we will make it available for each one of you. So I sincerely apologize for the error. Give us some time and we will have it fixed and you can all register. Please save the link so you can try after a few hours. If it's still not working, you can try it in the next session, in the next, maybe tomorrow also you can try, but we will try to fix it as soon as possible and we will come back to you. So Thomas Aya is sharing, yes, this is a wonderful truth. To say yes offers enrichment, opens doors to grow. I'm full of joy for this insight alone. I'm so happy that you have understood Kailasa's motivation, and this is how people are inspired by these initiatives. We inspire people to become a part of Kailasa, to help them in their growth, in their personal growth, in their spiritual growth, and overall growth. So thank you, Sureshaya, for understanding, and thank you all for your responses, for your willingness to participate and register as Hindu patrons. So we will quickly go through the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems in the upcoming segment. Suresh Aya is asking, how can I join with you as volunteers? Aya, once you registered, you will receive a mail with all the information. So right now you are living in Kerala, India, which is good news. So you're very close to most of the centers, most of the adhinams. So you will be invited, you will receive a mail with all the details once you register, Aya. So stay tuned. Please be a part of these sessions. Continue to attend these sessions for more information. Please be a part of these sessions, and please be regular. See, when you attend these sessions regularly, it is only your growth is more, it's rapid. It is accelerated several times because of your participation. Oh, you're at Cochin. Okay. We'll come back to you with the nearest Kailasa in Kerala or in our neighboring state. We'll come back to you with all the details once you register, because we will have your email ID and we can reach out to you through your contact number and your email ID. Okay, so we will now be looking at Thomas Aya is sharing, I'm working on temple creation and Kailasa events at the moment with Swamiji's disciples. Oh, that's wonderful. Contacting VIPs and government representatives in New Zealand. It is very exciting. Awesome. I didn't know you were a part of Kailasa already. Wonderful, Aya. Thank you. Thank you for your services. So good to hear that, Thomas Aya. Aya, you can continue to be a part of this meeting, and you can, if you're not feeling sleepy, you can sit and listen to, you can learn some of the revival of temple sciences and ecosystems. So you can continue to be a part of this session. But if you're feeling very sleepy and you want to go to bed, it's up to you to decide. So we will continue with the session. So we have many questions in Hinduism, isn't it? So Thomas Aya is sharing that it is Swamiji's inspiration. Wonderful. Wonderful, Aya. You're a blessed being. So why deity worship? We have questions in Hinduism. Why deity worship? What is the significance of deity worship? So please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always sorry for the technical glitch. So when the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, the deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant the name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. We have mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. A revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, Advaita Satya, is going to happen. Lord Shiva saved Markandeya from death, and that became an independent deity, Kala. Same way, he danced in ecstasy, and that action became Nataraja. Vishnu's every action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with rites those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities in this world. This can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So, Kailasa's temple ecosystems. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. So now we're looking at revival of Hinduism's temple ecosystems. Let us hear from Swamiji what he has to share to the world, with the world.
According to Goldman Sachs, which is one of the largest investment bank in the world.
Sorry about that. We will not be able to play the video. We will just continue. Okay. So we're facing the slight technical glitch here. Please stay tuned while we fix it. So in the meantime, while we are fixing the technical glitch, we can have questions from your end if you would like to share your experiences, uh, like becoming a part of the Kailasas, being a part and working with Kailasa. What has been your experience? You can share. How do you feel to be a part of Kailasa? Like Ma Nitya Guru Prasadini, we see her continuously translating, doing the translation, being active, isn't it? Full of life, always bubbly, smiling away to glory. Thomasaya engaging, completely engrossed in learning. We have some intense seekers sitting with us, Ma Stephanie, Ma Liyun, Ma Christina, Ma Shenzhao, Ma Lalita Gabriela, Sri Nitya Lingodhavan. We have Vishwanathan, we have K. Kamalanathan, we have Elizabeth Crow, all of you sincerely, attending all the sessions and grasping all the truths. And, your sincerity is what is going to help you raise yourselves to the next level. It's so nice to have each one of you showing interest in all the learnings and the knowledge. So, Ma Christina is sharing, Kailasa is the future for all humanity. Yes, Ma Tathastu. That is his vision and mission. That is Paramashiva's vision and mission for all the whole globe. So, Thomas Aya is sharing, Swamiji's vision for Kailasa is so big and hopeful for the whole world. Yes, you're right. Anybody else wants to share? What has been your experience? You've been here now, it's day 16, right? So the past 16 days, what is your experience? You can share. What has been your experience? Okay, please go ahead and share your experiences. Ma Christina, what has been your experience? You have been here. sincerely attending all the sessions. You can share your experience. How do you feel being a part of this program? How do you feel? What is your experience? So, Thomas Ayer sharing, I came in late but intense. I will continue to grow and learn. That's the spirit. I have grown so much. Wonderful. Elizabeth Crow is sharing, I feel proud to be a part of the Kailasa community. I intend on taking the level 1 program over again and have put in a leave of absence from my job so that I can attend and be on camera regularly. Wonderful, Ma. Most welcome. My experience has been so great thus far. I have been wanting to learn all of the sacred knowledge that this program provides for a very, very long time now. And I'm so thrilled and grateful for this blessed opportunity. It is beyond words. Wonderful sharing, Ma. Thank you. You're most welcome to be a part of this program all over again. Yes, we welcome you with extended arms. So Nithyalingodbhavanaya is sharing, no more interested in video games. Wow, that's a big relief, isn't it? Wonderful. So you're out of that addiction. Superb. Manitya Guru Prasadini is sharing, selfless contribution is the supreme path to enlightenment. Okay, wonderful. And Thomas Ayer sharing again, I was scanned in power manifestation and it was unlike anything I have experienced, ever experienced. So accurate and powerful. Yes, this is what our programs can offer you. And Ma Christina is sharing, sorry, Ma, my two daughters want to eat. Yes, Ma, please go ahead and feed them. And okay, you can always hear me. You can continue to hear what is happening. Wonderful. Malalita Gabriela is sharing, I don't have words, just blissful and grateful. And today we start a trainee from Kailasa for New Latin Sangha. Translate Bhagavad Gita in Spanish and Portuguese. Wow. Awesome sharing by all of you. Thank you all so much for sharing. So Ma Christina is also sharing, yes, it is beyond words. It changes all my life and it is deep in my being. So thank you. Thank you, Ma Elizabeth. Thank you all so much for your sharing. It's wonderful to have each and every one of you in this platform, and it is so nice to relate with you. Personally, it has been a wonderful journey for me also to be relating with each and every one of you. I'm seeing some of the sincere seekers, in this platform, in this Zoom room. It is really nice to be relating with each and every one of you here in this room. Thank you all for your sincere participation. All of us are grateful to Swamiji for providing us this platform. Okay, I hope you're all able to see the slides now. Okay, so now let us continue to learn more about Hinduism, temples, ecosystems. The agitation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health ailments, defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, has dedicated his life and made it his mission to bring global peace from the ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services, to bring harmony in humanity, to create a life of freedom and peace for every individual on the planet through the revival of the temple ecosystems. So Joshua Gordon, MD, PhD, Director of the National Institute of Mental Health, pointed out that environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types: individual factors such as the microbiome, natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparities; social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. Now, from 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of temple ecosystems globally. Through KAILASA's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active, contributing temple ecosystems around the world. So, in the year 2006, on 21st of October, following a meditation under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali at Adi Kailash, Bidadi, India. So, we will now be seeing some of the pictures of the activities at Adi Kailash that have taken place at Adi Kailash, Bidadi, Bengaluru. So on the 22nd of December 2018, peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebration of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony. And on the 14th of December 2006, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, the Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop at Chennai, India. And the next program was conducted at the St. Peter's Engineering College, Chennai, India. So you can see people, thousands of people, lakhs of people would gather whenever Bhagavan conducted programs, whenever he visited certain places, lakhs of people would gather to receive him. He was just loved and adored by the masses. He continues to be loved and adored by the masses. On 26th of May 2006, peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalayan Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up the river Ganga. Here you're seeing the pictures of Harsil. The location is Harsil, North India. In the year 2011, on 20th of December, the temple ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the denizens of Tiruvannamalai, one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. Here on the 31st of December 2018, peacekeepers of Kailasa and participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and traditional puja or ritualistic worship at Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, India. The distribution of sweet butter as part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the celebration of Lord Krishna's birth at Adi Kailash on the 17th of August 2014. Here you can see Swamiji's biological mother holding an infant and the child receiving the sweet butter from Bhagavan. The celebrations continues at Adi Kailash. So you can see the free food being served to thousands of people gathered at Adi Kailash on the occasion of the Krishna Janmashtami, the birth of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Karaseva, the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple at Adi Kailash, Bidadi, India. On 2nd of Jan 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with volunteers and Kailasa's peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone-hit Pondicherry region during distribution of food, water, and basic necessities, medical camps, and clearing the local roads for further relief efforts at Pondicherry, India. On 4th of Jan 2012, Thane Food Flood Relief Food Preparations. You can watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally supervising the food preparations and also serving the people who were traumatized by the cyclone. There were also medical camps arranged, pre-medical camps arranged for all the cyclone hit people there. You can also see the Kailasa ecosystems around the world flourishing and spreading across the world. So during the year 1994, Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Here you're seeing the pictures of the Tiruvannamalai Adhinam overlooking the hill. Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shiva Diksha in the year 2017. In the year 2011, January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly serving food to all the people gathered at Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai and attending the traditional temple services. In the year 2017, on 11th of March, thousands arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now you're looking at the visuals, the pictures of Tiruchengod Sarvagnya Peetham, which is also known as the Adi Nithyananda Peetham, because it is the first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, at the age of 23 on the banks of the sacred Kaveri River in the year 2001. And this was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem we know today as Kailasa. Here, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism laying the brick, the foundation for its main headquarters, towards the construction of the main headquarters. After having a vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at its heart, which is the main headquarters of Kailasa. This is the pictures of the temple, the deities at the temple in Adi Kailash. We also see the beautiful banyan tree, the beautiful deities. Through the live stream of the sacred banyan tree and the deities and the temple ecosystem of Adi Kailasha is continuously available to all from wherever they are. They can watch it live. Now, we can also see the visuals, the pictures of the continuous flow of worship and temple services at Adi Kailash being offered by the ordained sannyasis of the Nithyananda order. Now we also see the pictures of the Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio in USA. This is the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside India. The temple physically came to life in just 9 months. Chief presiding deities of the temple are Sri Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari. The deities are 7 feet tall, granite, weighing 6 tons, and their divine faces have been directly hand carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now you're also looking at the temple at Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, USA. The Los Angeles temple, which was inaugurated in 2005 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, established in its permanent location in 2007, houses the largest Shivalinga and Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. It is a 25,000 square feet temple complex housing 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystems in the West. Now you're looking at the picture of the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, USA, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. Now, this is the picture from Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, Lord Sri Nithyanandeshwara and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, Lord Shiva and the Cosmic Mother, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Now we're looking at Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, USA. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of Tirumala Tirupati of South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consorts, Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape nestled among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, USA. Home to over 21 deities and with a temple structure of 2,500 square feet, Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and celebration for over 7 years. Kailasa in Houston, Texas, USA. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas, that is, the space in which all ill effects of the 9 celestial bodies are removed. So, anybody suffering due to any kind of negative planetary influence will be healed just by visiting this Kailasa in Houston, Texas. Now, Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all humans, in fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being of and prosperity of humanity. Now let us look at the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, this Kailasa housed thousands of people during the COVID times. It gave shelter, it gave free food and free medicines were offered during the COVID time. When all the major temples in India were closed due to COVID pandemic, Kailasa at Adi Kailash was the only Kailasa which operated, was fully functional, and all the pujas, the rituals were offered to all the deities at Adi Kailash. This is the Bridhi banyan tree, the banyan tree at Adi Kailash. Some of the websites. So, in the year 2021, Paramashiva Shakti, Adi Shakti, or Devi, manifested through Bhagavan's Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva's body, and expressed, revealed to the humanity. I came as Nijavatar. This is the revelation by Devi Parashakti to the whole world. I came as Nijavatar. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as the Nijavatar. People of India, listen carefully. Listen time after time. Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi. That is the land of knowledge. Bharatam means India is the land of knowledge, where enlightened beings come, we cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam Navapashana is going to flower, allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever come and take a dip in the Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death, they will not have the corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and take a dip in the Ananda Lingam. So at Adi Kailash, we have a beautiful Navapashana Lingam which is made of herbs. It has healing properties. So all those who take a dip in that Vaidya Sarovar, it is called, whoever takes a dip in the Vaidya Sarovar, which houses the Navapashana Lingam, will experience healing effects. They will have complete healing for whatever diseases they are struggling with. So listen well to my words. For India, I made a ship as protection, the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without taking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment, to protect India from the great destruction. I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if the captain is not there, the ship is there. Yes. Devi Parashakti's Akashic readings. So when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened not only its doors to all without exception. So here you can see the rituals offered during the Navaratri. Navaratri is the 9-day festival where we celebrate the feminine energy. We receive and celebrate the feminine divine consciousness and the feminine energy. So you can look at the pictures of the groceries that were collected for Annadan and all the preparations that were made to ensure the safety and well-being of not only its inmates, but also for all the thousands of people who received the COVID care shelter during that time. So agriculture, storage of grains, and attending to the health of all the people present, the inmates of the Adhinam, offering of free nutritious food. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. Any questions? Any doubts? Any clarifications? Any sharing? Yes, you can go ahead and share. Okay, so Thomas Aya sharing. Thank you, Ma. More encouragement that Kailasa is something to be involved in. Yes. And I completely agree with you, Aya. And Christina, Christina is sharing enriching, is it? Okay, very enriching. Okay. Sri Nitya Bhavan is sharing. Seems like Adi Kailash is a huge shelter even in the war. Yes, it is a ship to save the humanity. Ma Christina is saying thank you. Okay, Ma Elizabeth is saying thank you. So thank you all once again. Let us all now offer our sincere, heartfelt gratitude at the Master's feet for empowering us with the knowledge, for empowering us as individuals, for awakening all our third eye, and raising us all to the next level. Let us offer our gratitude at His holy feet. Now let us chant the Purna Mantra. We will chant the Purna Mantra and then I will attend to your questions until the next Acharya joins in. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्. So thank you all once again. I see a question by Mary's Powerful World. What is the procedure to build a Kailasa temple, Ma? So where are you from, Ma? Can you please show yourself? Can you be visible in the camera? Can I have a look at you? Thank you, Ma. Guru Prasadini. Mihri's Powerful World. Yes. Which part of where are you from, Ma? New Zealand. Okay. So you want to build a Kailasa temple, is it? You're interested in building a temple? So welcome, Osrain Dunic. Okay, you're working on it. Wonderful, Ma. Oh, okay. Both of you want to build a temple in New Zealand. That's wonderful news. Okay, we will. Our representatives will contact you. Can you leave your contact? Oh, Swamiji blessed you as a Kailasa builder internationally. Wonderful. Okay. So, Mehri, what we can do is, I can pass on this message to the right person and they will get in touch with you. So if you can leave your email ID or your contact here in the chat, we can help. Yes, thank you for that. Okay, Mehri is saying that you can contact Osrin. So both of you kindly leave your, oh, he's your husband. Okay, Ma. Okay. So both of you can, yes, I can copy this email ID and pass it on to the concerned person. The representatives will get in touch with you. My Elizabeth Crow is sharing. One will be great here too in Palm Coast, Florida. Please give them my info too. I had to drive. Got it. Ma Elizabeth got it. So we have the email IDs of both Elizabeth Croma as well as Osrin. Okay. Yes. So our representatives will get in touch with you. We will pass on the information to them and they will get in touch with you. So it's wonderful to have such beautiful beings who want to have a Kailasa wherever they are. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Yes. Bhagwan's blessings will always be with all of you. And Nitya Guru Prasadini is sharing, Swamiji blessed me to help building successfully company and charity organization in Macau. Wow, we are all here contributing for Kailasa. Thank you for sharing, Ma, Guru Prasadini. Yes, thank you all once again. It's so nice to have such wonderful beings with us. Thank you, Thomasaya. Okay, so our next Acharya is here. Okay, yes. Yes. So Nithyanandam, everyone, our next Acharya is here to take you all through the upcoming sessions. So once again, thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start with the power manifestation. So all of you, please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions. So let's start with the power manifestation. I see yes, now. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. So today we are going to manifest the power of length. How many of you remember what is length? How many of you remember the power of length is, the length is connected to logic. So the power manifestation is to go beyond the logic. We are going to manifest this power to go beyond the logic. And the powerful cognitions here, real love doesn't look for utility. It operates on sheer trust and is also beyond space and time. So what we are going to, how to manifest this power is, I'm going to ask logical reasoning questions. This is like a rapid round. And you're going to answer these questions within a short span of time, within 30 seconds, I can say. Are you able to understand? But you should not use your logical questions. You should not use your logical reasoning questions. You simply have to answer immediately using your third eye. Using your third eye, you have to see the answer and answer. No logical reasoning. That is the power manifestation of length. All right. So you have posted the powerful cognitions. Now, please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line and visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham intensely chant Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of length. So I'm going to ask the rapid round questions. So chant the Mahavakya. The moment I ask the questions, you chant the Mahavakya and scan through your third eye and answer the question. No calculation. Do not use your logic. Use your third eye to answer. All right. So now start chanting the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. First, work on your oneness. Continuously chant the Mahavakya. And experience the oneness. Are you all ready? Are you all ready for the logical reasoning question? So I'm projecting the picture. So I have projected a document where you see the series, okay? And A, B, C, D. Actually, the first one is A, second, third, and B. A, B, C, D. You have to, which series is that you have to answer. Now, are you able to understand this question? Because these are letters I didn't put, or you can put one. Do not calculate. Your time starts now. Chant Mahavakya, scan through your third eye and answer. Your time starts now. It's a rapid round. Now start posting your answers in the chat. Start posting. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Which one is the answer? Scan through your third eye and answer. It's 2, 3. Okay, so let me see the answer and get back. The answer is B. Now I'm going to ask another one. Now start chanting the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Now your question is up. So you see the question, what is the series? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is goes next? Scan through your third eye and put your answer now. Your time starts now. 30 seconds. Now stop and post your answers in the chat. It's 4. Okay. The answer is 1. The answer is number 1. All right. So let's move on to our sessions. How many of you been to Indian temple? So those of you who are away in the other countries, how many have you been to temples? What is happening? And them everyone, how many have you been to a temple? Now we are going to learn a little bit about temples, or more on temples. So have you been to temple? Maguru Prasadni, Lalita? Yes. Not seeing the temple, Christina. Okay. Just photos only. Okay. No. Lingod Bhavan, no. Guru Prasadni, yes. All right. So, a temple. So, what is the significance? Why so many temples in Sanatana Hindu Dharma? You see, they are in lakhs of villages are there, towns, villages, cities in India. But there is no village, a city, a temple. There is no, even if it is a small village to big city, you will not find even a small village without a temple. You will not find an Indian village without a temple. A temple is part and parcel of Indian culture. Even if it is a small, even if it is a poor city, the temple, a small room will be there for the deity. So you will not find a temple, a city, a small village, a poorest village without a temple. It is embedded in the lifestyle of India. So what is the temple significance? A temple is a place where an intense cosmic energy is available. To everyone, whoever enters into the temple, they experience, whether they realize it or not, whether they don't realize it or not, the moment you enter into the temple, intense cosmic energy enters into your being. That is the first thing. All the Vedic temples built over the centuries, the temples have been built from time immemorial. It is not something new or a recent development. It is time immemorial. Monuments of temples have been built. They are like, some of the temples, if you see in India, you will not understand how they built. You will that even modern technology, even with the modern technology equipment, it is not possible to build that kind of a temple, sculptures, and various other details. The temples have been consecrated by the enlightened beings, and the temple has grown around the intense energy field established by an enlightened masters for the benefit of humankind. Just how a rich man leaves behind all his wealth for the next generation. So the enlightened masters leaves behind their energy, that cosmic energy that they bring with them in the form of temples. Adi Shankaracharya built 4 Shankara Pitams were established by the in the 8th century, and Chidambaram temple Patanjali built, and Siddhabhogar Palani temple, Arunachala temple, Arunachaleshwara temple, where Swamiji was born and grew up in that temple by Saint Idekadar. So Tirupati by Konganavara, and Tanjore by Karuvarur. There's so many enlightened beings built the temples, still standing tall to this date. Thousands and thousands of years ago, they were built. The powerful spiritual vibration, the cosmic energy the temples radiate, present in these temples, are so, you can feel it, are so palpable that even the most casual visitor, you don't know anything about, or even if they are not a spiritual seeker, a simple casual visitor feels the effects and the peace whenever they enter into the temple. They feel that not only just the peace, bliss, clarity of mind. That's why it's a common practice for every Indian to visit the temples frequently. And it's one of the spiritual practice to go the pilgrimage to temples very frequently to rejuvenate the energy. And some of the temples, it's such a way that the energy installed by the masters in such a way that they give you a specific result. I mean to say, in some temples, if you visit, if you do not have the kits, after visiting the temple, get the blessings of the deity, you will have the kids. If a person is not getting married, and particular temple, if you visit, the person get married. So specific results also, and some temples, Vaitishwaran temple is famous for healing any major disease. The specific energy is installed in the temples. When maintained properly, using the subtle powers of the mantras, rituals, and meditation, temples can hold and radiate this precious energy for thousands and thousands of years. The temple structure, how they radiate the energy, how they retain that energy. The way it is designed, the energies, they radiate as energy centers. The design of the temple, the structure of the temple is such that they radiate the energy for time immemorial. Once they're built, they energized by the enlightened masters and radiate that enlightened master's presence and energy after they leave the body for the time immemorial. Temples are found deliberately at a place where the positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and electric wave conveyances of north and south poles. The push and pull of north and south pole, and the idol, the main deity called Garbha Mandir, sanctum, sanctorium, the core center of the temple, known as Garbhagriha, sanctum, sanctorium. And this is the area where the Earth's magnetic field is discovered to be the most extreme. And therefore, it is the energy source. The Garbha Mandir is the energy source. And the Dvajastambha, there is the flag host in front of the Garbha Mandir, the main altar. The flagpole, it behaves as a transformer. The huge domes, the temple structure, you see, it is like this, the huge dome shape are for amplifying the energy. Temples were systematically built for the transmission of energy on a large scale. The structure of the temple is designed so that anyone who sits inside the complex feel the powerful strength and energy and vibrations. Temples are like inexhaustible batteries. Whoever enters, they are recharged. The temples always radiate this cosmic spiritual energy to all the seekers who enters, providing to be an unbroken connection between the masters and the whoever enters, all the devotees who enters into the temple. Any questions, please do let me know. We'll be learning many of these. Any questions, clarifications, please do let me know. How can we feel energy? So Guru Prasadani says, wow, how can we feel the energy? See, for some people, it is very obvious to experience the peace and bliss and whatever you're seeking. As I mentioned earlier, some of the temples are designed for specific, some of the olden temples are designed for certain purpose. See, in the recent temple also, like like last decade, sorry, and about 10 years ago, there was a temple built in Hyderabad, one of the capital state in Telangana, in India. That temple is famous to give visa. Whoever do some 108 circumference in the temple, if they want to go to abroad, they are sure to get visa there. It is proven for thousands of people. So the specific energy is there, installed there. Yeah, I see some people very sensitive about all kinds of energy. Yeah, so you may feel, obviously, you may feel in the form of fulfilling your desire. You may feel, obviously, experiencing the peace and bliss, or you may not feel anything, but surely you are recharged. That's why it's one of the spiritual practice to visit the different places of the temples or nearby temples, visit very frequently. It's one of the practice by many Indians, or wherever they are. Just a moment. And another question. Yes. That's why Swamiji insists on building the temples. You see, any darshan, you see, generally darshans, we do some rituals. Do you remember anybody who noticed, right? If you live around Swamiji, his day starts with going to the temple. Wherever he is, temple is there, obviously. And his day starts with visiting the temple, ends with again visiting the temple, however late it is. Just a moment. Now, let's understand the science of temples. What is the science behind the temples to radiate that cosmic energy? behind the temples to radiate that
Meenakshi's history,
cosmic energy.
so much. I have to sync the whole thing in tune. It is still taking time for me to comprehend, especially to present it in your language, the language in which all of you can understand. I can see literally so much of cosmic information from the Akashic reading, Akashic recordings are getting downloaded and getting ground, processed to get expressed in the language in which you all can grasp, you all can understand, you all can receive, you all can enjoy. So it is taking little time. I'll answer some of your questions today related to this temple culture. As part of this Satsang series, Madurai Adinam series.
This is a question from Rajiv, India. Beloved Master, people not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also. Both.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand, in Meenakshi's time there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab, and if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So, an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among
Mihiri, what is the question, ma? So let's learn more about temples. Temples and enlightened beings. We just learned that enlightened beings are the ones who consecrate, install their energy in the temples. Either, see, there are two ways to do the prana pratishta, the consecration of the temples. Either the masters themselves build these temples when they are alive in the body, or the people built after the master leave the body. These temples are further sanctified through rituals that harness the divine cosmic energy. One of the famous temples in Himalayas is Kedarnath. It was built by the great none other than Adi Shankaracharya. And these temples are the divine gifts of the great masters to humanity. And there are two types of people. The first type generate energy from their own system, none other than the enlightened masters. They are like solar system. And whatever, wherever they are, they produce energy, they radiate energy. And whatever they do, they excel in it. Whatever they touch, that flourishes. They are the ones who nourish the world. They are the enlightened masters. The second type of people who are those who have forgotten the art of producing energy from their inner source. These people may flourish, but maybe only in one or two fields. Excel in maybe one field or maybe maximum two fields. And that too, out of the superficial energy source called mind. Since the source is superficial, multidimensional flourishing remains a dream for them. These are unenlightened beings, like you and me. So these are the ordinary people from the world. The first category people, help the second category people, that means the avatars, the enlightened beings, help the ordinary people by generating energy to it by giving a clear cut technology to achieve. That is installing the deities. As per the Vedic sciences, there are two ways to install the energy in a deity. One is Agama Pratishta. The first one we already learned, that enlightened beings themselves do the Prana Pratishta. Prana Pratishta is the infusing the life energy into the deity. Second one is Agama Pratishta. The Agama Pratishta is the energy installation done by the second category of people, a normal people, through lots and lots of rituals and chanting the mantras. It is done essentially to chanting of the mantras, and the method will install only few volts of energy. The energy intensely will be decided by the nature of the mantras, the accuracy with which it is chanted, and above all, the psychological state of the person chanting the mantras. But the prana pratishta, the consecration, is done by the enlightened master. The first category of people, it happens through a direct connection with the divine cosmic energy that nourishes the whole universe. The enlightened masters are the pure channels of the divine cosmic energy to flow through. So they can choose what manifestation of the energy they wish to install. They can choose what manifestation of the energy they wish to install. They could install the wealth energy. Anybody who enters the temple can manifest the wealth in their life. Or the health energy. Anybody who enters the temple can get healed of their diseases. Or the karma exhausting energy. That is the energy that liberates one from the cycle of birth and death. Or any other type of energy, as I mentioned earlier about, people conceive the baby or getting married, any type of. For the goodwill of society, masters have worked on the science of the inner world and have installed various aspects of the divine energy in these temple deities. So every historic temple has its own significance. Each deity has its own boon to offer depending on the type of energy installed in it. So that's why in order to conceive children, you go to a particular temple. In order to get married, you go to a particular temple. To defy the planetary influences, you go to a different temple. For financial problem, you go to a different temple. These benefits are nothing but the special energy packs. Temples are structures to replace an enlightened master's presence. Masters, by their sheer presence, heal people. They heal not just the physical level, but at the being level also. They keep the inspiration for spirituality alive. Their presence offers an ambience of sacredness. So temples are the spaces created by the enlightened masters, avatars, to offer these same things that they offer. While consecrating the temple, Swamiji at the Bangalore Adiram, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, Swamiji said, an enlightened master is the cosmos in human form, the ultimate human form fit to perform a sanctum consecration. For an enlightened master, the energy of expression through any means never gets exhausted. That energy is infinite. For example, if for an ordinary man, ordinary human being, the grief emotion or the joy emotion exhausts when expressed through tears. The anger, the lust energy exhausts through by expressing it. The power of speech exhausts in his very saliva the moment it is uttered. So all these energies of expression become exhausted as he uses them. An enlightened master's energy of expression cannot be exhausted through any of these means because of his very presence, his existence, the inexhaustible source of energy in human form. So, because the masters do not need a body to execute their work, they can continue to do things they do even after they have left their physical body. So, the sanctum is created and energized by them, will radiate inexhaustible energy and nurture energy. The beings who seeks it. Only a master who can function without the help of his body is capable of creating a true sanctum, one that will materialize things exactly the way he does. Then another, people may ask many times, they say God is everywhere, all pervading, then why go to temple? For this question, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, the last century, a great avatar, the 20th century avatar, gave a beautiful answer. He says, there is a milk all over the cow of the body, cow's body, but we can't get it by just piercing it anywhere. Through the cosmic energy, though the cosmic energy is available everywhere, we are not able to perceive it because it is extremely subtle. The cosmic energy is available in the most subtle form in the temples. An enlightened being or the highly evolved soul knows the science of distilling this subtle energy into a gross form which we can perceive and absorb. Temples are engineered by these great rishis in such a way that the cosmic energy becomes available to all as a source of healing and spiritual transformation. As all of you may be aware, in India, about I just mentioned, right? There is no, even it's a small village or a big city or a town, you will not find without a temple. And India's major tourist attractions are temple, monuments of temple. There are lakhs of temples across the length and breadth of India. Some places like Varanasi, for every person living there, there is a temple. Why so many temples? Whatever a civilization thinks as the highest experience, it builds structures related to that. If people in a country thinks football is the greatest experience, they build magnificent football stadiums all over. If people think education is the greatest experience, they build schools and colleges. For thousands of years, Hindus in India thought of enlightenment and God as the highest experience, so they built temples. For this reason, in any city, there will be a large temple built first, only then a city will be built around it. And not only that, the human body is considered a miniature of the cosmos. And a temple is an expansion of that human frame. Any questions? Please do let me know.
Majis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotari, Jorpatti, Nepal.
Now, as we are learning more about the temples, why Hindus perform idol worship. First of all, let's understand. We understood a little bit about temples and how they are constructed, consecrated, the deities. Now, why worship? Let's understand this science and Swamiji's own voice.
Is appearing as Mahishasura Mardini, killing the demon Mahishasura with Rama, Lakshmi and Saraswati serving her. Today we had the Prana Pratishta of Durga Devi in the morning in the temple. Even though today is 8th day, but Tithi is Sabdami Tithi. So the Prana Pratishta of Mahadevi, Durga, happened, means Durga has landed here to accept our respects and worship and devotion. When she lands, she really lands. And the Prana Pratishta, along with the Prana Pratishta of Durga Devi, we also had Prana Pratishta of Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari and Nithyananda in Singapore. The Singapore deities were consecrated, the Prana Pratishta was done, and after the Prana Pratishta I said Kumkum and Vibhuti will materialize, and it has already started materializing on the deities. Means the Prana Pratishta is done, the process is complete. Beautiful. Now the Singapore temple and Sangha will happen beautifully, and Nithyanandeshwara, Nithyanandeshwari and Nithyananda, who are now gracing the Singapore, will bless the whole Singapore. Blessings to whole Singapore. They will cause all your space into reality and all the auspiciousness. They will bring all the auspiciousness. Now you will see. Simply they will do the completion for everyone. Anyone who does completion in the presence of those deities will become completely complete. All their prayers will be answered. The space will be made into reality. They will become a powerful energy center for Singapore. Blessings. They will become a powerful energy center for Singapore. Blessings. I just wanted to expand today on the importance of deities and ritualistic worship. Please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We don't worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. Again and again I wanted to insist and remind people, as long as you have the mamakara that you are with a form, you cannot have, you can't understand, you can't feel, you can't experience God without form. Understand? It is from your inner image, life image will be created. What do you think about life, others, God? All that will be reflection of your inner image. So everyone who has an inner image that they have a form, it means everyone other than enlightened beings, should know very clearly, listen, should know very clearly that their image about life and God also will be with form. So better to accept the reality as it is first and use completion and other methods and evolve to the space of Advaita. Understand, it is really important to start from where we are standing. Whether your goal is to reach the sun or the moon or the Mars, you have to start from where you are. You have to start from where you are. Deity worship is not only inevitable, it should not be avoided. Showing any philosophy. Even a great thinker, Kapila, not only founder of Sankhya philosophy, founder of the world's first philosophy. The person who started thinking first on the planet Earth logically, who evolved the possible conclusions and probable conclusions using the power of imagination and the probabilities of imagination. Please understand this word. Possible conclusion, probable conclusions, using the power of imagination and imaginable conclusions. Sankhya is the source of all philosophies and science. Possible conclusions is math. Probable conclusions is science. Imaginable conclusions is quantum physics. Possible conclusions is math. Probable conclusions is science. Imaginable conclusions is quantum physics. Listen. I want you to know I am neither a mathematician nor a scientist or a quantum physicist, but I am a Sankhya. I am a Sankhya yogi. That is why I have defined the whole maths, science and quantum physics in 3 statements. Possible, probable, imaginable. In all these 3 directions, how our energy can flow without the fear or desire blocking our energy, without any incompletions blocking our energy. That whole science was so beautifully developed by Bhagavan Kapila. Even he is very clear about meditating, connecting with the form of the God. In Bhagavatam, Kapila Gita, a beautiful theistic version of Sankhya is expanded and explained so powerfully, so perfectly. Bhagavan Kapila, who was considered to be the greatest thinker, even he is very clear. Deity and deity worship should not be avoided. Meditating with the form, connecting through the form should not be avoided. I have seen thousands and thousands flowering through the deity worship. Otherwise, why do you think I respect, revere so much the deity worship? Please understand. I am very calculative, lazy guy. I am very clear about what I am saying. I don't do anything unnecessarily. I don't waste time, energy, and I don't do anything without calculating. You may give your own meaning for the word calculative and lazy. I am giving you my meaning, because both the words I uttered, I am giving you my meaning. If I am promoting the deity worship, understand it is directly useful to you. Directly. When I say directly, I mean it is directly useful to you. Mahadeva is worshipped. I can say most worshipped God in the world, Mahadeva. Because there are many other incarnations, deities, sons of gods, prophets, enlightened beings, siddhas, munis, rishis, sages, so many. They all may be followed, but Mahadeva is the world's largest worshipped God. Not just followed, worshipped, revered. Most easily accessible. Just a little water and one leaf or one small fruit is enough. He is pleased. He is immediately pleased. He answers your questions. He fulfills your requests. He brings completion unimaginable. Ultimate being. Mahadeva. Worshipping him through the form, through the deity. Connecting with him through the form, through the deity, is the most powerful way of connecting. Most powerful space of connecting. Most powerful being. Understand? Connecting through the deities, relating through the deities, is such powerful spiritual practice. I insist every individual to keep this as a lifestyle for you, to keep this as a very being. Because we human beings, unless we see it in the form, we don't relate to it. Unless We see it in the name, we don't relate to it. So the form, name, relating through the form and the name is required as long as you assume that you have a form and the name. As long as you have a form and the name. And the power, the way cosmos comes down to grace us when we relate to it through the form, through the deities. It is such an amazing, unimaginable, amazing, unimaginable. That's the word I'll use. And in the Vedic tradition, we have mastered the science of making a stone into God, turning a stone into God. We mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. That whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. Revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Unless there is a bliss, peace will always be challenged. Because peace is more like a non-existence of problems. Bliss only is a positive affirmation of life. Non-existence of the problem is peace. Positive affirmation about life is bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, Advaita Satya, is going to happen. And whenever I see, wherever I see people gathering in large number and worshipping, I see very clearly the very energy of Mahadeva. He physically appears and blesses people, accepting the devotion. When I saw that Kavadiya procession from Harkipuri to the various Shiva temples going all over North India, literally I saw Mahadeva like holding his protection and blessing energy like a kavacha. from above and giving them all tatastu for whatever they were praying, the space they were creating. Thought, oh God, what a powerful method our masters have found to relate with the cosmic energy. So immediately I have decided by next year, that same season, all over the world, all our devotees from the nearest river, you will do the Kavadiya Abhishekam, Kavadiya Snan for Mahadeva in our temple. Bidadi, go to Kaveri and bring water and do Abhishekam to Nithyanandeshwara in Bidadi. So Los Angeles, go to the Colorado River. St. Louis, go to the Mississippi. So all the temples will go to the nearest river point. From there, pick up the Kavadiya and walk up to our temple and offer the ceremonious bath, Abhishek. More and more time should be spent on deity worship. That should be the only entertainment you have. Your entrainment is satsang completion. Your entertainment is deity worship and enriching. Your enlightenment is living. Drop all other entertainments. Fill your life with this. All our ashrams, all our temples should have continuous worships, rituals happening. And I really wanted to tell all of you, I wanted all our devotees and Swamis, disciples, everyone to be more and more theistic. In the name of Advaita, you guys are slowly moving towards atheism. I am a theistic Advaiti, Ramana Maharishi's descendant, not J. Krishnamurtis or U.G. Krishnamurtis. I am declaring very clearly. We are followers of Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharishi. Theistic Advaitis. We don't belong to the school of J. Krishnamurti or U.G. Krishnamurti. Atheistic Advaitis. No. Buddha belongs to Nirvani Akkada. Nirvani Akkada doesn't belong to Buddha. Buddha is atheistic Advaiti. Kapila is theistic Advaiti. Shankara is theistic Advaiti. So, we belong to Shankara, Kapila, Jnana Sambandar, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharishi, theistic Advaitis. If I have to put one step further, our worship, theism, respect, devotion, all should not be just imagination, visualization, meditation based. It should be deity based. Understand? It is not like if you imagine there is a Devi and offer the Nevedyam and Puja and bow down to her, that is not enough. No. You will have the deity and physically offer the Nevedyam. Physically offer the clothes. Abhishekam. Just like you eat physically, you don't just imagine and keep quiet. Even if you become nirahari, you drink the juice physically. So whatever is done to you, all those respects, services should be done physically. So that is what I mean. Not only we are theistic Advaitis, our theism, devotion should be deity based. Deity based. That is what I mean. Deity based. That is why temples, rituals, traditions, festivals, celebrations, constantly reminding people about Advaita Satya. Advaita Satya. Advaita Satya should be lived, lived, lived again and again and again, reminded again and again and again. Lived, reminded through the temples and deity worship. Through the temples and deity worship. So with this, the essence of today's satsang, deity worship, and our sangha should follow the deity worship. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
You have any thoughts to share? What do you understand? Of course, you understand a lot, but anything to share? See, I have known Swamiji for 20 years, since 2003. Okay, so I have never seen, whenever I see Swamiji or heard of Swamiji, anything, never seen a single day without him talking about temples, deities, rituals. It is the most aspect of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. He trained us into, we have zero knowledge about anything, but he trained us how to worship, how to do puja, how to do the alankaram, how to do the abhishekam, so many things, you name it. So it's a very fond memories. So all of you, please listen. Whether Swamiji satsangs or what we are sharing, it's very, very, very important aspect of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that Swamiji is reviving, which is most helpful, which unfortunately we are missing. The modern generation is missing. Anything you want to share, you please do share. And we are going to learn about worship through deities.
devotion to this object which is in front of you. See, basically, you cannot conceive the idea of God or divine as long as your mind is functioning in the physical frequency. As long as the body and mind is functioning in the physical frequency, naturally you cannot conceive, you cannot understand something which is beyond your frequency. In the dream state, you cannot conceive a life or consciousness in the waking state exists. You cannot remember, you cannot understand anything about waking state in the dream state. Whatever idea you may have about your waking state, in the dream state is only idea, not the reality. Not the reality. In the same way, in the waking state, you cannot have any idea about the superconscious state, about the divine. So naturally, you need to have something which you can connect or relate. When you really disappear into that, only then you experience the higher conscious state. It's like a strong nightmare, how it wakes you up, how it brings you out of the dreaming state. See, your whole inner space, when you are dreaming, your whole inner space should be shaken by any one object. Only then you will come out of the dream. For example, you are dreaming as if a lion is chasing you or an elephant is chasing you. And the dream itself, you have an idea. I think in the form of elephant, my own desires or fear is chasing me. You won't get up. Surely, you will not wake up. Only if you are sure, yes, elephant is chasing me, lion is chasing me, you will wake up. You will be awakened. You will come to the higher state, to the waking state. Same way, during the worship, only if you feel deity is God, not, oh, I know about God, that energy is represented by this deity. No. Then again, your ego, what you know about God, only you are worshipping, not the God itself. Worship means where you need to lose your ideas. You need to lose your ideas about the divine. Only then the divine will start expressing itself. That is why deity is God. Do not think deity represents God. Only when you understand deity is God, worship through the idol happens. Till then, you will be doing only idol worship. There was a beautiful statue of elephant carved in teak wood. When you see the elephant, the idea of wood disappears. When you see the wooden statue, the idea of elephant disappears. When you see externally, the world hides the God. When you see internally, God hides the world. Very beautiful description. Understand, you can never have an idea, wooden statue and elephant at the same moment. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. You are blessed. One thought at a time. That is why liberation is possible. That is why liberation is possible. Actually, as you think, you do not have a huge army of enemies in front of you. You have only one enemy at any point. At any point, at any time, you have only one enemy. You do not have army of enemies in front of you. We don't understand that. Either this moment you will see that as an elephant or wooden statue. The next moment you may see in the other way, but not both ideas in the same moment. Same way, Either you see the world or the God. When you see the whole thing as divine, suddenly the world disappears. All the five elements as hidden, it has covered the divine. When you have the intense vision to look deeply, all the five elements disappears into the divine. If you see the deity, you cannot see the statue. If you see God, you can't see statue. If you see statue, you cannot see God. You can see only any one thing. Only when you see the deity as God, you will lose yourself. Worship through the idol will start happening. Worship through the idol will start happening when you lose yourself into the deity. When you know for sure the deity is alive. I was traveling in a small village. One elderly lady, she invited me, Baba, come and stay in my house. It was a small hut. She was having one cow and a small patch of land in front of her hut. She'll grow something for her to eat, some greens and whatever little bit things needed for cooking. And this cow milk she'll go and sell in the market. And with that she'll bring some food and offer it to Krishna, and she will also eat. She had a small Krishna. She's a great Krishna devotee. Had a small Krishna deity, and she'll offer to Krishna and eat. This is a simple life. I can say her whole total property value will be less than $1,000. Her per day income may be maximum $2. $2 is per day income, and whole wealth, worth of the wealth is $1,000. That's all is her life. But living very quiet, contented life. I stayed with her some maybe week. 1 week I stayed with her. Every night she will bring the food and keep it in front of that Krishna, and she will start talking. That is one thing. And I can neither contain my laughter nor I can laugh because I'll hurt her, and she's giving after all food for me. I have to be a little polite. What to do? But she will sit and she will talk as if she is talking to somebody. She will sit casually and have a small fan. The hand fan, she will fan that Krishna deity, and she will tell, all right, please eat. She will be going on talking, maybe for half an hour or 1 hour. Then she will eat that food and lie down. Give me also little food. And after 1 week I said, all right, Ma, I am leaving. I am continuing my journey. She started crying. No, why do you want to go? I will not ask you to work and all. Stay here. I'll give you food. And why do you want to go? All those usual things. I said, no, I am a sadhu. I have to continue my journey. Sadhus are not supposed to stay more than 3 days or 4 days in any place, traditionally, because till the enlightenment, they should not stay because the attachment may start growing and their continuous sadhana may stop. They may not start doing their spiritual practices. So till enlightenment happens, they cannot settle down in one place. I said, no, I'll continue. I have to go and have darshan of Somanath and continue my spiritual journey. She ran to the Krishna and she started telling, oh, tell him not to go. I'm so happy that he was here. You only should tell him that not to go. And she started speaking. Then within few seconds, the very funny thing, she stopped talking and wiped her tears and said, oh, you are telling he has to go. He's a sadhu, he has to go. Okay. If you are telling the okay, then I'll not worry. I'll not cry. She consoled herself as if Krishna is talking back. This is too much. All these days, she was talking to Krishna, okay, I can put up with that. Anyhow, devotee, she has some love for it. Anyhow, she is doing whatever she wants. And after all, she is giving me food, I have to keep quiet. And it's okay. And Krishna talking back, or she acting as if Krishna talking back is too much. To tell you honestly, I did not have respect for deity worship or the puja or all this ritualistic worship before enlightenment. There was a period I had the respect, very young age, when I was too innocent, like till the age of 10. After the age of 10 only I started studying this Vedanta. Having the knowledge of Vedanta without the experience of Vedanta is the worst thing can happen to human being. No, really I am telling you. Knowledge of Vedanta but without the experience of Vedanta. Because it gives you almost a pseudo feeling you have everything, you know everything, you are the greatest person in the world. And practically you will not have any respect for anybody, not only to traditions, anybody. You will be such an idiot. You will not know that, that is the problem. If you know you are an idiot, at least you can save your face. You will not know, but everybody will know. That's the worst thing can happen to human beings. Anyhow, I was in that mood. I had the knowledge, but not the experience. Experience has not happened. But the knowledge was there. So naturally the Vedantic knowledge without experience adds so much of arrogance and intellect to you. I can say your whole inner space kind of gets corrupted. If you are feeling hurt, sorry, but I am telling you exact truth. I have seen hundreds of monasteries where people sit and study this Vedanta for 20 years. I really feel sorry for them. If they can spend the time in sadhana, it will be so much fruitful. Actually, half an hour studying and 10 hours digesting, that means doing contemplation or sadhana, will be the perfect, the balancing. That will be the perfect thing. But in some monasteries, studying is very juicy, understand? You know more and more words. You can play with more and more words and you can show to others. And it brings respect. That's another one problem. Having the knowledge without having the experience is the worst state. You will not respect anybody. You will not respect anything. You will be so dry within you and without the inside and outside. I have seen in my experience how to find out whether somebody is a strong Vedanti, he will have stomach problem. Really. See, logic is like having teeth in the stomach. You will literally eat you. Having teeth inside the stomach. Constantly you will be chewing yourself. You will carry constant irritation. Compassion or love is like a lubricating you. Intellect, just intellect, is like a continuously turning your nerves and creating more and more stress. You will have stomach problem. Giving your love, even a hug, or just looking at something with a love, is like sending with a high force lubrication into your nervous system. It just heals. Even for a few seconds, look at any one of those deities. We have so many deities. You may feel connected or you may have love for any one deity based on your family bringing up or based on the maybe some books you read or your prayers got fulfilled. Just sit there for 2-3 minutes. Look at the deity with a very deep love. You will see your whole system will be lubricated. It's as if like a amrita. The nectar is spreading through your whole system. Sit and read some dry books, strong intellectual book. It is like as if your nerves are being turned or churned, or the stress getting created inside your nerves. I was a kind of such a sharp intellect, logic, never had respect. Till the age of, from the age of 10 to till enlightenment, I did not have respect for all these things where heart needs to be used. Because all my energy and time was spent in intellect, the knowledge. Did not give so much respect for the necessity of developing the heart. Anyhow, when I heard that she talking back about me going, the Krishna says, no, it's okay, don't bother. She is telling, oh, it's okay, oh, you are telling that he should go, I should be consoling myself, all right. That was little too much. I went near her and said, I told, Mataji, you are praying to Krishna, that is okay. But what you are talking as if he is talking back to you, this all illusion, you should come out of it. So I told, these are all illusion, you should come out of it. You should eat healthy food and stay healthy to come out of all this. And she was so innocent. She said, no, Baba, I am not lying. Don't you see he is sitting? And she just held my hand. I promise, I saw Krishna there. He was sitting there. Just a simple child. I tell you, with what intensity you see me now, I promise, at least deeper intensity than that, I have seen Krishna there. He was there. Just small baby, as he was described in Bhagavata, with a small flute in the hand and putting his hand like this on the face, very innocently, with a peacock feather, all the uncleaned hair and very dirty mouth, all that food was there on the mouth and unwiped, and just that small little baby, he was there. The shock was from the very root center. Understand? The shock was from the very Muladhara chakra, from the root my being was shaken. It is you can understand. Even if I had the small doubt she is a saintly lady, I wouldn't have went and told her, you should come out of all this illusion and you should stop doing all this foolishness. You should be very healthy. I would have never told that. Such a simple, unassuming, no external expressions of any saint or a divine being in her. A simple lady, village lady, maybe 70 or 80. Just by touch, she can give initiation. Understand, this is initiation. This is not just, she was able to transmit that experience into my system. It is not that when she held her hand, I was convinced Krishna is there. No, I saw clearly, he was there. The shaking or shock was so much, it just fell at her feet. I can remember very clearly, after falling at the feet of the Kuppammal, my first inspiration and great teacher, after falling at her feet, with that same reverence and respect, second person whom I fell at the feet means only this lady. This lady only received my respect and reverence equivalent to the Kuppammal. I just fell at her feet and said, never ever call me as Baba. You are my Mata. Because as long as she was holding my hand, Krishna was there, I saw. The moment she took her hand out, it disappeared. I was again same old intellectual. It was a very deep, strong experience. The same respect which I had for my own teacher started having. After that, I never ever had doubt or disrespect about this Murti Puja or this worshipping the deity. Even if I go to somebody's house, I'll go to the puja room first and do the namaskar. Sometime my own photo also will be there. Even then, I'll not bother. First thing I'll do, show the camphor and do namaskar. You do not know in whose house who is staying, in whose house who is residing. You do not know. Never take deities for granted. We take deities for granted because it is available for sale. Never ever take deities for granted. When I fell at her feet, she was not able to understand. She said, Baba, what are you doing? Actually, she stopped me and falling at her feet, and she was so respectful. Afterwards, I had a small little chat with her before leaving. She was so innocent, she was thinking, even if she is living with Krishna, then such a small person like her can have darshan of divine and living with Krishna. She was thinking that all sadhus would have had vision and darshan and they are living divine life. I said, that shows your innocence. I know how many people are meditating for years to have the glimpse of the Lord. And here is a lady, she is living with him from morning till night. I have seen. She will lock that small hut and go for that selling the milk. There is nothing inside the hut to steal. Even if some thief comes, they will drop something out of love and compassion and drop something inside and go back. There is nothing except 2-3 bricks for head and 2-3 gunny bag for lying down. But she will lock that room carefully and go. And I'll ask her, why are you locking? No. If some dog comes and hurts Krishna, what to do? If Krishna, slowly if he goes out and he gets hurt in the road, what to do? Such a deep feeling connected. I can see in her eyes how she sees the Krishna, how she looks at the Krishna, how the very vision is so beautiful, so clean. I never miss a chance to tell this story. Unfortunately, I tried my best, I was never able to get her photograph. After enlightenment, after the organization was created, I personally, specially sent people, tried to trace. We were able to locate that place, but she passed away. She was no more, and we were never able to get her photograph. I wanted to get her photograph and put in all our temples as the ideal of Murti Puja. Person who lived with God through the deity worship. I wanted all our temples to have her photograph so that people will remember how an innocent village lady lived such a divine life of living with God. Anyhow, at least we can remember her and offer our respects.
Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Offer your gratitude to the lotus feet of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Pratyaksha Pada Puja is a rare opportunity in a lifetime to express your surrender and gratitude directly at the feet of the Master, daily at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. You can register for e-Pada Puja online and you can receive individual darshan and blessings after the puja. You can send your blessings request at ntv.nithyananda.org or call 91-97422-03311. Make the best use of this rare opportunity to be in the space of the living enlightened master.
Anything great worth mentioning happens to you only when you open up. Opening up even to a small statue or an idol can make so much in you. Understand? To whom you open up is not a big thing. To whom you open up is not a real thing. Don't bother. To whom you open up. If you open up, even a statue can liberate you, give you enlightenment. The life of Ramakrishna, great enlightened master, he became enlightened just by opening himself to a Devi Murti, a statue of a Devi, goddess. It's just a statue. He opened himself. I should tell a beautiful incident in Ramakrishna's life, how the power of opening up makes that statue alive. Vedic tradition is always blamed by the so-called logic people that they are idol worshippers, they are worshipping idols. I tell you, no. Vedic tradition does not have idol worship. We don't worship idols, we worship through idols. Understand, there is a big difference between worshipping idol and worshipping through the idol. We don't stand in front of idol and ask, oh stone, give me boon. Oh metal, give me enlightenment. No. Oh Shiva, give me enlightenment. Oh Krishna, give me jnana. We worship through the idol. When you open up, when you really relate, you will realize the power of the idol which is in front of you. Anything can act as a medium to the existence, to the universe. What happens inside you when the master touches it, the same thing will happen when you touch the energized deity. That is the power of energized deities. Once the life is added to them, they become independent intelligence. They do the same work of master's body. Whatever is said and done, if you have seen that hall, before putting the Garbha on the deities and after putting the Garbha on deities, you will understand the difference, the energy difference. When a master touches you, or when you enter into an energy field, intense energy fields like a Tirumala or the Arunachaleshwara temple or Madurai Devi temple, or there are so many other temples, intense energy fields, Vishwanatha and Badrinath, Kedar, this kind of a strong energy fields, if you enter there also you will have the shock. You will see the lightning starts happening inside the system. Whether you are touched by the master or you are touching the master's body, or you touch an energized idol, the idol or deity installed by an enlightened being, or you enter into a strong energy field. This experience, what Shiva says, can be experienced. Suddenly you will see the lightning happening in your spine. Whenever that happens, close your eyes and rest with it. If it happens in a temple, stop doing all other rituals. Just sit. Go to a corner, just sit and digest that. Let it happen. Be aware. Be sensitive to it. Allow that to work. Cooperate with it. You will see. You will receive 1,000 times more than what you will receive by prayer. Prayer is like you are trying to connect. This experience is like he is trying to connect. Whenever he calls you, it goes to voicemail. And whenever you call, you blame he is not picking up. He is not picking up, true, but when he calls you back, it again goes to voicemail. That is why never the dialogue happens. Understand? This experience is like he calling you. Hello. Don't be engaged. Don't be engaged in something else. Just go to one corner, sit with closed eyes, forget about the pandas, priests, pujaris, worship, these, that. Whatever is going on, sit in one corner, internalize. Which chakra you had that shock or lightning? Just, or if you had the whole, all over the body, then internalize, sit with it. Let you encourage, cooperate with it. Let that penetrate you deeper and deeper. You will see the process which is supposed to happen will start happening. Dear Swamiji, lot of people you have talked to us about, they had a strong background on worshipping through the idol. For instance, the farmers of Indian villages, these blessed villages have family god, which seems to be a family tradition. Do we need some training or some background information to learn how to do worshipping through the idols properly? Understand, I don't think you need an information or ideas about idol worship. I feel we need respect for everything exists. This civilization is built on strength. Constantly you are taught the idea that you have to be self-centered, respect only you. But the civilizations which lived with nature, which existed for thousands of years, they all continuously respect whatever exists. To have the connection, to feel connected to the idol worship, to feel connected to the deity worship, you need to have respect for whatever exists. Means you need to live in the heart. You need to live in the space of compassion. You cannot be constantly living in the space of head. Everything exists is living energy. Only different degree of life. Even Himalayas are growing. Even hills are living energy. Understand? Different frequency of life, but whatever exists is life, is energy. When you start respecting, when you start living with that respect, whatever exists is energy, suddenly you will see the whole nature reciprocates. The whole nature lives with you. In India, the tradition of wandering, so many people will walk by foot length and breadth of country, visiting all the temples and pilgrim centers. I used to wonder how they are able to do, especially going through the forest and all that. I saw after a few weeks or months, they feel connected to the nature. So nature completely cooperates with them. Whether it is rain or shining or whatever, animals or tree, everything takes care of them. Even though logically it is difficult to understand, once you start living with little respect, you will see so many ways nature respects you. Nature reciprocates that love. To do the idol worship, I don't think you need some information or knowledge. You need this feeling connection, respect for whatever exists. If you close your eyes and meditate with yourself, it is meditation. If you do that same thing with open eyes, with the deity, it is a worship. In both, process is same. It is like offering different varieties of meditations, different varieties of experiences, different intensities. That's all. Whatever is said and done, you are in the physical plane. The things related to physical plane will have a direct impression over your system, direct influence over your system. So, for a beginners or for the normal person who wants to experience the truth, the worshipping through the idol just does amazing transformation. This person is asking, can person enlighten only with idol worship? Oh, just with idol worship. I can say, you can become enlightened just with idol worship, but you must be able to develop that depth just through the idol, which usually does not happen. After a certain level, when the depth has become very deep, automatically the person moves to the higher levels or the deeper levels. So, if you are really kind of a person to the depth of Ramakrishna, then of course Ramakrishna didn't have anything else except that Kali idol. And finally Kali herself guided him to have the initiation from Totaburi. That's a very funny incident. Totaburi comes, is a great enlightened master, Avadhuta, Paramahamsa, no cloth, complete naked sannyasi, who lives with the nature. He comes to Dakshineswar and sees Ramakrishna and says, I feel you are an intense seeker. I want to initiate you. Ramakrishna says, wait for a moment, I'll go and ask my mother and come back. Totaburi thought maybe he is staying with his mother and he wants his mother's permission before the initiation. Ramakrishna runs to Devi temple and asks Devi, stands in front of the Kali Murti for 2 minutes and comes back and says, yes, my mother told, you have come here just to initiate me. Totaburi was shocked. He said, what are you saying? You said you will talk to your mother and come back, but I saw you went to temple and stood in front of Devi Murti and came back. They said, yes, she's my mother. I asked her just now and she told me you can initiate me. Totaburi was shocked. And during the initiation, Totaburi said that bring your mind to the ultimate consciousness with no form. Centralize your mind on the formless consciousness. He gave some technique, actually initiated him into a very powerful sannyas technique, the sannyas initiation. But Ramakrishna says, no, I am not able to bring myself to that emptiness because the moment I close my eyes, the Kali is there in front of me. Then Totaburi says, then go and talk to your mother again. And the very interesting thing, he goes to mother and asks Kali, what is this? He is telling me to bring my inner space to the silence and to the pure consciousness which is beyond form. But whenever I close my eyes, I see only you. Then Kali says, go and follow his advice. That is the right thing you have to do. That is the right thing you have to do. And the story says, she gives her own sword, the sword which she always carries, and says, cut my form, kill me. Understand, if you have that depth with an idol, then you don't need anything. Usually, when you have that depth with the idol, she herself will guide and take care that you become enlightened. That story says, she herself guided him, gave the sword to cut her herself, and Ramakrishna, when he again brought himself back to the pure consciousness beyond form, he saw the form of the Kali and used that sword mentally and cut the form. And the story says he became enlightened. Understand, if you have that depth, then naturally the deity herself will guide to you to the higher levels.
Nitya Kriya, Restoring Hatha Yoga to the world. A series of healing yogic processes revealed by Paramahamsa Nithyananda to care and cure for diseases and disorders. Practice Nityakriya and awaken your Kundalini energy. To find out more, visit www.nithyananda.org/nitya-kriyas.
During my wandering, I was resting in the noon time under a tree, putting my head on a small stone, which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I put my head on this stone. I should not say stone. Deity for somebody. Once it is deity for somebody, it should be deity for everybody. But foolish, unfortunate civilizations do the other way. Once if somebody is accused for somebody, he is accused for the whole world. That should not be the case. If he is deity for somebody, deity for everybody. And if he is accused for somebody, he is accused only for that person. And we do completely opposite. So, I put my head by mistake, without knowing, the deity on deity. Usually when there is a turmeric powder smeared, snakes will not come there. That is why in the snake holes, before worshipping they will put the turmeric powder. Snakes won't come. So I thought maybe that is the area where the snakes are too much, so somebody, before resting, they have put turmeric powder, they rested. So I put my head, maybe in 1 hour, some villager from 2-3 kilometers apart, away, he was running towards me, shouting. When he came near me, he just said, "Because you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Otherwise I would have broken your head. How dare you put your head on my Shiva?" So he had a telepathy connection with the deity. He was sleeping in the house. Noon usually villages rest. So this guy was sleeping in his house and he ran and came. And he said, "I saw in my dream somebody is disrespecting my deity, my Shiva. So anyhow, you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Don't do this anymore." I really felt bad that I abused somebody's deity. So I apologized to him, but I was so happy that somebody could have a telepathy connection just with a stone. When you worship as a deity, he is so strong with his feeling connection, he was able to just connect with the deity, just with the trust. So I apologized, then I moved. There was a small temple in that village. I stayed in that village, in that temple. And I was talking about this incident to few people. Some foreigner came to that village like as a tourist. His guide, who can speak little English and little Hindi, English or Hindi, that guy was taking around that foreigner and he wanted to show that foreigner some Indian sadhu. So he brought that foreigner to me and he was telling him about Indian sadhus, few things. Then I also tried. Those days I can't speak fluent English. I can manage, but not fluently. Neither Hindi nor English, but somehow I managed my wandering. But broken Hindi words are enough. For sadhu you don't need to speak much. Now in North India, they'll give you food and they'll take care of you, and great people. It's very beautiful civilization. In the North, so much of respect and love for the sadhus and for the tradition. So I was explaining that like this happened. I put my head on the deity and that guy came running. He had a telepathy experience with the deity that he felt like he should protect it, that somebody is abusing it. Then he came running. I apologized. I told the whole story. This foreigner was really, he got the curiosity. Wow. He wants to meet that villager. So anyhow, this local guide said, I'll get that villager, don't worry. Because I described how that villager looks. Then this guide took that Westerner to that villager. I also wanted to see the fun. I went there. I also went. And during the conversation, that Westerner, he asked that villager what happened and all that. And that villager described, like this, I had a vision that my Shiva is being abused by somebody. I ran and I saw this sadhu was putting his head on that Shiva and I drove him out. He described all the story, and then that foreigner asked, that Westerner asked, how did you feel this? How can this happen? He said, no, I feel this Shiva for me, and so through this deity, Shiva responds to me. That foreigner, I don't know whether he wants to test that villager or really offered. He said, if I give money, will you give this? I'll give you $5,000. Means now 2.5 lakh. I don't know at that time what value. At least few lakh. Few lakh is not a small money. The villager, maybe his whole property will be only that much worthy. Whatever property he has, his house or little land, whatever he has, the whole thing will be only the $5,000 worth. And I thought really that villager is going to jump on that foreigner and finish him off. Shout at him or abuse him or drive him out, saying, how dare you bargain, give money, fix a price for my God, for my Shiva. I thought there is going to be big ruckus, chaos, big scene. I was just keeping quiet. I was really surprised. That villager very simply said, please take it. He gave it away. He said, please take it. Give the money and take the deity. And that Westerner really wanted to carry that as a souvenir. So he gave the money and took it. I think he gave in Indian rupee and took it. That guide, he also made little commission in the fixing the bargain. Everything was done. I was really shocked. Then after that, Westerner went away. I caught hold of the guide and caught that farmer, that villager, and asked, how dare you sell your God? He was very cool. And I tell you honestly, he had a telepathy experience with the deity. It was not lie. It's a truth. He was very cool. And he told me very cool way, Swamiji, I did not sell my God. I just sold a stone which I thought as worshipped as God. I'll put another stone. And not only that, with this money, I'll build a temple for that stone. See, and he was very clear, I'll put another stone and do prana pratishtha. And that will become God. Now I did two things. One, satisfied a Westerner and inspiring him in the tradition. You see, he will carry this. It will be a God for him. So in a way, I am responsible for spreading Vedic tradition to one person. true. See, he said, naturally he is going to carry it and worship. And I know the science of doing prana pratishta. I'll put another one stone and worship it as a god. And this new stone is going to do the same work for me, which the old stone was doing. So I have the ability to do prana pratishta. I was really shocked, understand? See, especially when you have some extraordinary experience with a stone, it is not an easy joke to retain the clarity. I put energy into it. Even though it speaks to me, it is my own trust. It is my ability to do prana pratishta. This is what I call, even if you have the Daiva Bhakti, you should ultimately know the truth. It is Atma Bhakti. Your own Atman, you are seeing it as God outside. So the Daiva Bhakti should lead you to the depth of Atma Bhakti. I was shocked, a villager can have so much of clarity. And that guy really did not spend that money on himself. And he put another one small deity as Shiva and built a small temple. Not big, but small temple he built with that money. Still the temple is there. The idol should be used as a representation of the God. Then after some time, the very idol itself will radiate the divinity. You will feel the very deity is God. There is no God represented by that idol. The idol itself will become God. That is the ripe devotion, intense devotion. This is the basic sutra. Naturally, your way of worship, everything will change as you evolve. In the initial level, it will be very decent, formal worship, because you think that this idol represents God. And slowly you will see it becomes very intimate, not formal, very intimate. And that's what Ramakrishna says, puja should ripe into seva. In normal puja, first, once you cook, the fresh food will be put in front of the deity, in front of the God, and you will offer it to the God through the idol and eat. Once it ripes and really becomes intimate, when Ramakrishna used to do puja, he will first taste it and see whether it is nice or not, is good food or not, hot or not. Then he will put it in front of the God. Means the relationship has become matured and the intimacy has grown. The devotion, the connection has happened. So if you evolve in your devotion, the connection also, the way in which you do worship, that also will evolve. For example, if you see in our temple, after 10 o'clock, all the deities will be put to bed. You will see small deities will be there in front of each God. In front of Vishnu, there will be small Vishnu. In front of Shiva, there will be small Shiva Meru, representing Shiva energy. They will all be put to bed. You may ask how God can sleep. If he sleeps, what will happen to us? He is Kutagesha, means he has conquered sleep. No sleep for him. How can God be put to sleep? If logically, if you see, we will end up in this question and confusion. That devotion, that relationship is not logically analyzing, feeling, thinking that idol represents God and all. The intimacy has grown. So it is no more puja, it is seva. The Advaita will not be useful anymore. A deep relationship, personal connection will start happening. That is a deeper level experience. So, I can't say something is lower and something is higher. Puja is also beautiful as long as it is useful. Seva is wonderful when that is the way your heart feels connected. It's like a different steps. For a logical mind, the seva will not be able to, they will not be able to feel connected to seva. Once one great enlightened lady, her name is Avvayar, she lived in Tamil Nadu. Once she was sitting and stretching her leg towards the deity in the temple, towards Shiva in the temple. The priest came and asked her, told her, move your legs, you are turning towards Shiva, just turn it other side. She is a very old lady, enlightened lady. She said, I am too tired, why don't you yourself put my leg where the God is not there? And the story says, this priest with all the anger, he just pushed her leg with a stick towards the other direction, and the Shivalinga turned towards that direction. And he pushed the leg the other direction. Again, Shivalinga turned towards that direction. See, because she was in that consciousness. All you need is authenticity with your heart, that's all. The story which I was telling, I took a brick and put it on my head, under my head, and farmer running, he came running. That is also truth. And this story, again the Avaya story, the priest moving the leg, her leg, and Shivalinga turning towards that direction. This is also true. Both are true because we were completely authentically connected with our emotion. It was clear. At this bhava, at this attitude, that was the truth. At this attitude, the Avaya was in a complete realization. She was completely connected, filled with Advaitic Anubhuti. Advaita Anubhuti, we call it as constantly radiating the experience of the ultimate. There is a beautiful, still the temple is there. It's called Uttama Solapuram, near Salem. There is a Shiva temple. You will see every direction God will be there. Because he turned for the sake of Avaya every direction, you will see every direction, the deity will be put, the Shivalinga will be there. Anyhow, so she was in that state authentically. So naturally, the deity responded to that state. So all you need to do is, in which state you are now, be authentic in that. If you are feeling now, worshipping, doing a formal puja, do that. If you are really feeling so intimately connected, then have a deity in the home and do whatever you feel like. There is no rule for you. There is no bhava for you. You are beyond visualization or rules or regulation. It's like a living with the divine. It's like seva.
Sacred Art Store. Nithyananda's Sacred Art Store. A storehouse of spiritual products from...
will be there as long as you feel connected or you are in love. As long as you are feeling connected or you are in love. When you are in love with somebody, not only with me, with a master, with anybody, when you are in love, the other person will appear like a God. He will be fulfillment of your being. God means what? Your fulfillment. Your fulfillment is what we call God. What you feel as your fulfillment is your God, Ishta Devata. That is your chosen ideal. When you are in love with the Master, he appears as God. He will be God. I always tell people, when you are in love with me, not only I will appear as God, you will see all miracles which God will do will be happening through me. But when that love or feeling connected goes away, when you don't have that, you will not see any miracle through me. Even if you see, you will take it for granted. It is feeling deeply connected or love that gives you the experience, glimpse of God through other, and it just gives you inside you. It's a big science. First, you fall in love with that object or a person. One difficulty is, if you fall in love with that object or a person, first you need to concentrate, feel him and leave everything else. Then feel his absence also. When you want to feel his absence, he may not agree or cooperate. With a master, he will agree and cooperate to feel his absence, and he will put the whole energy and whole devotion on yourself. He will not bind you. That is the greatness of master. That is the greatness of falling in love with the master. See, when you fall in love with an ordinary object or an ordinary person, also this technique can help you. But one thing, when you want to move away from his presence, he will feel dissatisfied. He will not encourage it. He wants you to be, by now he will be dependent on you. A person who acts as an object for you to fall in love and waits till everything else disappears from you and diverts the same attention and energy towards you and gracefully moves away, lets you experience his absence, is master. He is master. Master is a person who will not be dependent on you, but who will help you to be dependent on him. When time comes, he will simply liberate you and put your whole energy on you and say goodbye and tell you to experience the ultimate. With an ordinary person, that step will be a little difficult. The third step, first step, falling in love, feeling the person, there won't be a problem. Second step, forgetting all other objects except that person or the object, that also won't be a problem. But the third step, feeling his absence also and diverting the whole concentrated energy on yourself. Dhyayato layaha means merging into meditation itself without an object for meditation. At that spot, an ordinary person will not be able to let go. He will create a comfort zone between you and him and encourage you to be in that same comfort zone. Will not allow you to go beyond him. That is where the problem will start. Of course, when that problem comes, let us face that. Just because that problem may come, it is not that we should not start our steps at all. When it comes, let us find the solution. Let us start the work. Let us start the great work of working towards the enlightenment. 3 steps. Feel an object before you, not just seeing, feeling. Means completely lost. Feel the absence of all other objects and persons but this one. Exclude everything else. Just be completely lost with that one person or with that one object. Let there not be anything else. Exclude. Third step, when you really feel that there is no object, suddenly after some time, you feel, oh God, I was sitting here with Swamiji for 3 hours. And suddenly after the lecture you wake up, not from sleep. You think, oh God, there are so many people around me. Or suddenly you see, when did you come and sit? You ask the next person. And you ask the person, when did you come and sit? I did not even notice. If that happens, means you excluded. You achieved the state of excluding everything else. Then you need to go to the third step. Means now unclutch from master also. Feel his presence, his absence also. Then leaving aside the object feeling and the absence feeling, realize object feeling means the presence, absence feeling means absence. Leaving aside both, realize, let you realize, let you disappear just in yourself. See, in Ramakrishna's case, he was so connected to the Kali Murti, he felt that Murti was alive. Just now, few months ago, I went and saw that Murti. When I saw that, it was such a overflowing, such a fulfilled feeling. Just a 3 feet stone can give enlightenment. See the amazing thing. It's not more than 3 feet Murti, just 3 feet Murti. Black stone. It can give enlightenment. He was so strongly connected. First the feeling of the object happened, then the exclusion, means leaving all other objects, that also happened. He used to sit in front of that Murti for hours. If he starts doing arati, people will start moving away because he won't end. If some people start speaking, you don't know when they will end. If he starts doing arati, you don't know when he will end. People will start going away. Second step also happened. The third step happened when he became enlightened. Third step means feeling the absence, means leaving even that form happened to him. Only then he became enlightened. Understand? Feel an object, even ordinary relationship, falling in love can raise you to enlightenment. With this one technique, feel that object or the person intensely, exclude everything else. Feel the absence of all other objects, only that object or that person's presence, then move away even from that person or the object. Feel the presence, feel the absence. Suddenly you will see you are centered on you, on your deeper self, on your consciousness, on your very being.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapita, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 0974220331. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.
So what are your understanding? Now we're going to learn one of the most important pillar or path for the Sanatana Hindu Dharma is sannyas. So let's learn more about all the deities' lives. All right. So why do we need to learn about sannyas? So where are we today? If we take some statistics, ever increasing suicide rates, substance and drug abuse at the mere age of 11. See, we always afraid of getting cancer or getting some fatal disease, right? So much afraid, many of us. But unfortunately, the third leading cause for the death is suicide. Means what? The mental setup is not right. So and substance and drug abuse at the near age of 11, and generalizing and normalizing mental disorders as part of life, and world is witnessing violence, murders, wars, and conflicts every second. Every year, about 703,000 people take their own life, and there are many more people who attempt suicide. Every suicide is a tragedy that affects families, communities, and the entire countries, and has a long-lasting effect on the people left behind. Suicide occurs throughout the lifespan and were the I said third, but it's actually fourth leading cause of death among the 15 to 29-year-old globally in 2019. Suicide does not just occur in high-income countries, but it's a global phenomenon. Understand, it's a global phenomenon in all regions of the world. In fact, over 77% of global suicide occur in low and middle income countries in 2019. Suicide is a serious public health problem. However, suicide are preventable with timely, evidence-based, and often low-cost interventions. For national responses to be effective, a comprehensive, multi-sectorial suicide prevention strategy is needed. This is from the World Health Organization, WHO. Substance use amongst teens. The guide highlights the most commonly used substances and the extent of the problems, such as alcohol, marijuana, and tobacco are substances most commonly used by adolescents. By 12th grade, about 2/3 of students have tried alcohol. About half of 9th to 10th grade students reported ever having used marijuana, and about 4th in 10th and 9th through 12th grade, 4 in 10, 9th to 10th grade students reported having tried cigarettes. And these are the statistics going on. So although it is illegal, people under age 21 years of age drink alcohol and so on. So, and you see the more statistics about the mental health, depression, the percentage, anxiety disorders, bipolar disorders, and other disorders. See the statistics. And KAILASA's global initiative for the introduction of authentic Hinduism and sannyas to all Hindus to establish a harmonious and healthy and contributing lifestyle to world peace. KAILASA conducts online and offline initiatives to heal people worldwide, physiologically, psychologically, neurologically, by initiating over 500,000 spiritual healers through the Nithyananda Healing Science and other varied initiatives. And by the way, tomorrow you are going to get healers initiation. We are going to learn about Arogya Spurana. And through part of that, you are going to get the initiation of healers. So where you can heal yourself and you can also heal others. So train sannyasis as sastradharis, experts in the science of completion, to multiply and reproduce this knowledge into Hindus in the world as means of establishing world peace and preventing violence-based behaviors. Swamiji's, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's initiatives on spreading the powerful Hindu lifestyle of sannyas. For the betterment of the humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands of peacekeepers into sannyas as a virtue of establishing the individual in the awe of ahimsa. The sannyasis are trained as sastradharis, experts in the science of completion, to multiply and reproduce this knowledge into Hindus in the world in collaboration with Sri KAILASA Uniting Nation for revival of ancient civilization and Sri KAILASA Uniting Nations for consciousness studies and practice as means of establishing world peace and preventing violence-based behaviors. Sannyasis is saying no to this societal ignorance and delusion and reclaiming one's original taste for life. The beautiful, the powerful space of sannyas is when the body is beyond the need for external input and the mind radiates love, completion, and responsibility for the whole world. Who is a sannyasi? When you take the responsibility for the money of the society, you become Vaishya. Means, when you take the responsibility for weapon of the society, you become Kshatriya. Vaishya is the person who earns the money, who does business and who earns the money. And Kshatriya is a warrior who protects the country or nation. When you take the responsibility for the knowledge of the society, you become Brahmana. When you take the responsibility for everything, you become sannyas. Sannyasi, living the highest possibility with ease, the highest sincerity in the highest possible simple way as it is. Sannyas is taking responsibility to enrich all of humanity and that being your only priority and purpose. Sannyasis are the backbone of Hinduism. The whole world has been built by sannyasis, whether it is architecture, art, science, culture, or language. Sannyasis have contributed the best things in Vedic tradition. Only sannyasis will be able to keep Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive as they dedicate and sacrifice their life to this ideology, to this purpose, to the Dharma. On the sacred land of Vedic India have walked countless powerful artwork beings who carried pure hearts of compassion and gigantic wills to selflessly enrich humanity. They are the sannyasis, the monks, who call the world their home and walk door to door, awakening people to the truth while healing and blessing them. What will be covered today in this session? The origin of sannyas, who is a sannyasi, what is sannyas, and why sannyas is crucial today in today's world. The origin of sannyas. The Apta Pramana Adi Shankaracharya once said in Nirvana Shatakam, he beautifully sang that Shivoham, Shivoham, and the meaning of that song was I have neither hatred nor liking. I have neither greed nor delusion. I have indeed neither pride nor jealousy. I have no duty to perform nor any wealth to acquire. I have no craving for pleasure. I am neither not being bound for liberation. I am of the nature of pure consciousness and bliss. I am all auspiciousness. I am Shiva. Such was his blissful emptiness at that very young age. Adi Shankara traveled across Indian subcontinent to propagate his philosophy through discourses and debates with other thinkers. He established the importance of monastic life as sanctioned in the Upanishad and Brahma Sutra in the time when the Mimamsa school established strict ritualism and ridiculed monasticism. He is reputed to have founded 4 matas, the monasteries, which helped in the revival of the Enlightenment ecosystem, revival and spread of Advaita Vedanta, of which he is known as the greatest revivalist. Adi Shankaracharya is also the organizer of the Dashanami monastic order and unified the Shanmata, 6 subsects of Hinduism tradition of worship. Just one act of Mahant Totapuri Maharaj giving sannyas to Ramakrishna, see the contribution that happened to humanity. I tell you, sannyasis are never anti-social. They are above social. The amount of contribution they have done to society is unimaginable. They are the most productive people on the planet Earth. My sannyasis will be the most intelligent and productive human beings on planet Earth. Sri Ramakrishna was a great mystic of all times, a simple man, sometimes with childlike enthusiasm. He explained the most complex concept of spiritual philosophies in most simple parables, stories, anecdotes. He directed that the ultimate goal of every living soul is God realization. To get rid of the thought that he belonged to a higher Brahminal caste, he began to eat food cooked by the Shudras or lower caste. He helped bring the realm of Eastern energies and realization, the demonic celebration that the human is always between the reality it has not yet attained and a reality to which it is no longer limited. He was given a name that is from the Vaishnavite tradition. Sri Vivekananda was an Indian Hindu monk, a chief disciple of the 19th century Indian mystic Ramakrishna. He was a key figure in the introduction of the Indian philosophies of Vedanta and Yoga to the Western world and is credited with raising interfaith awareness, bringing Hinduism to the status of a major world religion during the late 19th century. He was a major force in the revival of Hinduism in India and contributed to the concept of nationalism in colonial India. Vivekananda founded the Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission. He is perhaps best known for his speech, which began with the words, "Sisters and Brothers of America," in which he introduced Hinduism at the Parliament of the World Religion in Chicago in 1893. Nagasadhus are the first batch of Apasannyas who took sannyas to save Hinduism. In 1664, Aurangzeb and his powers had come to loot Lashing Vishwanath temple and more temples in the local. His army first killed 1,000 Brahmins and burned their bodies with their Yajnopavita, the sacred thread. Not just killing the person, but killing their spiritual sentiments also. Around 40,000 Nagasadhus relinquished their lives, took sannyas as sastra, that is weapon, shielding Kashi Vishwanath temple. An individual soul happens on this planet Earth to achieve completion, to achieve enlightenment. That is the purpose of every human being. Thousands of social interventions, interferences, interruptions happen. Thousands of psychological exploitation happen. Even if you're asked to be compassionate without compassion happening in you. Without the technique to make the compassion happen in you, it is exploitation. After you're given the technique to be in the space of completion, after that also, if you are not, then it is you destroying you. But if you have not been given that science, and if it is demanded, it is exploitation. In many ways, society exploits you. It doesn't give you the methodology. It doesn't give you the technology. It doesn't allow you to expand systematically. It just forcibly stretches you like physiotherapy. Even physiotherapy as a system, it does step by step. It's like a crude physiotherapy. Every psychological problem, every psychosomatic disorder human beings are suffering is nothing but ignorance of the society exploiting them, whereas nobody is held responsible. Whether it is money or media or any political system, it is just ignorance of the society imposed on you. A man stands up courageously and declares, I am not going to be exploited by any of this, is a sannyasi. Completion gives you videha mukti, means once you complete with every pattern, you are free from all patterns. Then when you leave the body, you will become enlightened. That is videha mukti. But only when you declare no to the society, sannyas, while you are living itself, you are liberated. There are so many people who achieved completion, but still they are allowing the ignorance of the society to exploit them. When you allow the ignorance of the society to exploit you, you are not liberated. You can either practice completion for ages and live in the space of liberation, wait for the death to happen, and after that, you will be a mukta, videha mukta. Or declare your sannyas and be liberated while you are living in the body. Declaring the social ignorance cannot affect you anymore, exploit you anymore. You will not birth for the social ignorance anymore. Is living enlightenment, that is Jivan Mukti. Declare that you are not going to be allowing your social ignorance to exploit you anymore. Sannyas is the ultimate freedom. Understand, a man deciding, I will not allow society to exploit me anymore due to its ignorance, is a sannyasi. It's not that you are antisocial. You will be asocial, meaning beyond society. All the best things we have now is created and sustained by the sannyasis. If you are in India, even The way you breathe is defined by us, designed by us, not just the way you eat, the way you dress, but even the way you breathe is gifted by us. Pranayama. What an amazing contribution the sannyasis have done. In the word of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sannyasis are never antisocial. They are above social. And the amount of contribution they have done to society is unimaginable. They are the most productive people on the planet Earth. My sannyasis will be the most intelligent and productive human beings on planet Earth. Most common misconceptions about sannyasis. Sannyasis is running away from family responsibility. Sannyasis should be taken at old age, at the end of life. Sannyasis are poor. Sannyasis only sit in one corner and chant Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. What is sannyas then? Sannyas is being established in the space of leadership with no restrictions of your own mind and no imposed limitations of your body as conditioned by society. Sannyas is not just celebrating, it is celebrating. No, it is celebrating that is called completion of sannyas. Next level, your physiology evolves to the level of no need for any gain, no need for any external pleasure input, because you are expressing so much of completion. You are established in the space of completion and you radiate completion. You don't need any pleasure from outside. All games stop. Then your psychology, mind evolves to the level of ability to love everyone in the world. That is enlightenment. Body goes beyond the need for the pleasure. Mind radiates. Mind is able to take responsibility for everyone. It is able to love everyone. That is the state of sannyas. Sannyas means body is completely complete and mind is able to love the whole world, able to take the responsibility for the whole world. Sannyas is the lifestyle of living in the space of complete completion, completion in its complete form, completing with all your powerlessness and radiate powerfulness. Teaching the science of completion to the world is sannyas. There is a beautiful story from the life of Buddha. After enlightenment, Buddha visited many places preaching his dharma or teachings and initiating people into spiritual life. On the way, he entered Kapilavastu, his birthplace. He walked on the streets with his disciples wearing the saffron robe. Everyone watched them with great wonder. Buddha's wife, Yashodhara, heard the noise in the street and asked what it was. Her maids told her that it was none other than her own husband who has returned as the Buddha, the enlightened soul. She did not go to meet him. Instead, she called for her son Rahul. Rahul was born the night that Buddha left home in search of enlightenment. She asked Rahul, "Do you see that radiant figure there who holds a begging bowl and yet looks like a king? He is your father. Go and ask him for your inheritance." The young boy ran downstairs and pushed his way through where the Buddha stood. He fell at Buddha's feet and boldly repeated what his mother had told him. Buddha lifted him up gently with a smile and looked at him. He simply removed the gold-hemmed cloth the boy was wearing and replaced it with the saffron one. The boy, the 7 years of age, was given his inheritance. He was the first and only child allowed in the monastic order of Buddha. When a soul completes its shallow expectations of life after countless births and is finally ready for the spaciousness beyond completion, that is when one rises to taste for life and the possibility of aligning to the ultimate reality. True liberation, the freedom to travel on the ultimate journey, the journey to enlightenment blossoms. That is the state of sannyas. The required threshold to reach the highest peak possibility and potential of a being is achieved through living the life of sannyas. Kathopanishad, a beautiful verse, Hara Nisita Duratyaya Durgam Pathas Tat Kavayo Vadanti. Arise, awake, wake up yourself and awaken others. Approach the great awakened ones till you awaken and manifest your complete self. Sharp as the blade of razor is that path of living Advaita. So declare the wise beings long and hard to tread and difficult to cross. Sannyas is aligning your thinking to the ultimate possibility, aligning your thinking to the ultimate reality, aligning your thinking to integrity and authenticity. Awakening all the different powers in you is sannyas. Awakening all the various powers in you, awakening all the various possibilities in you, awakening all the various understandings in you, awakening all the various realizations in you, awakening all the various goals in you is sannyas. Awakening you to you is sannyas. Awakening yourself to your ultimate expression of I am Paramashiva. What is the state of Paramashiva? You declaring to yourself, I am Paramashiva. You convinced about yourself, you are Paramashiva, and you cognize about yourself as Paramashiva. And even you believing, you behaving as Paramashiva to yourself is the state of Paramashiva. Spend little time, watch the satsang related to pure oneness and Advaita. You get convinced, you understand, and you cognize that you are Paramashiva and declared your integrity to Paramashiva, your allegiance to Paramashiva. That you are declaring you are Paramashiva and continuously, even if you're behaving with yourself as Paramashiva, is a state of Paramashiva. Come to that conclusion that you are Paramashiva. Cognize you are Paramashiva. Declare to yourself you are Paramashiva and behave even with yourself as you are Paramashiva. That is manifesting the state of Paramashiva. Why sannyas? See, common middle class man spends almost 90% of his life just food, shelter, clothes. These three literally takes away 90% of his time because 1/3 of his life goes in sleeping. In the remaining 2/3, the first 25 years goes to education, get education for food, clothing, and shelter. When you start making all that, you are already 50, waiting for death. So large part of your life disappears just trying to get food, shelter, and clothes. By offering sannyas, Swamiji takes away that basic problem from your life. Now come on that, start moving to the next level. It is enough. You are stuck in the same rut. You eat what for? To work, for to eat over. You don't come out of that rut of the basic survival need. Let us raise the human beings consciously to the next level. Human beings need to be told about the next possibility. Human beings need to be told about the next possibility. People who change after they change happens survive. People who change along with the change succeed. People who lead the change are leaders. People who cause the change lead. In Swamiji's own words, I'm telling you, I am the change for the world. Not as a pride, not as egoistic. I'm telling you a simple truth. I am the change. Change along with the change itself to succeed. Why do you want to change after the change to survive? Sannyas is the biggest change I am bringing to the world, making it as a mainstream lifestyle. Sannyas is going to be the greatest revival of integrated Sanatana Hindu Dharma intelligence. This is the only way we are going to stop the suicides, drugs, and death. We are going to stop depression, destruction. Sannyas not only completes you, you become the instrument for people to achieve completion. Humanity to reach completion. Humanity should experience completion through you. You should become part of this great spiritual change. If it's change after change, you will survive. And this is done already. What is the right context of sannyas? Renouncing is having without the idea of having. Parting without the idea of parting. Otherwise, by merely renouncing of outer wealth, you will not gain anything. You will only feel the pain of sacrificing the mind. Sannyas is not escaping from the mind. It is going beyond the mind. That is possibility only through a proper understanding. By merely renouncing outer wealth, you can never be a sannyasi. Sannyas is the change in the inner mental setup, not a change in the outer mental setup. Renouncing outer wealth to be a sannyasi is like doing the right action, but for the wrong reason. A small story. There were 3 men in a mental asylum. One day, they went to the doctor and said that they were ready to be discharged. The doctor was surprised. He said, "All right, come with me. We will have a small test to see if you are well enough to leave and live safely in the world." He took them to a swimming pool that had no water. He told the first man to jump into the pool and swim. The man jumped and sprained his ankle. The doctor told him he was not ready to be discharged. Next, he told the second man to jump. The second man also jumped and sprained his fist. The doctor told him he too was not ready to be discharged. Then he told the third man to jump. The third man refused to jump, saying, "No, I will not do that." The doctor was very happy and declared that the third man was cured and could go home. When the man was signing his papers to leave, the doctor was curious and asked him, "Tell me, how did you decide that you would not jump?" The man replied, "How can I jump? I don't know how to swim." Understand, right action, but for the wrong reason. Renouncing wealth to become a sannyasi is doing the right action, but for the wrong reason. Renouncing is having without the idea of having, and parting without the idea of parting. Wealth and sannyas are not mutually exclusive. In fact, Sannyas is the art and science of creating wealth flawlessly. What is the royal way to reach Paramashiva? Sannyas is the unit to measure the amount of state, space, and powers of Paramashiva manifesting in your body and mind. By walking literally, you can reach from Rameshwaram to London. Yes, by walking, is it possible technically, practically? Actually, technically, from London to Kuala Lumpur, you can walk, but how many are successful? So technically, even without sannyas, you can get enlightened. You can manifest Paramashivatva technically. See, just like a spring, even if you suppress, the moment the weight is removed, the force is removed. It comes back to the original state. Its original state. Same way, there is some pulling springs inside you. If it is pulled by the weight, it is there. And the moment weight is removed, it just pulls itself back to your original state by its original state. As per the original original state of the pulling string, all of us are sannyasis. That's why even by the drop of the hat, you feel, why all this? Let's run away. Any withdrawal is nothing but the original state of sannyas. Maybe practice sometimes the right way or wrong way, but the state and its original pulling string, the spring by its nature, sannyasi. Sorry. The right practice of that state is sanya. Slow practice of the state is grihastha. Wrong practice of the state is atheist. Right practice of our original state is sannyas, means without diluting the state, making it into a space and manifesting it into powers. So much has been done to humanity by the sannyas tradition. Sannyas tradition has given to the humanity million times more than what the marriage, the organization, the institution marriage has given to the world. Especially the whole India has been built by the sannyasis. Everything best has been contributed to the Indian tradition by the sannyasis. Whether it is our architecture, art, culture, language, everything, all the best things we have is from sannyas. The purpose of human life is you experiencing completion and working, radiating, showering. This is the first and foremost goal of life. Completion. By establishing the space of completion. Go on helping everyone around you to reach the space of completion. Help yourself to be in the space of completion. Go on enriching everyone to be in the space of completion. Understand, in no other lifestyle you can live in completion. Go on inspiring people to be in the space of completion. Sannyas brings out the best of you. The solution for getting back to our Vedic tradition back. When Hindus stop sending their children to become sadhus, The whole system collapsed because there is nobody to defend. All our knowledge, all our tradition, all our amazing divine values, spiritual lifestyle, everything is lost. Be very clear. If you are dying in depression, if you are suffering with discontentment with the life, you deeply hate life. Be very clear. You are responsible. Your forefathers did not spare one child from one family to become a sannyasi. That is why you are suffering. It's time. Spare at least one child from a family to become a sannyas. Plan your family in this way, at least one child and one share to monastery. One child for a sannyas, one share to a monastery. Let the pitas happen everywhere in the world. In Swamiji's own words, in the modern day, we don't need sastradharis, sastradharis means weapons, weapon sannyasis. We don't need them, but we need sastradharis, meaning the intellectual teachers, preachers, who will go around all over the world to teach the science of completion, who will teach the science of enlightenment. I alone, sitting in one corner of the world, how much I can contribute, how much I can do. We need at least 1 million sannyasis, 10 lakh sannyasis. Our whole Sangha should be sannyas based. Either you are a sannyas or you are very clear you missed sannyas this time. But you enrich the world to take sannyas. Then what will happen to the reproduction of the world? What will happen to if everybody becomes sannyasis? What will happen to the humanity's reproduction? Be very clear. First of all, everyone in the world is not that intelligent. Second, God has not given you that responsibility. He knows how to expand the world. You take up many responsibilities which are not given to you, and you don't do many responsibilities which are supposed to be done by you. Sacred sentiment to rescue of the world. Any sentiment makes a straight line in your brain. It is called straight line. Is science. Any sentiment which makes a sweetness in your heart is called sacred sentiment, devotion. That's all. When sacred sentiments, one good thing is the whole thing is based on coexistence. So the more and more you dive into the sacred sentiment, more and more the life on the planet Earth becomes juicy. When more and more people dive into that sacred sentiments, more life becomes livable, affordable in planet Earth. When more and more people dive into sacred sentiments, the enmity reduces. You see, the cost of living increases when the enmity amongst people increases. Economy and enmity is directly connected. If people are trusting each other, the holdings comes down. Hoarding, possessing comes down. When the possessing is less, the cost of living is less. That's all. The whole thing boils down to ahimsa. Sacred sentiment not only reduces the war, helps the economical growth. Sacred sentiments can raise the Sensex number. Any country which cherishes sacred sentiment will have a strong economy, unshakable economy. See, this India is a country which has the largest 24/7 news networks. The first stand of DNA is talking about others. That is our very lifestyle. Because the tight-knit community lifestyle you see, we were tight-knit community and enough of dosage of sacred sentiment was also getting added. So all the goodness of the tight-knit community was getting maintained. Now, suddenly, last 10 years, the tight-knit community structure is kept alive because of the IT network, the communication revolution, TV, media, internet, cell phone, everything. But the level of sacred sentiment is drastically coming down. So all the bad things of the tight-knit community is becoming more and more, and good things of the tight-knit community is getting lower and lower. That is why the largest suicide rate among the teenagers and youth is in India. The largest suicide rate. Because all the good things of the tight-knit community is drastically coming down, and all the bad things of the tight-knit community is going up. The only solution for India is Meera and Andal, Manikyavasagar and the Tirujnana Sambandar. Otherwise, the next 10 years, just by suicide, we are going to lose the cream of our youth. If we don't take up Meera and Andal, Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi, Sundaran and Sambandar, Jnana Sambandar, Appar, Manikyavasagar, Jnaneshwar, and Ramdev, all these are enlightened beings. If we don't take up all these ideals and revive the lifestyle based on the sacred sentiments, we are going to lose our intelligent, educated, productive, modern day youth. Just this one problem of teenage suicide or suicide among youth, because all the good things of the tight-knit community is coming down. This sacred sentiment is one of the important good things of the tight-knit community. I think it's done. The only way is we need millions of sannyas and is and sannyasis, brahmacharis and brahmacharnis, rishis and maharishis, equivalent to the number of IT engineers. Let them outsource their IT jobs to India, and we will outsource the sannyas job to the Western countries. Taking sannyas life should become a career like IT. Only then the Indian youth are going to be saved. It's a career, not just some dropouts run away and become some Swami. We need equivalent number of people who live and radiate sacred sentiment to the number of IT engineers. Otherwise, the future India is going to face the worst disaster. In Hinduism, non-violence in its totality can be experienced through the path of sannyas. Sannyas is taken through the thread of Satya. There are the 5 O's. The first O is speaking the truth, Satya, and Aparigraha. Second one, that is living with minimal things. Then Astreya, meaning non-stealing. Then Brahmacharya is celibacy. Then Ahimsa, which is non-violence. And practicing the 4 tattvas, that is integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The sovereign order of Kailasa represents the collective consciousness of the inner peace, non-violence, fulfillment, and bliss. It's time we outsource this job of this is the time. It's time we have more number of healing towers than call centers and more number of youth radiating sacred sentiments than IT engineers. We need more people who know the I technology than information technology IT. Wake up. Let's live and enrich ourselves with Paramashivoham and enrich everyone. Enrich with this. We need lakhs of sadhus to serve humanity, to take the responsibility of society, to continuously teach, teaching the great truths, teaching the life, teaching everything possible. Now, write down all the thought current that you carry about sannyas as lifestyle. Being ferociousness, bring ferociousness in you and complete all your incompletion. So can you please write down all the thought current that you carry about sannyas as lifestyle? Quickly pen down, take a few minutes and write down. Yes, let's move on. So thank you, Ma, for posting. Dina, yes. So sannyas is going to be the only solution for the future because it is the only thing that teaches you to be established in yourself and yet learn to act in the outer world in a playful, joyful, ecstatic way. Sannyas allows you to play any number of roles without identifying with any of them. It keeps you in continuous excitement and ecstasy all the time. It makes you experience the very essence of taking birth on planet Earth. Sannyas is about seeing the wonderful coexistence of everything in existence. Sannyas is exciting in relationship like a water drop on the lotus leaf. If you see the lotus leaf, the water droplet will be on the leaf but will be untouched by it. Sannyas is living in relationship while being untouched by them. A common misconception is that sannyas is renouncing relationship. No, sannyas enriches relationships. So, what are you learn? You can type it. And if you are interested in taking this path, you can let me know. Vishwanathan says, learned a lot, not described by smaller words. And Christina, whole India is built by the sannyasis. Sannyasi is the only solution for this world. Wonderful. So now we're going to learn about the in Hinduism, what is the concept of God? We know so many idols, so many deities, so many temples. So what is the actual concept of God?
maybe sit in front of my photograph and finish. If you have any incompletions, complete that also. Complete with everything, everyone. When I say me, I mean all I represent, everything unknown in your life. I am a totality of unknown in your life. So whatever you call life, God, nature, if you are not able to pinpoint anybody as a reason for your incompletion, put that on me, that's all. I am the Vyakta of Avyakta for all of you. I am the manifest of unmanifest for all of you. So naturally, all the unknown incompletions, dump it on me and complete with it. Be complete with it. I am almost like a large size dustbin for all of you to dump all your incompletions, unknown. Actually, Master is expected to play that job. And it's my responsibility to complete all your unknown incompletions. Like, if you are depressed, moody for no reason, and you are not able to find any reason, then naturally, on whom the incompletion falls? Me only. So, all the unknown incompletions which you are not able to pinpoint, avyakta, put all that also and complete. Try your best to complete with as many persons and as many things as possible. Completion with others will make you experience Shuddha Advaita, the pure oneness or non-dual experience. Even oneness is not the right word. It looks like a ekatva. No, oneness is not right word. Non-dualness, Advaita, means non-dual. You will experience infinite under your ability to grasp. Please listen. Today I am defining non-duality. Non-duality is not oneness. Non-duality means infinite but able to grasp. You will expand to grasp the infinite. That is Advaita, non-duality. It is the intellectual criminals like Max Muller and Max Mullerian's translation of our Vedas to abuse our Vedas, that non-duality has been translated as oneness, which is not right. They try to translate by using the word monism. No. Advaita is neither monism nor non-dualism, nor oneness. Advaita means non-dual. Advaita. See, these two No two does not mean one. Neither one nor two. Uncountable, infinite becomes your experience. Understand? Today what you are listening is going to be one of my breakthrough contribution to the whole Hindu philosophy, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Because the whole modern day neo-Hindus are suffering without understanding this word non-dualism. Tons of questions. If non-dualism means, then how so many gods can be there? If I have to translate the word Advaita with a clear meaning and the interpretation of the practical experience, this is the experiential interpretation, expression, experiential expression of Advaita. Advaita does not mean oneness. Advaita does not mean monism. It means there is no two, there is no one, infinite, but infinite, everything is infinitely powerful. That is why the Sanatana Hindu Dharma allows all of us to be gods and not fight with each other. All of us are gods and we don't need to fight with each other. We don't need any superior body to guide all of us, to rotate all of us, or to put a traffic signal for all of us. All the planets are having any traffic policeman to put signal? No. They are all independently intelligent. Independently intelligent. All of them exist. All of them exist and all of them are ultimate. No need for a superior body. Same way, all of us are gods and no need for superior body. You realize your potentiality. You establish yourself in the completion, space of completion. You are God, that's all. These religious terrorists forcing their belief about one God on Sanatana Dharma, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, either by conversion or terrorist activities or by intellectual terrorism. Force us to believe. Hinduism also believes in one God. As the apolitical, legitimate, clear voice of Hinduism, and as the Mahamandals do not believe in one God, the ultimate experience of Hinduism, Advaita, does not support the idea of one God. Advaita, the experiential expression of Advaita is infinite gods, all infinitely powerful, without any need for any one superior or supreme personality or supreme Godhead. Because your logic cannot grasp it before you experience it, we reduce to the understanding of our logic anything reduced to understanding of our logic is not ultimate truth. As an experiential expression of Advaita, Vedanta, and Advaitic principles, today I wanted to make this understanding for all the questions related to God officially by Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham. And this is the stand of all the Vedic rishis. Only this experiential expression answers all the questions created. All the questions comes up by all philosophers. Understand? With this experiential expression, infinite gods, each one of them infinitely powerful, you can answer all the philosophical questions of Visishtadvaita, Dvaita, Suddhadvaita, Beda Beda, Advaita, Advaita Siddhanta, Advaita Vedanta, Saiva Siddhanta, Shankya, Darshana, Padanjala, Yoga, Uttara Mimamsa, Purva Mimamsa, Nyaya Vaiseshika. All the principles, all the philosophies, all their questions about God, including agnostic philosophies like Buddhism, Jainism, and atheistic principles like all the questions, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma's basic truth, only this can answer all the philosophical queries, questions, and complications. Experiential expression, contribution. Because if you have a little intellectual background, you know the whole Hindu Pandit community is suffering with. Most of them just give up these questions and get stuck with their family beliefs or the monastery they are associated with it, or the tradition they are associated with it. They just live that belief and die without seeing the end of their seeking. Today, I am revealing one of the highest experiential expression of pure Advaita, non-dualistic philosophy's truth, which forms the core of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Hinduism believes in infinite gods, all of them infinitely powerful, without any requirement of one superior person, body, Godhead, personality to guide or regulate the infinitely powerful, infinite number of gods. When you complete today with everyone, this will be your realization. I break the myth of oneness. I break the myth of Supreme Personality of Godhead. I break the myth of the requirement of Supreme Personality. Please understand. I break the myth of Supreme Personality of Godhead. I break the myth of oneness. I break the myth of the necessity for Supreme Personality. The truth, the experiential expression of Suddhadvaita, which I experienced, which I am imparting to all of you, which all of you will experience. The truth, only this truth can solve all the intellectual questions. Is there God? Is there multiple God? Is there one God? Then who is multiple? Who are all multiple? Who is one? And who is superior? Then who selects who is going to be superior? How can one be superior? Then what about the Devi Bhagavatam declares Devi is only superior. All 10 incarnations came out of the nails of Devi. And what about the Vishnu Purana, which declares all gods and goddesses, including Devi, everybody is just one of the dream of Vishnu? Then what about the Shiva Purana, which declares all gods and goddesses are just dust which flies when Mahadeva walks? Where is the answer for all these questions? Then what about the Guru Gita, which declares all gods and goddesses are only just the Charanamrita of Guru? Where is the answer for all these questions? Then are we completely a confused religion? Just bunch of few old people who drank Somarasa, their illusions and fantasies? No. We are the most powerful, most sophisticated, most intelligent, most cutting edge presentation of the left with the possibility to evolve more and more, open for the possibility of updation. I tell you, to evolve to this understanding, to evolve to this realization, the whole Hinduism was working. It may look very simple declaration as one of the everyday morning satsang, today what I am speaking, but you will see the whole Hinduism is going to be revolutionized by this understanding. The whole humanity is going to be revolutionized. This one understanding of infinite gods with infinitely powerful, without the need for a supreme personality of Godhead or the supreme authority to guide. You will see the whole concept of God is going to be rewritten by Himself. The experiential expression of this truth will answer tons and tons of questions, confusions. I tell you, this confusions led many people atheists, or many people stopped seeking, and they don't care anymore about this intellectual debates because it is too confusing, too much. It's going above the head. So they decide, no, enough. No. No, really. It's almost like the expression you give when your wife argues with you. I tell you, any debate, I am giving you the definition of how a judgment should be given in any debate. Which, please listen, first truth you need to know, no debate can be solved. That is why it is debate. Debates are not for solution, but to find final word. Please listen. Debates are not for judgment, but to find what is the final word. Final word of any debate should be, what is the statement which allows the possibility of further exploration? The statement which allows the possibility of further exploration should be the final word of any debate. I tell you, if we recognize all the greatest intellectual questions of all greatest intellectual philosophies on the planet Earth with this experiential expression, of the declaration about God, without any need for one supreme personality of Godhead guiding or ruling, with this experiential expression, if you start answering, recognizing all the intellectual questions of all the great philosophies on the planet Earth, one, you will have intellectual treat. Second, you won't give up your seeking. You will be going to the next level of spiritual understanding. An incarnation's responsibility is to lead humanity to the next level. I have to raise you in all the uncertain, at least one level further to certainty. I have to lead you into the unknown, at least making one level further, making it as a known to you. At least one aspect of the unknown, I should make it known to you. I should lead you at least to certain level into uncertainty. The vast avyakta, I should make at least one bit further vyakta to you. If you already know many things, I should lead the world at least one step further. I should add to your known. I tell you, I am satisfied. I have done this job just by this today's one declaration. have job satisfaction just because of this one declaration. This solves all the questions of all the fights, all the debates, all the conflicts, all the controversies related to God. I name this experiential expression as Nithyanandam. Giving this experience to all of you is the purpose of the program Nithyanandam. Inner awakening will be known from now onwards with the Sanskrit subtitle Nithyanandam. The program will be known in Sanskrit as Nithyanandam. And the purpose of this program is to give this experiential expression as your experiential expression. Complete with others and life. You will experience what I declared today as Nithyanandam. When you experience this great truth in tons of ways, your life will change. Because you are going to experience you are God. You are going to experience your worst enemy in your life is God. You are going to experience your best friend in your life is God. You are going to experience your pet is God. You are going to experience everything in you, around you is God. Not equally powerful, infinitely powerful. Understand, I am not saying all of us are equally powerful. I am saying all of us are infinitely powerful. It is up to us to express our infinite power. Each time when a human brain evolves to the next level, and evolves to grasp the next level of understanding, a person opens up the knowledge of next level. That person who jumps out and reveals the knowledge is called incarnation. With this experiential expression, now start recognizing all the questions which you left unattended with this expression, recognizing them with the expression. You don't need to carry the expression of You can now recognize with the expression of check, 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 check. The online cities, if you have the question, what is this check, 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 check? Come to the next Inner Awakening Level 4 to Bali. And get the answer. Till then, let this be a suspense. I don't want to name this as a philosophy. I only wanted to call this as experiential expression of infinity. Nithyanandam is experiential expression of infinity. With the revelation of this great experiential expression, from this context, I bless you all. Do completion with others and yourself. You will experience this experience. And today, from this context, all of you sit, and I commit with you all, I'll mirror my neuron activities into your brain. I'll move to the meditation process.
So what is your understanding? You can update in the chat. And next we are going to learn about rituals. Why we do so many rituals and what is the understanding of the rituals. You see, whenever Swamiji gives for darshan, you see definitely one ritual happens, isn't it? The puja happens. What is the significance of that ritual? So we'll be, there are many rituals and why we do the rituals. So that we are going to learn. And everything around us is God. Infinite. Yes. Christina, what is your understanding? Everything that exists is God. Wonderful. This is one of the earliest topics.
Rites and rituals, an updated understanding. Let's analyze this topic completely. Let's look deep into the roots of rituals, why rituals are created. Why rituals? In ancient time, meditation techniques which are used by masters to feel the divine connection within themselves. In course of time, when the meaning is lost, if the idea or concept behind, if the philosophy behind the ritual, if it is not transmitted to the next generation, if only the action is transmitted, not the philosophy is transmitted, then those meditation techniques became rituals. Understand? When the philosophy behind the ritual is not transmitted, only the action, the physical action is transmitted, then meditation techniques become ritual. When you do it with understanding of the philosophy behind and full of heart, any ritual can become meditation technique. When you do without understanding and without your consciousness, awareness, even meditation technique will become one more ritual. There is no difference between meditation technique and ritual except your interest in it, that's all. With your interest, any ritual can become meditation technique. It can directly connect you with the cosmic energy. It can put you online or in tune with the ultimate energy. There are so many different kinds of rites and rituals. I think our religion has got at least few millions of rituals. Please understand, not few thousands or not few lakhs. Few millions of rituals. So many thousands of mudras. So many thousands of types of homa. So many thousands of types of pujas. Millions of rituals. I was telling you the other day how we worship all the 5 elements. The whole existence is made of these 5 elements. We can relate to the existence, we can relate to the cosmic energy through all these 5 elements. When you try to relate to the cosmic energy through a stone or a metal idol, it is called puja. When you try to relate to the same cosmic energy through a river, through a pond, through a water body, it is called tirtha snana. When you try to do some ritual standing in a water or sitting in water and meditating, repeating some mantra or offering some puja to the water, it is called tirtha puja or tirtha snana. When you try to fall in tune with the cosmic energy through fire, it is called homa. When you try to fall in tune with the cosmic energy through air, it is called repetition of mantra. Through repetition of mantra or japa, you can fall in tune with the air energy. Through chanting the mantra. When you try to, you can fall in tune with the cosmic energy through ether, using the visualization. That's what we call meditation. Through meditation, you can fall in tune with the ether. We fall in tune or we connect ourselves to the cosmic energy through all these 5 methods. Mainly, we can classify our rituals as rituals done for human beings. When you take birth, when you are given a new name, when you marry, when you are given food, first time they call it annaprasna, or when you are given the food. The rituals done for human beings, when you die, these are one set of rituals. There's another one set of rituals done for the gods to invoke their presence in temple and invoking their presence at the time of puja. There are so many things. Puja is nothing but you receiving a guest with all the respect. Actually, what priests do in the temple is nothing but you receiving a guest with all the respect. When a guest comes to your house, very elderly, who is supposed to be respected, you receive that person, give him a chair and give water to wash his feet or wash his hands. You are asking, you want to use the bathroom? Giving him the chair is only asanam samarpayami. Priest will give the seat. You ask him, do you want to use the bathroom? Do you want towel? That's what they say, bhadyam samarpayami. They offer the water to wash the feet. And then you are, of course, when a person comes, you offer flowers, you offer little flowers as a respect. They give argyam samarpayami, the flowers are offered. Then naturally you arrange for his bath and comfortable stay. That's what we say, snanam samarpayami. Then naturally you ask him to eat. Food is served. Nevedyam samarpayami. Then you give betel leaf and betel nut. Tambulam samarpayami. Then in the end of the day, you put him to rest. The same thing. That's why we say the puja in our system is called seva. It has got one more word. Serving the Lord. Serving the deity. We need to understand this concept of serving. Of course, for a logical person, it's very difficult to understand that energy can be alive in one stone and continuously day in and day out you can serve that energy. All these things are very difficult to understand. But I have seen people really feeling, not only feeling, expressing that feeling in the physical world, in physical form. Ramakrishna, when he used to do puja, he says, sometimes I used to think whether really Devi is accepting my puja or I am just wasting my time. I used to suspect whether she is really alive here or I am just sitting and wasting my time. He says, I used to take a thread out of my cloth and keep near her nose to see whether she is breathing or not. Whether she is breathing or not. And of course, Ramakrishna achieved the peak, achieved the ultimate experience just through rituals. Let me tell you this one incident. If at all you get a chance, you must go to Calcutta and see the Kali temple in which he was doing puja. And don't miss, of course, you will be allowed very near. In North Indian temples, you can go very near the deity. You can touch almost in all the temples. Here you can't touch because they have covered the deity with gold and silver. That's the reason you can't touch a lot of gold jewelries and silver jewelries. But you can go very near. Almost you can go near 1 or 2 feet. In other many temples you can touch the deity and do puja by yourself. When you go, don't miss an important thing. Let me narrate the incident, then you will understand. In Calcutta, they have a habit of offering conch bangles made out of conch. The conch shell will be cut and they will make bangles out of it. And they will offer the bangles to the deity, to the Devi. Some devotee brought 4 pieces of conch bangles for Devi. Kali's 4 hands, the right side will be Abhaya and Varada, the left side she will be holding sword and head of a Asura. the sword is removable. So he was able to put the bangle in all the three hands except the hand which is holding the head of the Asura. Except that hand, because in that hand the bangle cannot go. All the other three hands he put the bangle. Some priest was asking, why you are not able to put the bangle for the mother in the fourth hand? He said, oh, that hand is holding the munda, or the head of the Rakshasa. The priest said, oh, you are a great devotee. You can say, mother will open her hands and you can insert the bangle. And he is so sincere, you will be surprised. Of course, still I am not able to understand. Even after seeing, I can only just believe and respect and do namaskar and come out. Really, he asked the mother and she dropped the head. Bangle was inserted. Again he gave the head to the mother's hand. She is holding. Neither the statue is broken nor the bangle is broken. It is there in her hands. If you go, please don't miss see it. Of course, when I went to the temple, I was in an ashram, very famous ashram. I went as a part of the ashramite. So I was allowed to touch that bangle and see. Not only I touched the bangle, I completely rotated that bangle and saw whether it is broken at any point, whether he broke and pasted it. I inspected. I tell you, the bangle is complete. It is not broken. And the statue is also full. It is not broken. Stone statue. Statue is also there as it is. Bangle is also there as it is. But it is there inside. Very difficult to believe. And it is not some 300, 400 years old. It's just 130 years. Just 130 years ago, in 1886, he passed away. Only 130 years. I don't know. We have no logical explanation, but it is there. That much only we know. The power of mind, the devotion can express physically. See, if you have a darshan of Devi and if you feel that Devi is here and all those things are very subjective. You can't see it in the physical way. It is an individual's experience. But here, physically it is expressing. We heard a lot of stories that Udupi Krishna turned for the sake of Kanakadasa, or Vittal was waiting on a brick for the sake of his devotee. All these stories we hear. But this is something which I have seen with my own eyes. Very difficult to believe, but which is there. He has reached such high peak just by rituals. Just by rituals. Vivekananda says beautifully, if you can create Ramakrishnas, not one idol, have thousands of idols and start doing rituals. If you can create one Ramakrishna, not one idol, have thousands of idols, start doing rituals. And there are so many other experiences of Ramakrishna related to these rituals. But this one is enough to explain the power behind the rituals. Physically he is able to alter the whole structure. Physically he is able to command the Murti or the deity out of his devotion, out of his power. It's only one incident. There are so many other incidents which you can say. Once he requested a nearby hibiscus plant to give hibiscus in both colors. From the same branch, two different color hibiscus came out for the sake of puja. So like this, so many incidents, he was just able to command the power of meditation or the power of mind. When we intensely do the rituals, we completely fall in tune with that deity, with that energy, with that murti. She just listens to you. The vigraha, the murti, just listens to you. Of course, there are incidents about Madurai. One great enlightened master came and was staying in Madurai. The Madurai temple has got beautiful elephants, 8 big stone elephants in the Garbha Mandir. Actually, the story goes, the 8 big elephants are holding the Garbha Mandir of the Madurai temple. So, Nawab, he comes and makes fun of these statues. What is this? Elephants are standing here unnecessarily. He just makes some comment. Then the master says, don't think they are stones, they are living elephants. They are here to serve Chokanada. This Nawab laughs. What are you talking? Then this enlightened master, he gives sugar can and the elephant eats. The story says the elephants eat the sugar can. Of course, this all story, we don't know how much they are true or whether they are fact or truth. We don't know about all these things. But this one thing, I myself have seen the bangle, unbroken bangle in the hands of Devi. All our puja is nothing but receiving and respecting and serving. That's why we say seva, serving. And Ramakrishna says, when I fan the mother, I feel that she is experiencing the cool air. I could see very clearly she is experiencing the cool air. And I could see very clearly she is adjusting her sari. He says, I can see she is adjusting her sari. So many beautiful experiences. All the rituals done to the God's one side. The other side, rituals are the rites done for human beings. Especially the Pitrudarpana. I think that is one of the important ritual. This Pitrudarpana is done to give a beautiful farewell or to release the soul from the bondages. When a person dies, let me describe the whole scene, what happens. First, his soul leaves the physical body, then it moves to the subtle body. They call it Sukshma Sarira. In Sukshma Sarira, it stays for a few kshanas. When I say kshana, I don't mean second. In Vedas, we don't calculate time chronologically, we calculate it psychologically. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. If you have lived peaceful life, your kshana can be even 100 years. Your one kshana can be 100 years. If you have lived a restless life, your kshana is not even microsecond, less than microsecond. That is why they say a person who lived a peaceful life will have a peaceful death. Because you will be allowed to stay only for 3 kshanas in your subtle body. The 3 kshana will be decided based on your life, how you lived your life, how long you can manage without having thoughts. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. In our system, we measure time in a totally different way. You need to understand this time concept also. For example, if you are sitting with a friend whom you like very much or you love, you feel in tune, even if 4 or 5 hours pass, even if 4 or 5 hours are over, you will not even know. Suddenly you realize, oh, 4 or 5 hours are over. I don't know how the time passed. If you are sitting with a person who is boring and torturing you, after every 10 minutes you tend to see the watch. You see what's happening, why he is not leaving. So actually time is more psychological. It is not chronological. Here, if you are in the state of bliss, if you are here and now, you will not know how time passes. If you are restless, if you are continuously moving from past to the future, future to past, time will never move for you. That is why we say, for us 1 full year is 1 day for Devatas, because they are in higher consciousness. The number of thoughts is less for them. They are in more joy and peace. That is why time just flies for them. For us 1 year is 1 day for Devatas. That's why in all Nataraja temples, they do only 6 puja per year, because they follow the calendar of Devatas, not the human beings. When the number of thoughts come down, time just flies. If you are more restless, time never moves. For people who are in the hell, for them our 1 day must be 1 full year. That is why we say eternal hell. Hell is always used with the word eternal hell. Hell is not eternal, but it feels like eternal, because time never moves. You are continuously waiting, but time never moves. They have too much of restlessness. Actually, the hell or heaven is only based on your mind. If you have less number of thoughts, you are in heaven already. If you are too much restless, if you have too many number of thoughts, you are in hell already. It's not that you go there, you carry with you. Be very clear, we don't go to hell or heaven, we just carry our hell or heaven with us. Wherever we go, we carry our tent, open it and just stay. Same way, we carry it with ourselves. When a person dies, he stays in his Sukshma Sarira for 3 kshana. If we have lived a restless life, we will stay only 3 microseconds. In 3 microseconds, we will not have time to choose about our next birth. We will just choose in a very opposite way. Just whatever comes to our thought, just like that we will choose. If we have lived a peaceful life, we will have time to look into our complete samskara structure. We will be able to see how we lived this whole life. One more thing, the moment you leave the body, you will have the capacity or the energy to see your complete life, how you lived. You will be able to have a complete overview of your 60-70 years of life. If you have lived peaceful life, if you are leaving the body peacefully, you will be able to see the whole structure. You will be able to see the whole life. Then you can decide whether to take human body or whether to stay without body or whether to become enlightened and relax, liberate yourself, or whether to take any other type of janma. You will be able to choose because you have freedom. You are relaxed. I always tell people, live peacefully, don't run continuously. If you are continuously running, you will not have VIP lounge when you leave the body. You will be again running. Whatever train comes first, you will be put in that and sent. You will not be able to stay there. If you have lived peacefully, you will be able to relax. You will be able to stay there. You can choose. There are many reminiscences of the masters. They say even 300, 400 years they wait to take the right body. They wait for right parents. They wait for right place. If you live peacefully, you can wait and choose your parents, the place to take birth, and the right body, right social setup. If you live in a restless way, naturally you will not be able to wait. And one more thing, if you live restless way means continuously we are dependent on body and mind. You depending on the body and mind is what is restlessness. You are totally dependent on body and mind. So naturally you can't be without body and mind. So you tend to take some body. You don't bother. You are not interested in waiting. Let us have some body first. Later on we'll think about it. What we should do or what we can do, all those things later on. First let us catch some body. So whatever train comes first, you get into that and start your journey. If you have lived a deep peaceful life, you can wait and choose the next body and take birth according to your decision. Kathopanishad beautifully explains the whole process, how we leave the body, how we can choose, and how we miss the opportunity. How we miss the opportunity also is very clearly explained in Kathopanishad. That is why whenever a person dies, we always repeat the Kathopanishad. Even at the time of Shraddha, the Kathopanishad is repeated. These last rites are done to liberate the soul, to give a good farewell. Actually, if you are continuously bothering about the person, if you are continuously worrying about the person, that soul also can't continue its journey. It is a farewell we are giving to that soul. Yes, you lived with us, really great. Now it is time. You can carry your life, and even though we are not able to digest it, we respect your decision. We are here just to respect you, just to support you in your journey. It is a good farewell. It's a positive farewell we are giving for the departed soul, so that the soul can continue its journey. In every ritual, again and again, rishis impart their knowledge to us. And one more thing, our rishis, our masters don't leave even a single opportunity to impart the concepts or the truths to us. They don't miss even a single opportunity, whether it is birth or death or naming ceremony or marriage. In every step they give us that knowledge. They give us the wisdom about the life. Even in Saptapadi, the other day I was telling, in Sanskrit we don't have equivalent word for divorce. We don't have word for divorce because the very concept divorce is not existent. It is not there in our system. In Saptapadi, when you take the vows till the end, till the death, you decide to be together. You can separate yourself only if you take sannyas. There is only two chances, either death or sannyas. No other way, no other permission or no other possibility that you can separate yourself. There's one more beautiful sloka. At the time of marriage, they repeat. Of course, I don't know. In some customs, they use this, all the mantras. In some customs, we have different tradition. But in the Vedic system, they use this mantra. They bless. It's actually a sloka from Tantra Shastra. They say, the 11th year, the end of the 11th year, let you become mother of him. Let him become son for you. A new dimension of relationship. See, the wife is asked, blessed, to become mother. The husband is requested to become a son. It's a very strange thing. Very difficult to understand. How can wife become mother? Actually, if a real love happens, if a real intimacy happens, women reach the state of mother. She flowers into the motherliness. There are some more deep concepts which Tantra explains. How, when you reach the depth of love, you become more motherly. You became more like a Devi. That's what they say. In the East, women is always called or respected in the form of, only in the name of mother. She is respected more as a mother because we respect the motherly dimension of women. Of course, only when she reaches that dimension, she expresses the fulfillment. This is a beautiful statement asking women to reach the state of mother and man to reach the state of child. He needs to come back to the innocence. He needs to achieve his innocence. She needs to achieve the motherhood. That is the purpose of the whole marriage system. Of course, let me explain the Gurukula system, how the whole thing starts. At the age of 7, we are initiated with Gayatri Mantra. Between 7 to 14, we have to continuously practice that mantra. By 14, if you achieve the first experience, first conscious experience or divine experience, you will be asked to study Brahma Sutra, means training for sannyas, training for spiritual life. If you have not achieved the first divine experience, then you will be asked to study between 14 to 21 the Kama Sutra. 14 to 21, the people who achieve the divine experience will study the Brahma Sutra. The others will study the Kama Sutra. The people who study the Kama Sutra will go for a Grihastha life, the Grihastha Dharma. The persons who study the Brahma Sutra, they will go for sannyas life. By the time they finish the Brahma Sutra, at the age of 21, they are expected to achieve enlightenment. If they achieved enlightenment, they will be given sannyas. They will go for the sannyas life. If they have not achieved enlightenment, again they will be asked to study Yoga Sutra. They will have to continue their spiritual practice. This is the way our whole structure is created. Then each one will take their life. Neither the person who lives sannyas life feels is unfit, nor the person who lives in the Grihastha life feels is missing something. Each one takes his own way, his own path. Of course, there's one more chance given for the people who are in the Grihastha life. At any moment, after 10 years of Grihastha life, if he feels he wants to take sannyas or a spiritual life, he wants to enter into the spiritual life full time. If the family agrees, he can take initiation called Vanaprastha Dharma. Means living towards the eternal life. Vanaprastha is not sannyasa. It is living towards the eternal life. Then after the Vanaprastha life, he can decide to take sannyasa. Once a person takes sannyasa, he starts running Gurukula or university for next generation kids. This is the way our whole structure is created. There are so many beautiful things in our rites, in our rituals. We can explore if we have the interest and if we go deep into it. It's a big science, ocean. It is just endless ocean. We can continuously explore. I think it is time for me to stop, but I will answer your questions because I don't think I will be able to explain all the rituals and rites. It's a big ocean, but I can explain whatever you ask. Those few things I'll try to explain. You can ask any question about rites, any rites or any ritual. I'll try to explain whatever way I understand. You are welcome to put your questions on this subject. Of course. You can use the mic, it's not open.
When we do the final rites, so we do the tarpanas, and people say when you go to Badrinath, and if you do that, you don't have to do anymore.
Actually, Badrinath is like a center through which you can relate to the Pitruloka. It's like a runway from where you can take off. It's just like a runway from where you can take off. You can relate with the Pitruloka. Of course, what they say is true. But one more thing which I wanted you to understand. Continuously doing Darpana, whether it does good for the parents or not, it does good for you. Let me describe how. Till the end of your death, some part of your energy, some portion of your energy represents your father, mother. Now the latest studies, few studies, they say, if your father or mother dies in a very young age, there's more chance for you to have paralysis stroke. Because one part of your energy is disturbed. One part of your energy is disturbed. One part of your being is a gift from them. By doing this Pindadarpana and Shraddha regularly, you make that part, that energy, that portion peaceful. You invoke peace in that area. Whether it does good to them or not, we don't know, but it does good to you. So please don't miss our traditional Shraddha or Pinda, all these things. You see, these mantras, vibrations which you create, they heal your energies. They pull you out of depression. They relax. They create a positive vibrations inside your being. So, to console ourselves, we can say once you do it in Badri, there is no more necessity, or you don't have to do. But from my experience, I'll recommend, even if you're done in Badri, don't miss at least once in a year. Continue to do. That's why they do the Shraddha rituals in the Amavasya day. See, Amavasya is the time when you are facing the low energy. See, have you heard the word lunar and lunatic? Why people are called lunatic, you know? People whose mind goes up or low along with the lunar is called lunatic. See, when in Purnima and Amavasya days you can see the ocean will have big waves, especially in Purnima days, because of the moon rays. Of course, there are a lot of scientific explanation. According to our system, they say that the moon creates an energy in which the salt water is aggregated. If you see, your body is filled 80% with salt water. When that salt water is aggregated, this salt water is also aggregated. That is why people who are this half mad and all these people, they feel aggravated in Amavasya and Purnima days. Even very funny way we will say in the house, I think today Amavasya, that's why too much of sound in the house. Today is Purnima, that's why too much of noise in the house. People who are having the problem of depression, they feel the depression in Amavasya and Purnima day. Someday, moon is associated with our mental setup. People whose mind goes up or low along with lunar is called lunatic. In Amavasya days, naturally you will be in the low energy. That's why you are asked to do the rituals, the Shraddha and Darpana and all those things, so that you can create little peace inside your being. You can pull yourself out of the depression. So better to continue these rituals. Don't drop. At least repeat those mantras.
So, I know the Darpana is done by the sons of the house. What if the family doesn't have a...
It's a nice question. Here I have to be a little clear. In my system I allow women also to do. I'm little open, and I feel women are qualified to do because they are more emotionally attached. Attachment of the son is more like a professional attachment or a business attachment. But attachment of the daughter is more based on the heart and emotion. I think they should do. They must be allowed to do. At least in our system, I am allowing. I am encouraging. I am encouraging women to do all the rituals. You can do. Yes.
So similar question arises. The Vanaprastha and Sannyasa, is it applicable for both men?
Vanaprastha and Sannyasa.
Is it also applied to both men and
Men.
Oh man, yes, sure. Yes, sure. In our system, Maitreyi, Gargi, there are so many women rishis. And the other day I was reading a book. There is mention about the Sulabha, a great enlightened master who challenged Janaka. Bhishma tells about the story of this lady Sulabha who challenged Janakaraja. So there are enough of record. We have enough records about the women rishis who took Vanaprastha life, Sannyas life, who were even lived unmarried life, who were directly taken sannyas from Brahmacharya state, who are called Paramahamsas. There are enough records. Women can take Vanaprastha life, Sannyas life, or women can take directly sannyas from Brahmacharya life. Nowadays, in the modern day, all Hindu missionaries, all the missions are giving sannyas to women. And it is allowed. Even in the Dasnami Sampradaya, in Amnaya Patadi also, there are very clear mantras to give sannyas for women. Set of rituals are available to give sannyas.
Individuals doing pujas in their homes, in the puja homes, as compared to attending pujas in the temples. What is the
It's like you go to hotel and get a beautiful food, 5-star hotel and eat, and you yourself cook and eat in the house. What's the difference between these two? Of course, when you can't go to the 5-star hotel, you can cook and eat. But once in a while, go to the hotel also and taste, enjoy the food. When you go to the temples, you can enjoy elaborate, beautiful way. You can see every inch and understand, and you can enjoy. But when you can't go, at least don't miss the food. Eat something in the house. Whatever you can cook, cook and eat. That's all. This is the difference between doing your own and attending the temple rituals. Yes.
What difference does it make when going to the temple when God is supposed to be everywhere?
Please, can you be a little loud?
God is supposed to be everywhere, right? So what difference does it make when you go to the temple or to the
That's nice. This idea that God is everywhere can become truth only after your realization. See, God is everywhere only when you reach that state. One more thing. I have seen many people coming and telling me, Swamiji, I love the whole world. Loving the whole world is very easy. Loving your wife is very difficult. Loving the whole world is very easy. You don't have to do anything. Just make few statements. Oh, I love the whole world. I care for the whole world. You don't have to do anything. First thing, loving your family is a very difficult thing. First, create love. Then you can love the whole world. Without even creating the idea love, we just say that we love the whole world. That is the way. Without even feeling God in one statue, how can you feel in the whole world? First thing we need to do is feel God, feel divine in one place. Then you can project the same feeling with the whole universe. Ramakrishna says a beautiful example. In cow's body, throughout the body the milk is available. But you can't get the body by catching the ears. You catch the ears and try to do whatever you want, you won't get milk. Try to catch the horn and do whatever you want, what will you get? You won't get the milk. You will be able to get the milk only through one source. Same way, God may be available everywhere, but you will be able to get His energy, you will be able to get His blessing only through temples. First, try to relate through one source. First, establish that relationship. Then you will be able to project the same feeling, same relationship with the whole world. If you don't relate, even with one statue, I will be able to relate with the whole world. So please understand, God is everywhere is only concept, ultimate truth. It is not the relative truth. There are two kinds of truths, absolute truth and relative truth. As on now, you can't experience the absolute truth. Start with these simple things, then you will be able to experience the absolute truth. But till you experience the absolute truth, you can't use the absolute truth to escape from your duties. I've seen many people, they use all these big words just to satisfy their life, or just to satisfy their mind, just to justify what they are doing. We use these big truths, what for? To justify what we are doing. So please understand, start relating first with the temples, then you will be able to relate the God who is existing everywhere. Yes.
In this word, Swamiji, rituals are done mostly for material prosperity. That's one good way to start, probably asking God for what you want. But is that
it's a nice thing.
Into spiritual growth? Is that
First thing, Ramakrishna says beautifully, he says, where else you can go even for that? Asking God for material benefit is not wrong. it's okay. But stopping there itself is seriously wrong. Starting your devotion in a Kamya way, Kamya Bhakti, is nothing wrong. But just stopping there itself is something seriously wrong. That's what I always tell people. When you start praying, your religion starts. But when you start giving your gratitude, your spirituality starts. With prayer, your religion starts. With gratitude, your spirituality starts. After some time, you should feel how much He has given you. You should start feeling the gratitude. One more thing, asking is nothing wrong, but forcing is something wrong. See, why do you pray? Because you believe God has got Shakti to give what you want. That's perfectly alright. But sometimes we force, I want this, you have to do. Why do we force? We believe that He has got Shakti to give what we want, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi also to give when He wants, when it should be given. We believe He has got Shakti, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi. That is where the problem starts. When you believe He has got Shakti, you start praying. When you believe He has got Buddhi also, you surrender. The real surrender starts. You reach the peak of devotion. You reach the level of gratitude. So, of course, it is good to start. It's a good way to start as a Kamya Bhakti. But that is not the way to end. That's not the way to, that's not the place to stop.
Okay, I have a question. You talked about the journey of the soul after death and the various phases that it goes through. Isn't this the same thing that happens during meditation? Because we hear about the transmigration of souls.
Not only at the time of meditation, at the time of sannyas also same thing happens. Even at the time of sannyas, we go through a ritual of complete death. You will be asked to drop your past name, everything related to past. You have to live 3 nights and day without taking food, just like a ghost, to lose your identity. To lose your identity, you will be asked to live in smashana for 3 days without taking any food. You have to only eat through smell, eat through nose. You can smell, that's all. You can't eat. Then after that, you will be given a new name, new form or a new meditation technique. Then this Kavivastra, all the next rituals will be done. At the time of death, at the time of meditation, at the time of sannyas, all the 3 times you undergo the same, you go through the same path. You undergo the same transformation. In meditation also, practically you die. Meditation is nothing but new birth. You take a new birth, that's what. See, the mother carries you in Bhugarbha. Teacher carries you in a Hridgarbha. He teaches you all the culture, art, dance or anything. He carries you in the Hridgarbha. Master carries you in the Jnanagarbha and gives you the birth of spiritual realization. So you undergo 3 different ways. First thing Bhugarbha, the next is Hridgarbha, third is Jnanagarbha. So meditation is Jnanagarbha. You really take new birth. You are no more same old person.
When I was in Bangalore, I learned the Vayusuti, and I asked my Acharya if
Can you be a little loud? Because the accent.
I learned the Vayusuti in Bangalore, and I asked the Acharya if women can learn this as well.
Can you translate?
He learned the Vayustuti, Vayu, Hanumanta, Vayustuti, that is usually very famous in Martha.
I understand.
And then he asked his guru whether ladies can also say that, and he said no.
No.
Yeah, he said the energies of the women will be unbalanced or something like that. What would be your response to that?
I don't know. I have to. But I don't. One thing I can be sure. Surely the energy of women cannot be imbalanced by a mantra. Surely I don't think it will happen. I don't know for what reason he made this comment. What for? He told this. That I don't know. But I can be sure all mantras can be chanted, used by everybody. And you see one thing, mantras comes out of the experience of the rishis. In that experience state, there is no male or female. It's pure consciousness. It comes from consciousness. Directly it will work on consciousness. So the body is nowhere related to these mantras. The seed by itself has got its own power. But when it is processed in some agricultural university, it grows very quickly. So when a master gives, it's a process in the agricultural university. It will surely grow. The power is more, that's all. But if you don't have the master also, it's okay. The very mantra can do miracles on your being, on your consciousness.
Vijay, what is the difference between chanting the Gayatri just by itself and doing it with the water, chanting the what's the difference?
These are all different kinds of rituals, different ways of repeating. Some people will chant with water, some people will chant with fire, by doing homa, different methods. You can do it in any way, but you need to repeat, that's all. That's the important thing. You need to repeat. Repeat the mantra, that's enough. Nothing else is necessary.
What is the significance of Shaligrama Puja?
There are special stones which hold energy and radiate it for a long time. It's like a batteries. See, whenever you need, when you don't get the electricity, you use a battery in place of electricity. Same way, when you are not able to go to temple, when you are not able to visit the energy center,